skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
All right, ladies and gents, we are back for the RES League here in Southeast Asia. It's John Xvar, joined by Kips. I'm subbing in for Mr. T Panda. I'm stepping in the middle of this tournament. It's the last day of groups. Kips, you've seen more of this action. How are we feeling about this first matchup today?
Ooh, I mean, everything's on the line, right? We've got Team TK who were, they are in the running for a LAN spot still, but they have been struggling to stay in that race. We have a couple of really big names on this team, and unfortunately, sometimes it hasn't looked like they took their opponents fully seriously. Sometimes it looked like they were struggling with communication. They've been up and down, they've been dropping the ball, and this is a must-win for them. Because if you drop any points here as well, Manta, Esports, and the Immortal are going up against each other later in the day, I believe, and either one of those teams is going to walk away with points, and even a draw will be enough for them to overtake you. So this is a must-win for TK.
It absolutely must be. And of course, their opponent today is Karsten's Esports, which is maybe one of the easier opponents right now, bottom of the groups. This match doesn't stand for too much for them. As you mentioned, in the rest of the schedule here, we've got Manta up against Immortal for that tiebreaker, and Blind Owl Esports up against IHC to close out the group stage overall. But that first series, I mean, Team TK, like you said, a little bit up and down. Do you expect them to maybe take it easy again on Karsten's, like you said? Like, that's been maybe a going motto here for Team TK?
That has been a little bit of a motto, and I think Karstens would really love it if they did that, because Karstens has given good opposition in every single match that they've played so far, but it has been opposition, right? They've been capitalizing on enemy mistakes, and if they get to do that again, if Team TK drops the ball a couple of times, who knows? Maybe they actually let it roll too far in their hands. Karstens picks it up, scores a home run.
Yeah, and that could be devastating. Again, Team TK need to secure their spot, they need to find at least a win, and that could still force out tiebreakers depending on how the rest of Manta and Immortal goes. I believe if a 2-0 goes for either way, a draw for Team TK will still give them into a tiebreaker for that spot. Do we break it by head-to-head, or do they play another...
No, we break by head-to-head.
Head-to-head. Okay. So head-to-head, gonna be a little bit rough. What are we looking for? Is there any special sauce you've seen coming out from TK recently that kind of gives you some confidence here?
TK, the special sauce, their drafts have been very variable, and I think that's partially a sign of them searching and a sign of them feeling confident in what they can do. They have played the Huskar with the new max HP percentage-based Huskar before. Did not work out for them, but they are definitely looking for ways to gain advantage here in unusual aspects. We've also had an Ebb Morphling making its appearance on the mid lane. That is still a little bit of a rarity. Yeah, Mamang Daya, Ebb Morphling. How do you feel about that?
That excites me. I was looking forward to seeing that in some of the games in other tournaments. Never saw it. So Michael Phoenix could never eat his words. Only seeing it on support. I think it has potential. I'd love to see
does.
that if that's something they have confidence on. I will say, I've played with some people who have run that, and there's this one guy in the match. I will call him out. He was Ebb Morphling mid, and he was fully shifted to strength, and he kept saying he was testing. I'm like, my good sir, you need to be full agi to get the little
Yes.
cooldowns. So he just kept all caps. Sorry, I'm testing. Testing what? Hopefully, Mom Guy is not going to test. How
Your
about for
patience.
Carstens, right? Like, yeah, no, he was testing all of our patience. Still, for Carstens, again, a little bit up and down. You did say they were competitive in some of these matchups. What's been the best look for them in terms of comfort, I suppose, here?
The best look for them has definitely been Ifrit on something that can both perform early as well as carry the game later on. So the best performance that I've seen out of him by far has been on the gyrocopter, which was definitely, I don't want to say like at risk of winning the game, but they looked really solid on that. They've had high grounds attempt with him on Medusa as well. Really heroes that you can turn well on. And for the rest of the team, Fufufier has looked good on Ember Spirit. Might see that one picked up very early in this draft. Let's jump right in and see what they got for us.
Yeah, already have a couple of the bans here. Monkey King, Prime Beast being taken care of by TK. Karsten's taking care of the DK, Jack. The Muerta, which is a little bit surprising to me, but I don't know. Is this a more common ban you've seen here in RES?
Yes.
I don't think I've seen that at all.
Decently common ban, decently common pick, and taken out the Blind Owl Esports favorite support Tinker, and TK immediately in for the Doom first. Alright. Did not work out for them yesterday.
They're not doing anything fancy with it, are they? Like,
No.
have they tried support Doom again? No, they just run it off.
Just run it off. And JG had a fantastic lane too, but I think he had a little bit too good of a time because he was dire and he just sat on the bottom lane and he stayed there. And you can buy a veil all you want, but if you don't actually rotate with that, then what use is it to go blink after if you just sit there? So that was that's one of those disconnects that I was talking about where TK they know what they need to do, but sometimes it just doesn't happen.
And hopefully we'll see maybe if that connection happens here for TK with a very early Doom pickup. They've got the Weaver and Karsten's Esports, which it has been kind of popular since the last patch as well, before our latest number patch. So Weaver coming in. Have you been noticing a trend for support Weaver or core Weaver so far from these teams here though?
They've ended up mostly as core Weavers in the end here. So this is a hero that Ifrit has played before, and I think, was not victorious with, but that was once again one of his better games.
All right, we'll see if he can bring out that magic once again here. Do we have the rest of bands? Rubik being taken care of by Karstens, and Team TK taking care of the Clockwork and the ET. Not too surprising considering how much Clockwork has done since his facet came in, and how much ET does. Even post-nerf, it has still felt overwhelming. I'm wondering if Karstens goes left field. Like, again, I haven't... I will put a disclaimer, I haven't watched his kips, so I'm thinking about crazy pickups and stuff like that.
Give me all the brainwaves. Give me what's percolating up there.
I'd really want to see Earth Spirit with a new facet or with rolling whichever the older one was where your stones won't break. Either one sounds interesting. I keep hearing arguments from people like, you want the rightful pamphlet. Resonance sucks. Who needs right click? You don't have the attack speed on Earth Spirit to sustain that. You want stones. You want to be a menace. And there was some funny tech there earlier too.
Yeah. Well, Krish did the support Earth Spirit yesterday, I believe, with the resonance. Unfortunate for you, but we did have a support Earth Spirit on the field.
That's good. I'll have some words with Krish about his gameplay and let him know you have to practice the stones. We do get the Gyrocopter coming up for Karsten, so maybe keeping some of that flex open. If you had to lean either way, would you prefer seeing the support Weaver or Ifrit on the Gyrocopter? Like, Ifrit on the Gyro or the Weaver?
I just accidentally leaned on my keyboard and refreshed.
It's all good. Well, what would you want to see? Like you said, Ifrit looked really good in the Gyro. They have both options here.
It's really just dependent on the game, right? The thing with the Weaver is that, you're a natural Lincoln's builder, but definitely the amount of farm that you need to pour into that early on to just get to play versus a Doom, that's a lot. Whereas for a Gyrocopter, you're definitely not always the first mark of that Doom. And you are going to have enough money to eventually buy everything's list. So I'm leaning a little gyro here, but I've got a feeling that they wouldn't have picked the Weaver so confidently into the Doom if it wasn't meant to just be the straight up matchup.
Yeah, let's see if they stick to that idea. It's kind of interesting for me that I feel like I always associate support gyrocopter, at least in Southeast Asia, with like a lot of Indonesian players. I think Varish is one really well known for that, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that's some tech Karstens wants to lean back into. TK, for their part, very straightforward combinations here, right? Grimstroke on, Enchantress on, very strong leaning support, double Doom option on hand. Feels like it kind of solves every issue. Like, I'm not seeing a very easy time for escapable mids, as long as Phantom's Embrace is in the fog. Can be a little bit annoying to try to dodge out. It does feel very well stitched together for Team TK. I will say I'm mildly disappointed because, you know, Team TK, they've had Raji play. They've got him playing now over Castaway. And Raji is a player that, you know, I don't know, like last year he was streaming and he was playing stuff like Ember 5. So, I mean, he can play normal heroes, but, you know, I want to see him bring out that tech again. This is standard stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd love to support that, but here, like, the ex-coach in me comes up and is like, there is a LAN final. Like, no bullshit.
Yeah, definitely not. No bullshit as well for Karstens. They do go into the Ember. Your answers on TK, again, it's basically Phantom's Embrace, maybe the Doom as well for Team TK. I like this confidence pick from Karstens. I don't, again, see that much flux on hand. Again, you don't have Raji on Karstens' end to try to pick up that Ember 5. How has Fufu Fire looked on the Ember so far?
Yeah, we've been going French with it. We've been going Fufufier, but perhaps that is because he's been playing some Pango here and there in previous tours as well.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I like that. A little bit of flair.
Yeah, a little bit of flair. But he's had flair on this Ember Spirit as well. I think it's been his best hero so far. So not surprised to see him pick it up, even into the Grimstroke. Yeah, the Phantom's Embrace is a classic problem for all the Spirit heroes. But of course, you do have your options to dodge it out. You know, you get a little bit of attack speed bundled up with your Mage Slayer, so it's not as bad as it used to be.
That it isn't. And certainly on mid lane, it is a little bit harder to shove away. Rather interesting that Team TK goes into the Morphling pickup. I mean, you have some good forms already with the Ember on hand. You mentioned Mamagdaya going for Ebb on mid. This looks like a really good game for that. Like, turning into Ember, lowered cooldown Chains, lowered cooldown Sleight of Fist is going to be pretty nice. Even the Timbersaw, lowered cooldown Chain as well, with Whirling Death. Doesn't sound too bad for Team TK to try to lean into that. So, I kind of want to see it. I don't know. Maybe Chris just takes it safe. Matchup against the Timbersaw doesn't sound too bad, but the mid Morphling's exciting. What do you reckon? Like, it's...
I find it hard to predict because I too haven't seen too many of the Ebb Morphlings yet, and that makes it hard for me to gauge because, you know, my knowledge from like my skill level, I don't bring that in here. I lean on what these guys show me, and since they haven't shown it to me that often yet, since the players themselves aren't too often 100% sure that this is the thing, yeah, I think we're going classic here, and this is a very surprising last pick, I gotta say. Listen, into Ember, this is one of those matchups that used to absolutely rock Ember Spirit. It's between Earthshaker or Ursa mid. That's what you do if you just really want to make him hate his life.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, and I don't think you're having fun here for Fufufier either way. I like the Shaker. I think it's been... Honestly, the buff to his other facet is huge because the AoE facet always felt crazy. But now, with all those bodies flying around, it's actually a lot of damage if you just slam and creep wave. Really interesting to see which way Mamagdaya goes. We do close out with the Wraith King on Karstens, so it is actually a support duo of a Weaver and a Gyrocopter support duo. I don't know if that inspires that much confidence in me here, Kips.
No, it doesn't for me either. At the fourth pick, I was already kind of hesitant about the amount of disables that they had available to them. And to be fair, you pick up a Wraith King, you do add one on the support side here, but yeah, you're going to have to be happy that you're good at chasing because you're going to be doing some of it this game.
It's going to be a lot of running around. We do have our Weaver going for Hive Mind as well.
Oh, I like
and
that.
secondary strikes for the Gyrocopter. I mean, the Hive Mind as a support Weaver theoretically is pretty sound.
Yeah.
The secondary strikes in Gyrocopter is, even as support, I think a lot of people still went for the Rocket Barrage facet. That's an interesting one. I mean,
the extra move speed, especially as a support, is such a boon. And you know what? I have a theory about this Weaver. I've said to everybody that the EXP facet is actually the one that is better for cores, and the other one is better for supports. Just because if you're a core, you're not going to die and feed all of that extra EXP that you got. You're just catapulting yourself more. And maybe the support is the one that should have the extra utility on it. But so far, hasn't happened yet. It sounds real good on paper, right?
I would agree. I think I'd love to see that down the line. Not in this match. Oh, no. Okay, so we do get the skitter step instead, so he will go more standard. It does fit in line with the sport, getting the slow, but I've never seen anyone in any pro game actually pick it, unfortunately for me. I've not been blessed with that. Overall, I think we're in the same agreement here, Kips. Draft-wise, looking pretty good for TK in game one, doesn't it?
Absolutely. No, between the lane and the presence of the Grimstruck in the game, I think this Ember is going to have a decently hard time of it. And Fufufier has been the one buying a lot of the space for Ifrit before. Now we are going to see Ifrit step on the field early, so I know that's been really. So I'm leaning towards TK here as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Karstens can kind of fight up against that expectation as we do get into this game number one. Should be a rather fun one at the very least. Very explosive one. You know, you've got Earthshaker, you've got a Grimstroke with Double Doom. I mean, it's all explosive, mainly on the side of TK. For Karstens, I'm honestly not even sure what kind of tempo we're looking for here. Like, in terms of... Check Maybank. Goodness. That is a goodness. Hey, come on. Chill out, guys. Chill out.
There has been a lot of old chat in the past couple of days. Sometimes one-sided. We've had a team. I'm not gonna name them, but they were playing, and the opponents were just like, we refuse. Started to look a little sad, like you're trying to get a rise out of them, and they just do their job. But no, here, the more it's very simple. The more Pinoys there are in a game, the more.
Oh yeah, yeah. Of course, TK. You've got the honorary Pinoy as well in Krish, so that makes it around 4, if I recall my lineup right. He's been stuck way too long with a lot of Filipino teams. I would count it, okay, 2, my bad. Yeah, 2 Filipinos there on TK. A little bit of shenanigans with JG, but they do not punch him while he was under the ward. Looks like we will end up with fairly balanced runes, 2 for 2. Head into these lanes as they do break out. Should be rather interesting to see. You already have Raji poking and prodding. Love the overprotective wisps. I think early on in like the last number patch when facets were introduced, I was seeing a few more players going for the range, but man, the healing you get here for Raji is going to be very annoying to deal with in lane once it's leveled up a little bit more. Still again, into the laning phase. Into that Weaver and Timbersaw they go here for Karstens. Krish on Morph. Feels like he shouldn't be too threatened here, at the very least.
No, not really. You can do the calculations pretty much exactly right. You just click on the Timbersaw, you think about his numbers, and you need to have about 100 HP more than that. And that's all
Krish needs to do.
Yep.
He's managed that very well. Going to be a bit of an issue in maybe trying to keep Krish down. I'm not sure how much to expect from the Weaver Tim. This does feel like maybe one of the slower lanes to go off here. Which side of Karstens? We'll see if they can kick it off. I think the most explosive lane is that mid. You've got Mamang Daya up against Fufufier on that Earthshaker versus Ember matchup early on. Not looking too bad, but it's that Slugger, man. You've got Slugger, you've got Enchant Totem Spam's not looking great as they are chasing down top. Take down 9-shot. And is just a freebie here for good old PMA to pick up. Is that Raji? I always wonder. I have him on my friend. No, Raji's on. Okay.
No,
So
no,
Raji.
he's on his Ench. As
Right.
always.
So that's a Rodian. What are we expecting for Karstens? We were talking a lot about Team TK's draft in terms of timings, in terms of what to expect from lanes. What's the objective here early on for Karstens with this kind of draft?
Incredibly enough, I'm looking at maybe Ali as one of the potential wild cards here. He has been moving so much in the previous couple of games. He barely stays in lane. He's often been for the first blood in the other lane and then making his way through mid instead of going through the gate. So there is a potential that we're going to see a lot of movement out of this Weaver, and I do think that him contributing to some kills perhaps on other lanes might make it possible for him to get good timing on his earn, and that is when you can try and keep Krish down more in this lane. Once you have an earn, you can maybe go for kill attempts on him. And I do think that the Timbersaw is the kind of hero that can get left alone in this lane after level 3, perhaps.
Certainly can be once he's self-sustainable. I would like to see that movement out from Ali. I do agree. I mean, you've got this Rake King, right? With Spectral Blade. There's some good presence there once you've got maybe level 3, level 4. There is some kill threat to apply there, especially with the Gyrocopter, although maybe not as straightforward with secondary strikes over the rocket barrages, but again, some potential there to try to bully out a Doom who is probably just sitting back and farming. You do have the Devil's Bargain up for JG.
Which...
the most... I think in Snowry, I was seeing a little bit more of the Devour one, which I didn't feel like the biggest fan. There's a lot of play potential with just having this refund.
There is, right? But the problem with that is that, at least for the previous JG Doom game, he didn't use it at all. And I've seen a lot of players go for this facet and be like, yeah, this could come in very handy, and they just never use it. I'm like, perhaps you should have had the other one then.
That's a fair point. Instantly. Instantly.
All right. Talking about facets, by the way, I am a certified Spectral Blade hater.
You're a hater?
Yeah, I'm a hater.
You like the good old Skellies?
I like the good old Skellies because it's all about acceleration, baby. And this Wraith King is slow.
That's fair. That's a fair point. The farming pace is a lot slower without the Skellies, but it brings back the spirit of old Wraith King, doesn't it? One button hero, technically. I mean, if you ignore re-ink. No complications, no need to worry about, I gotta summon Skellies. It's too much APM for your average Wraith King player. And this is just old school.
No, it really is. But yeah, that's... Those skeletons, the acceleration, I think is a prime example of why Wraith King was a top tier pick for quite a long time. Even after the hero hasn't had that many changes or buffs in the long run. I think it was the acceleration that really made him viable for a while. And taking that acceleration out, the rest of the hero is still as good as it was, but we're in a patch right now where all those carries show up at, level 7 for fights in mid. They rotate to kill your tower. And the Wraith King not going as fast as he could. The Wraith King not auto-shoving any waves anymore either. Those are things that I've seen... They are missing. They go missing from these games where the Wraith King gets picked.
That is a fair point. Like, that early presence doesn't quite feel great. At least with the Skellies, you have that push threat. And maybe you can try to time it into Deso with that faster farming pace, although later down the line. Early on, if it's probably not going to be contributing too much, I'm keen on seeing what his build will be, depending on how this lane comes out. I think that's another interesting aspect. You have the Spectral Blade on hand. I'm enjoying the fact that JG and Krish have been enjoying pinging out these facets for us to see. We are very well aware, yes. Twisted Chakram. I don't think... Have you ever seen anyone in Pro Match take the... the Splinters? Nah. I mean, why give up a second Chakram?
Exactly. And the utility that you get out of it as well, right? Like, if you're on the chase down, you've already hit them a couple of times. They don't do well enough. You get them with that Twisted Chakram. They were already on half health. That's a huge score.
Yeah. It just lets you line up more than just those weird wood splinters. I mean, I guess it's thematically fitting that the splinters would just be more annoying than anything else compared to a secondary blade, but it's like one of those. You know what? Well, we've got time here, Kips. How do you feel about this straight up number patch in comparison to last? I honestly expected a little bit more.
Yeah, same. It feels a little bit like this is just all of the stuff that they couldn't cram in the previous one yet. They had to, they had to bring that one out. People were already, T-Gov was going absolutely insane. Especially, you gotta save the poor man from himself, right?
Oh yeah.
But especially,
fair, I don't think he helps himself as much as he should. He willingly subjects himself into madness.
I mean, don't we all whenever we press that Q button? Anyway,
Ah.
all joking aside, though, no, I do think that it's a lot of the finishing off. I think a lot of the innits that were just like, hey, you now get your passive at level 1 were sort of placeholders. I had that feeling when the patch came out originally, and now that we have the full number patch here, most of those have been cleaned up. So Earthshaker and the Ember Spirit, notable beneficiaries of actually getting a proper innit now.
That is fair. I will say, as a Warlock player, I'm still severely disappointed that for some reason he still has the Grimoire, doesn't he? That stupid Grimoire.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he does. Ah, it's so dumb. So dumb.
but don't you like
It's like-
level 6?
I mean, I do like hitting level 6, but it's just boring. It's just
It is
it's
kinda
like
boring.
Witch Doctor and the Grigri. It's like, all right, I get some money, or Gris, as I like to say. It's just boring. There's no gameplay there. I'm not. My gameplay is not affected. My itemization is. My level spikes are. But from a gameplay standpoint, as I can't say as a game designer, but someone who studied ludology or gameplay for a little bit in university, it's just not engaging. It's a bit disappointing. I get triggered every time I see that Warlock come out. Johnny picks it in the EWC and he takes the Black Grimoire every single time, and I see him pop it to get level 6, and then he's under leveled for the rest of the match. It's like, all right, he hit 6. Great job. Warlock hit 6. After that, he's going to be 3 levels behind everyone else still, because he's still Warlock. Your gameplay does
'Cause
not
it's
change.
so
Oh
hard.
man, it's triggered.
No.
I just triggered myself.
Yeah, wasn't like the fact that your upheaval is actually fantastic now. Isn't that like enough of sort of a boon to make you feel better about it? Like the fact that the rest of the hero has become more engaging, or what would you do with that facet? Let me put it that way. What would you like the Warlock to have instead?
I don't know. Like, I think Champion of Goroth is a very interesting take already. I think it's fun. I think if you really wanted Warlock to have EXP, give him, I don't know, take Spirit Breaker's innate, toss it onto Warlock, because he's going to be underleveled. Spirit Breaker doesn't need that. And toss it onto Warlock or something. Change Black Grimoire to something more engaging. I don't know what would be more engaging, to be fair. Anything more than just a damn book in his pocket. I mean, again, thematically it makes sense.
In his
remember-
his evil purse, isn't it? Isn't that
Yes, in his
yeah.
evil purse. That's the name of the item slot. His evil purse. And I think I remember Slacks asked on Reddit who the weakest hero on paper is. No one mentioned Warlock. I'm like, dude, his lore is he's a librarian. He's a literal librarian. He just opened an evil book and he can summon demons. He's theoretically the weakest guy in the field.
Yeah, it's really not him doing all of the work, is it?
No. He just reads and he just says stuff and the demons do the work, but he's just
But knowledge
little
is
weakling.
power. Knowledge is power,
Knowledge is
John.
power. Knowledge is power, but he only gets that knowledge to hit level 6, and he's not going to go in for... That's how far his knowledge takes him. Level 6. And the sad thing is, see, this is my argument why it's bad, all right? So, you get charges when you get kills or assists. If you're killing or assisting his Warlock in lane, you're going to hit level 6 before the standard time anyhow. So what are you going to save that level spike for? Your 12? Your 15 spike, which isn't amazing? Your 20 spike, which is kind of insane to put your game on? It's like,
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
because
know.
I have seen that.
It's
I'm trying to
mind-boggling.
remember the very high-profile Warlock match, I think a month ago or so, where the Warlock was just, I don't need to hit 6, I don't need it to hit 15, oh, I don't even need it to hit 20, and he just sat on the Grimoire for the entire
Yeah.
match.
Exactly. Like, if you're winning, it just doesn't matter. You should have... It's like, I don't know. Just,
Yeah,
just
and if
just
you're
my shout out
losing,
to
it's
any
not going to
Warlock
do
player.
anything for you.
No, you'll
Okay.
get 6 and you'll be stuck there.
And now,
It's either or.
now I think we've gone to the crux of the matter, right? Because it's not going to do anything for you that isn't already happening in a match. So perhaps it should, instead of like rewarding you for results, it should reward you for effort. Maybe, I don't know, the amount of mana that you've spent casting spells so far or something. Is that abusable? You get,
Would
you
be
get EXP based
abusable.
on
You
that?
just spam
Yeah.
out your E every time. Yeah,
I mean,
but
isn't that what
it
you
is
do anyway?
I will say it's interesting. That is way more interesting than Black Grimoire.
Yeah.
Maybe this might be broken. Maybe make Shadow Word restore a portion of healing as mana, and then lower the healing overall on Chaotic Offering on the other one.
Okay.
The regen is damaged. Maybe that's one way to balance. I don't know. See, because some of the facets are insanely good, right? Like Lion, I think, has the best example of the most fun. Lion and Ogre Magi, in my opinion, have the most interesting facets
Ogre
from a gameplay
wins it for
design
me.
standpoint. Right? Like
Yeah.
Ogre with his the dumb block buff, which is like meh. I mean, it's kind of nice. 80% is pretty good compared to like 75, fine. But the lower level requirements, no skill points level 1, it's really interesting. It's very
Learning
brave.
curve.
It's a very brave design choice.
Yeah, and it's so
Lion
thematic
with Fist of
too.
Death.
Like I think
Yeah,
that's
it
why
is.
we love it so much. It's because it's both thematic and good. And a lot of these heroes have facets that are thematic, but they aren't very good. Like the Timber Saw that sparked this entire conversation.
Oh yeah.
Or things that are really good, but what does it have to do with the hero itself?
Exactly. Like Lion with Fist of Death, I think, is just extremely fun.
Yeah,
It's
fantastic.
honestly, it's the best one. It's so good. Like Mike was like, "Oh, John, why would you take Fist of Death?" I'm like, dude, you get one finger kill if you're in the right fight at the right time. You get 2 stacks. You get one more set of 2 into your 12, another 2 before your 15. Suddenly you have 5 to 6 for your HP talent. It's like insane. It's so good. That's good design. I love it.
It is, and
I
it
wish they'd
switches
buff
the
Lion.
complete playstyle around as well.
Mm.
Encourages you
It
to do
does.
something that you normally wouldn't even consider, and then a lot of people get creative with it and they try to find builds for it, and that is the top tier of Dota, where it
Oh, yeah.
invites you to go out of your comfort zone and try to break this game.
Yeah, I've tried. I will be honest. I have tried Lion mid with Echo Saber Rush. I did not enjoy it, but it was funny. As we will finally. What else is funny is that we're actually back into this game. That pause was a little bit longer than the entire time this game's been running. We are back. Still a disconnect here for Leon, baby, but they've microed him in lane just to soak EXP. Not going to feel great for the Termsaw to miss out in some waves, though. So that is going to be a mild issue down the line. Overall, again, laning-wise, looking pretty good for TK so far. In the mid lane here for Mamang Daya, just with Slugger, it feels like you get so many angles of just harassment.
Yeah.
It's insane how much Fufu Fie has to deal with now.
Yeah. No, you're a TA on steroids, man. The range on this
Oh, yeah.
stuff, absolutely enormous, and all of that is on top of the fact that Ember Spirit used to lose the Earthshaker already, because your Flame Guard does absolutely nothing with the amount of physical damage that comes in. He can deny whatever he wants. You are a melee hero who needs to step into that wave and you're going to get stunned by the aftershocks. It was already all bad. Now you
Yeah.
can't even keep your distance.
No. Oh my god. It's the change to the way Slugger works is just insane. Just freebies. Fufu Fie. We'll get the chains off under tower. A couple of hits onto Mamang Daya, but not really going to do much to stop the aggression. It's a little bit of a rough go here for the... I mean, goddamn that Slugger.
Yeah,
It's
unplayable.
it's way too much. No, it is. Oh god.
Oh, Mamang
disgusting.
Daya is having the time of his life. He's been seeing these Ember picks. He's been picking this Ember himself, and he's been thinking, when I get the opportunity, I'll show him how to shut it down.
Oh yeah. Shaker's one of the best ones. Mamang Daya having a good game, like you mentioned, maybe a little bit more up and down in the past few days. Certainly not today. At least with this matchup. TK again, pretty much finding everything. I don't know if you'll get the room for Ali now to make that move onto
Yeah,
top while
exactly.
Leon is still disconnected.
That's what I'm
It's
worried
rather
about,
unfortunate.
is that was supposed to be where Carstens can make up for the fact that the static situation of the lanes is not good enough.
Oh, is it?
Ifrit,
Oh,
yeah.
goodness.
Can you imagine if the Weaver is free to come into that top lane, is not at 5% HP at the moment where that goes down? Or excuse me, Ali.
Just- Yeah, there would be some turn potential. You could try to play with a Swarm, run around with a Spectral Blade, but just not getting that. You're
Very
basically, again, playing 4v5. Water Rune, Fufu Fie still manages to get it. They are starting to pressure on Mamang Daya with even a rotation out from 9-shot. Doesn't get the bottle top up, though. But we'll get the secondary out for Fufu Fie, so he's going to have a nice time to fill up, try to maintain this lane at the very least here. Overall, very free start for Team TK. Carstens, I mean, with a Turbosaw gone, still no reconnect. How do you try to salvage this? Do you just transition Ali into
Yeah.
working as a core?
I think
Perhaps
you
like
do.
semi-core still go for the urn?
Yeah, listen, you need an urn. You need a vessel in this game in order to get to play first this Morphlane mid game. So uh, the fact that he's going to get extra farm here can at least be leveraged well because this is an item that needed to be built, and I have no doubt that he's going to do it. So at least you've got that going for you. And I do think that Ali is the kind of player that can pop off with more farm. But I gotta say, you were already supposed to be the team that if you win this, to do it through turning the game. Alright, dive on top.
Yeah, Ifrit. They get a good rotation out from Raji through the gate, along with a Centaur creep up. Already killing off Ifrit. 9-shot next to go. Double for JG. And there's that gate movement out from Raji this time around instead.
And don't feel afraid to interrupt me when I'm off on one of those tangents, because sometimes I get lost in the sauce.
I know that feeling. That's Mike just makes me shut up every time. Do not worry.
Excellent.
I will try to remember. You know, I'm used to being shut up more than the other way. Ifrit just respawned, just TP'd, still stuck with Tree up here, is just dead. Goodbye.
Yeah, and
he did manage to spectral blade to creep, at least. That's something.
This is the most
on you.
painful of deaths, right? Still full minute on that TP cooldown. You're gonna lose your tower off of this. That's the catapult wave as well.
Yeah. Timing not lining up. 9-shot walks back.
And now you're stuck in the jungle with a spectral blade instead of with the boys.
Yeah. They isolate the disconnect. And Leon, baby, he's just dead. Freebie for Krish. Trying to micro around Ali, or maybe... Nah, probably Ali just microing. Doesn't really lead to much. Just freebie. 7-0 start. Karsten's some aggression out from Fufufie. Does not connect on the slight. So Mamangai is free to walk out. Really nice amp damage room for him to play with, though. But 4K lead for TK. Karsten's, I don't want to be fatalistic, but this does look really hard to recover from.
Yeah. No, they had a hard matchup ahead of them before this disconnect. And this is really the kind of thing that makes a game borderline unrecoverable. When you're already up against an opponent that is inexperienced in, well, raw MMR favored over you.
Yeah, it's hard going. For at least no Wisdom Rune shenanigans. Oh, no, there is. Raji micros out the cursor and denies.
Value.
Ollie. A lot of value. Holding back this Weaver who already can't work that lane. Free EXP could have gone to Leon Baby as well, because he's probably bottom EXP at this point. Mamang Daya with a pause. And instant G from JG. Never mind G. Alright. What's going on? Okay. Oh, okay.
That is polite. That is polite.
They did forget. Yeah, there you go. Get the go-ahead. Go back in. I am curious about one thing.
Yeah?
Oh, they're running up. Find another on 9-shot. Goodbye, Jar Copper as well. Freebie for JG. I was wondering, I haven't seen Slugger work up against illusions. Do all of the illusions also end up flying away in an Echo Slam if they all die? Does it?
I mean...
You happen to know?
My instincts...
Have you seen it?
I have not seen it. No, this is the first Earthshaker that I see, in fact, with this renewed facet on. But I expected they would.
It would be very funny.
Oh, yes.
For Earthshaker matchups.
Good dodge.
Keen seeing that. Yeah, really good dodge out from Fufufie, but haste rune up from Mamang Daya. Does manage to run away. No problems here for Earthshaker. Back. Phantom's Embrace still does connect. Inkswell on top, and wow, gets sent across the screen. Ali trying to rotate in. Not going to be able to find that opening onto Mamang Daya as they do kill off. Oh, come on, that's just bullying now, Krish. I'm sure they left the hero there, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right?
I imagine Ifrit has taken over that micro, because I saw the Weaver in a Sakuchi running around while the Timbersaw was casting spells as well, and I think Ifrit is the one that has the least on his hands currently, so... I imagine that's what's going on here, and that allows Ali to look for that Urn Charge.
Chains onto 2. The slam with a Soul Bind. Get the damage. Oh, the Slugger cleans up 9-shot Doom out onto Fufufie. Sent back to France, across the river. True to Sienne. Going swimming in the Olympics.
Yeah, and that hasn't worked out well for anybody actually in France, so...
No, it hasn't.
Up the River Seine without a paddle, shall we say.
Without a paddle, without some antibiotics, you're in for a rough time there. 13-0, 10k lead for TK. I mean, props to Karstens. You know, they're not calling it. They're still banking on
They
finding their
never
openings.
have. And of course, you need to sit this game out for as long as possible, because every minute that you buy here is a minute that your Timbersaw can fix his issues, or, you know,
Right.
run as fast as humanly possible towards the nearest LAN cafe.
That is true. This is very strategic.
You're literally
And they're
buying
still
time.
finding Yeah. That is a resource that's very hard to buy in normal circumstances.
Yes.
Unfortunate with that Timber Chain. Not quite how it works here, Ifrit, if you are microing that, but it is all perfectly good. I don't think I've ever seen a scoreline before, though. 13-0, 10k lead at 10 minutes in.
No.
An outstanding game one for Team TK. well, with a disconnect. I have
mean-
to caveat that, but a good start.
It's a darn shame, though. I would have liked to see them do it where it's like undeniably outclassing. Because that's the
Yeah.
performance that I've been waiting for them all group stage long.
Yeah, and it's not reasonable to say that when it's a 4v5,
Nope.
unfortunately.
Nope.
We do have a smoke out. Blink up on Mamang Daya. Look for this angle out. No slam, but does have damage with enchant and aftershock. Anyhow, see if they find an angle in. Invis up as well. Blink forward. Get the combination. Yeah. Just gone.
Yeah, I mean, Fufufier, you can press your remnant there. He had a second. I'm actually surprised that it was not a Fissure from the Fog, and not giving him an opportunity at all. But he was too startled. He wasted his time turning.
He did. He did manage to get the chains, but not quite the escape out. Arson to keep that pressure up. Still going.
Level 6.
Still have that
Wraith
blink.
King.
Oh, slam out. And, well, Ifrit's gone. Still has a value point in re-ink. Will use it.
And the TP's
See if
come
he
in.
can do anything in the second life. Do you manage to get the Soulbind? No, not quite here. Soulbind does connect. No usage of Doom. Instead, they will... Okay, the Doom's out as well. Only onto one, but they'll kill off Ali. Will be able to find one in exchange. First kill of the game for Karstens. Can they find more? JG left back. Fufufier does have a lot of damage with double impact.
Yes, but that Shaker's coming.
But
Yeah, good
Mamang
dodge.
Dai is here. Oh, God. Yeah, dodges one. Has the remnant forward. Trying to juke and drive. Get some more damage off. Change does not connect. Mamang Dai waiting for the remnant usage here. See if Fufufier bites the bait. Still playing tag with JG. Burning to that damage.
Oh, one of them has better fire.
Blade chain. Oh, does dodge, but there you go. Mamang Dai was waiting for that one.
I just have to applaud Fufufier there, though, because he knows he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He sees this as a challenge, and he nearly got that JG kill too. They're calling
They
it.
called. GG's
All right.
called. 12 minutes for game one. Team TK and take it in resounding. Well, it's hard to say again if they've
Yeah.
taken it in strong form. They look good. This is
They
a
did.
4v5 overall, but hey, they look good. Karsten's rather unfortunate for the disconnect on Leon. We were talking a little bit about the matchups being rough here. What would you like to see change into that game two here, Kips?
I definitely think that Karstens got a little into their own heads during the draft already. The support duo ending up as like the two first picks, both flag picks, neither of them actually ending up as a core, definitely hampered them here. They don't have any burst damage, they don't have any stuns, so you don't get to make any surprising plays here if the laning stage doesn't go your way. And that Wraith King, man, I'm already not that big of a fan of Wraith King currently where he is at, but you definitely see the problems here between the laning stage of that spectral blade aspect, and then the recovery is absolutely nil as well.
Yeah, it just felt really hard to kind of recover. They needed some of that spacing, like, again, the space for Ali to maybe get that rotation up top. Tried to play with that early aggression. I personally wasn't a big fan of the facets chosen as well, like not having the Rocket Barrage facet and Sport Gyro. Felt a little bit strange as well, considering you've got this rating you could be aggressive with. We'll see if Karstens can rectify that going into game two. For Team TK, already one game up, should feel good. Again, even a draw here in this series, and one of those head-to-heads at 2-0 can still give them some leeway, depending on how their head-to-head went. But a 2-0 here would definitely be the way Team TK will look to close out. We'll see if they can carry through that momentum, and again, whether or not Karstens can actually give us a match, as we will be waiting for that game number 2.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back to the RES Dota 2 Regional Series for Southeast Asia. It's John Xfire here with Kips. We saw a 12-minute Game 1 with a longer pause time than we had actual gameplay there, Kips. What are we hoping for here in Game 2 for Carlstons as Team TK won that one 5 versus 4?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to give Team TK, unfortunately, any credit for that, but the initiative that I saw in that game, like the decisiveness of Mamandaya picking up that Earthshaker, like we are going to crush that mid lane, and the way that they drafted in general looked really solid, really like they came into this day with their head screwed on right. And Carstens, I'm not sure if I would have given that particular game with that draft the chances of turning it around anyway, which is, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but that is the way that Carstens are going to take a map off Team TK here today. If they do it, it's going to be a turnaround. It's going to be based on Ifrit playing his heart out on both the amount of farm that he's going to be able to get in a game that goes against him, as well as contributing all the while as well. So they have a tough road ahead of them. Yeah, no matter what.
For sure. I know how to feel about that opening from Carlstons on the draft as well. Like, they saw the Doom, they go into Weaver and Gyrocopter and end up with both of those as supports. It didn't feel amazing, even draft-wise there for Carstens. What kind of openers would you prefer? What priority would you like to see here for Carstens to get that comfort for Ifrit?
For Ifrit, I mean, waiting for the last pick has its benefits, of course, and but they won't have it this time around, which means that the flex is way more important. I would be aiming more towards something like a Sven or a CK, something that can really make a difference. And a Sven you can pick early on as a flex as well. You can still pivot out of that. So that is maybe something that I would like to see them do.
And see if that's something in the cards here for Carstens. We are into the game. Already have the draft on hand. Muerta being banned out by Carstens. Team TK once again on the Monkey King and Jakiro bans here. Nothing too strange just yet. First pick overall for Carstens. So as you mentioned, the flex here for Carstens has to kick in. Don't have that last pick overall. What else are we going to be banning out here for Carstens as they take their time? I don't know if you really want to prioritize stuff like the Doom or the Shaker at all, if ever. Here for Carstens, maybe you take care of the bigger meta heroes. You might have to take care of maybe the CK yourself, maybe the Tiny could still be annoying as they ban out the Doom, so they do show some respect there for JG.
I can't believe the Tiny got completely ignored in a previous draft as well. I mean, there is a scenario where you ban the Earthshaker and pick the Earth Spirit immediately, or the Ember Spirit. Wow, good morning. But you still have to be wary of the fact that TK has played Huskar in this self-same tournament and absolutely dunked on the Ember Spirit with that. So, risky business.
It is risky business here for Carstens. Let's see again what their options will be. Prowling Beast being banned out by TK once again. We did see JG connect and disconnect and reconnect, so a bit of connection issues for JG this time around, but Hoodwink being taken care of as well by Team TK, so Tiny still in the pool. Could be a first pick safe bet for Carstens if they don't ban it out. Have some flex, could still run it mid, more than it's still happy on support as well. It was nerfed down a bit, but the damage values do still feel pretty damn good for Tiny, so keen on seeing if that's the way Carstens will want to go as they dip into the reserve time themselves. Is there anything we're missing on like first phase priority? Maybe the Enchantress? I think it was also fairly popular.
Yeah. Pango's been banned a decent lot, of course. Sand King is one of the heroes that, surprisingly enough, like with the change to his Axe, I think he is way more playable again, has way more reliable scaling than he used to. As Karsten's just, well, I did mention the Medusa as one of the better performances from Ifrit so far, but I gotta say, I did not expect him to pick it up first like this. I don't think you have to, unless you are planning to do something absolutely wild with this and flex it to the offlane.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no, a first pick Medusa can be underwhelming if it's counteracted, and there's a lot of viable options. I don't know about AM, but even just line support can already feel mildly awful for Medusa. An Axe pickup in lane can feel awful. If he gets a level advantage, that's just a wash for Dusa until she gets something with HP. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, again, like we were talking about all these facets and innates. I think Dusa's one of the big winners in this patch.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I hate what they've done with that attack. I don't think she needed it. I think the volley's great. Her 5th attack getting a slow like that, it's like, it's actually really annoying. So I will give props to Val for finding that. Team TK into the Shadow Demon, so now you have your Medusa Illusions to turn for yourself. That's going to be a fairly annoying thing for Karstens to have to play into now as well as the Medusa scales up. I love this answer from TK.
Yeah, and Shadow Demon is such a fun hero to start a draft with as well, right? Because you have so many synergies that you can now play with. I guess this is set up for a Centaur, for a, old school, for a Marana. Are we going to maybe get an illusion hero of our own to empower with this as well? Or somebody who's maybe, would be a little fragile in this game, but we're going to have a bubble save and we're going to put some purges on top of you and suddenly everything's fine and dandy. It can go anywhere. I'm a big Shadow Demon enjoyer. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think this year feels really good right now, right? Especially with Disseminate, the 15% HP add and reduction. It's insane how much that is on top of already just that bubble save. So going to be rather interesting for TK. There's an argument as well for, I suppose, the Nyx. If you want to take that out for TK, I mean, again, it's a very straightforward Medusa counter. It's not going to feel great for Medusa whatsoever. So I'm curious if that's something that Karstens could consider banning. They've taken care of the DK plus the Weaver. They will take care of the Brewmaster, so a lot of the Medusa counteractions are still there. TK, for their part, I mean, is there anything you're really worried about? It doesn't feel like there's any direct synergies with Medusa that you have to be fully concerned about. You're just looking for strong heroes. Again, Tiny, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can really work. I mean, it sounds fine. Again, Dusa has, like, follow-up holds. You can rotate top if ever the Avalanche Toss doesn't kill. You have some control on your Dusa for their top rotation. They ban Clockwork.
I'm sorry, I just like how you still say Avalanche Toss, but it's Toss Avalanche these days, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it's just Toss Avalanche now. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's like you're used to it for years.
Yeah,
it's like Avalanche Toss. No,
yeah. I mean, it's the
not
same.
how it works anymore.
We made it a little portmanteau. We called it Avatoss and everything.
Now it's Toss Ava.
Yeah, it just
how
doesn't.
the times change. Doesn't roll off.
No.
No. Just doesn't. What do you want now for Team TK? I think just go Nyx. I think if you go Nyx, then this Deuce is just not going to have a game.
No, she's not. But you are then spending your entire support duo countering a hero that might not even be. Yeah, so we do the Tiny instead. Might not be the enemy carry at the very least. Now, support Dusa, that's a bridge too far for me. That's the reason why I suggested Sven, because support Sven is perfectly fine. And you can actually just, the enemy is going to spend a couple of picks addressing it, and then you say, haha, psych, that's not our carry. But with Dusa, it's going to be a core no matter what you do.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to spin a support Dusa in my head. I can't find that spin. There goes the Pangolier we're having a chat about as well, behind the scenes. Pango comes out once again, because it's still a great hero, even in this patch for the nth time. Pangolier is still in the pool. Why? It's one of the more disappointing parts, I think, with Dota over the years. This hero. We used to have that problem with Morris, if you recall, right? Like when Morris launched
Yeah.
into like 2-3 years into his debut, he was still strong. It's much more niche now, but Pangolier has not died. Come on.
He's
please.
at the Earth Spirit problem, right? Where he's just received nerf after nerf after nerf, but the problem is the kit. And I like to separate, like, is the kit good versus are the numbers good? So, for example, a hero with a bad kit with good numbers will be OP. A hero with a bad kit and bad numbers is absolutely unplayable. A hero with a good kit, bad numbers, still playable.
Yep.
A biggest example for what I think is a bad kit that needs good numbers in order to be viable at all is Void Spirit.
Oh yeah, no.
Train I've been on for the past year or so.
No, I agree. Void Spirit's been kind of dead. It's a funny hero with his alt stats thing, right? He has that bonus on stats. It's kind of funny. It's not particularly amazing.
No.
But yeah, the numbers are.
That's not quite a steroid, and then he doesn't have a way
Yeah.
out. The damage is limited to his charges, so you need an Octarine, but that
Doesn't feel good.
no.
Just doesn't.
Okay, Crystal Maiden on top of that Dusa. The other big Dusa team that has been winning with it, and they haven't picked it that often, but the game where they had it, it made a lot of sense, was with a support Tinker, where it's like, okay, we've got this carry, all the eggs are in this basket, the enemy is going to go for her, and we just keep her alive, because that Tinker is going to have that healing march of the machines, and you put a Holy Locket over the top, where the mana regen is aces for Medusa, the burst mana heal. So the Crystal Maiden reminds me a little bit of that, but you could still. Perhaps they've got that on their minds.
That they could. Team TK go into the Dark Seer, straight into their back-to-back with the Terrorblade on hand. So nothing too crazy. Straightforward Terrorblade game. It has felt. I mean, we've seen a little bit of it even in the last patch. The playstyle change has been interesting because of the illusion nerf, so it does feel a little bit more upfront. You farm a lot more aggressively. You join for that movement you talked about in the last game, where you join in at the mid lane at around 7 minutes in, or at least when you get level 6. Terrorblade can do that quite nicely. So I like these answers from TK. It's also the illusion here to combine with your Shadow Demon now, so you get value there. Karstens go into the Troll Warlord, so potentially drawing us into that offlane Dusa and safe lane Troll. The Troll versus Terrorblade matchup is also kind of fine, especially as you itemize. Once you hit Ags with the Dispels,
What about that Shadow Demon, though?
can feel good. Yeah, no, it's gonna feel a little bit awkward into that imprisonment at the least. But
It feels so forced, dude.
I don't know, like,
it's so
Yeah,
forced. It's like,
I mean,
we're flexing, and you flex into a troll
Yeah.
when, you're going to start wailing on somebody, and Shadow Demon says, cool, bubble.
yeah, that's it. I don't know. And I'm like, offlane Deuce in this game doesn't sound particularly amazing either. I feel like there's a control issue for Karstens. Whereas for Team TK, you've got the Avalanche and then Vac Wall. Then well, obviously you have the toss as well for the damage, but just Vac Wall plus Avalanche is already really good. Reflection on top plus Deuce Illusions from Shadow Demon, or just holding back the Troll. I don't see a pick for Karstens that fixes this in
5 seconds remaining.
like
All right.
that's some tech I
mean,
haven't ran into yet.
It makes more sense because the lane of an offline Dusa, you have 2 damage spells now, but one of them is physical, so the Terrorblade really does not care about the volley at all. Which is, I'm calling it the volley, the Gorgon's Grasp.
I don't know about what you do is to support Dusa. It's going to be interesting to see, I
build a
guess. They ban out
support?
the mids here.
I mean,
They're expecting
TK
maybe-
could be wrong.
Mhm.
But
They could be. That could be. We'll see how they close out in Karstens. They don't have the last pick overall, so they're going to have to show their hand here early. We still have some, very mild reserve time left once this ticks down here on their actual time to show us the ideas. Who does Dusa?
Radiant team pick.
Elder
Seems
Titan. So it is just offlane. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sold.
ET
I'll tell you here, kids.
I'm not sold
entirely
either.
sold.
ET versus TB, I think it is the best possible pick that they could have made. Because you do get a hero that will consistently bring that TB's armor down to 0. You're going to be clubbing him for all it's worth. It makes the matchup of all your physical damage dealers in this game a lot better. But the problem is, of course, that with the Elder Titan, you do need to be in melee range for the armor reduction. And this is a game where that's gonna hurt. So this ET better have one hell of a game in order to stand up to all of the damage he's going to receive for stepping up.
That he is. And they close out in Team TK with the Mamangdaya Ember Spirit to lane into Fufu Hie's angle here. It is an Ali Dusa, so Leon Baby will actually take the Elder Titan off, which means we do have Dusa 4, which is interesting, I suppose.
Apparently you go Atos Phylactery, and I'm not gonna pretend that I saw that before or that I made this up myself. I just looked it up because nobody does it, and it's not exactly winning either. 46% win rate in 150 matches, so niche and not even good.
Niche and not good. We'll see if Ali can make it work. Maybe he's one of those 46% winners here. And to game number 2, I think I know which way you and I lean here, Kips. To try to sell this from Karstens, what do they have to do to make this draft succeed up against Team TK?
Well, their ace in the hole is this Elder Titan, and we've seen absolutely core-worthy performances from position 4 Elder Titans plenty of times in the previous couple of months, and now he's going to have the actual farm to back it up and do it faster. And yeah, if he can stand in the front lines, if you get yourself a fast Ags, get yourself that shard over the top as well, and you can stand in the middle, hang and bang with the best of them, then all of the extra physical damage that's in this lineup, and this is a physical damage lineup par excellence, then yeah, you're going to be phenomenal in these team fights, and the fact that you have a high armor Terrorblade up versus you doesn't mean anything. That is the way, that is the road. It's a narrow one, but it's there.
That it is. I'm keen on seeing. Maybe the support user works because you're just going to be pumping up Corgan's Grasp and Mystic Snake. Like you said, maybe the Phylactery can come out here as well for all leaders. A lot of control. I think that is one thing to consider. With an ET offlane, that tiny root can kind of set up for some really clutch Astral Spirit stomps for you to kind of try to run down. And maybe look for that early pressure that way. We'll see, as we should be able to head into the game in rather short order here. Game number 2 for Team TK up against Karstens. And we will get into it. Again, we've got the Dusa coming out on support with that very annoying Venomous Volley. And to be very frank, that is a very annoying facet. So they've got that going for themselves.
No, so she has utility to start off with. And getting the Mystic Snake will enable you to trade decently well as well. It's not the worst. Like, if you look at the fact that Terrorblade support has been viable in the past, we've seen, well, you were talking about like Ember Spirit position 5. As far as a laning support, certainly I don't see a whole lot of trouble with it. I think the problem comes after what do you have to add to the game after that laning stage is over.
Let's see what Ali can add. Doesn't look like there's going to be too many big scuffles here. Although they should be able to. They do snag the extra one. They entrap Ali. This Medusa Illusion's already laying on some hurt. And Ali is just free food for Krish. No, he gives up the chase. We'll chase again. 2 more right clicks.
She's so
1 more.
slow.
2 more. 1 more. Come on. 1 more. Come on, Krish. There you go. And that is the literal definition of Lakad Matatag. He just walked. Yep. That's it. And got the kills. There you go.
Beautiful opening for
Not a good start for Adusa.
No, it's not. I mean, at least the TB is going to be a little late to the wave here, but I think a kill and half a level is more than enough to make up for that.
Oh yeah, 100% it should be. At least, again, like, Leon is fairly annoying on the offlane ET. Arachi's doing a great job of just being disruptive with the disruptions. So you do have that going for yourself here. Should not be too rough of a lane for Krish. Already, again, saw that level 1 reflection. Does a ton of work. Just free spam on these heroes as well. And yeah, I don't know what timing you're kind of looking for there. Up top, JG already dropping low as well. Axe is being thrown out by Ifrit. will manage to hammer in at that kill. GG. Some early progression here for Karstens at the very least in comparison to game 1. And they find a counter kill.
Very nice. No, and they keep that. They killed the Darkseer before his level 2 now as well, so going to be annoying for JG trying to scrape together the extra experience to actually make it to the Surge.
They get the toss back on Ifrit. It is only a level 1 Iron Shell, and of course you got the Frostbite out from 9-shot, so trying to get that maximized damage onto Ifrit's not going to work out. A little bit of aggression down bot. Krish did a run forward with a Metamorphosis. Didn't manage to find the kill that time around. Again, we're seeing a lot more play out from Karstens. Actually having their off lane in is making a nice difference early on. And they have some play.
Yeah,
down mid, though.
Who would have
It's
thought?
not... Oh, yeah, who would have thought? 4v5. You bring a 5v5, the game changes. Mid lane is looking a lot better for Fufufie as well as Mamang Daya. Not really able to zone out the Pango, but it's almost something you expect. It's Pangolier. Its laning is still phenomenal. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
I
tired
don't
of talking
think.
about Pango already.
Yeah, I don't think this is one that the Pango wins by default anymore, though. I really think it's slightly
That is fair.
favored.
That is true, especially with that innate immolation plus the Flame Guard not melting. You have a lot of presence out from Mamang Daya. Maybe needs a few more levels. Melee matchup with a double impact can feel good as well, once you can invest. Already out of mana for JG up top, so no more spell spam for him. That is one weakness, I suppose, when you've got the Tiny in lane. It is still tiny. You're not getting pulls here across as well for PMA, so it's not really able to just soak up EXP, and that's giving a lot more leeway for Ifrit to actually work that lane early on.
Yep, and this is a Troll Warlord we're talking about. This is still a very strong laner. Not as strong of a laner as I'd like him to be. I still think the Troll is, and maybe that's a surprising opinion, a little underpowered. Because he needs so much after the laning stage.
No, I agree with you. Like, it's definitely a hero that is a little bit funky in its timings. I'd say maybe less funky than like a Muerta. I think Muerta's just very strange with her power spikes. She has the strangest feeling. Right? Like, she's weak and like she's strong in lane, then she drops off at like 15 as they kill off PMA with a good combination out from 9-shot.
A matter of time.
But the Troll, yeah, it's a slow go for JG, which is maybe a bit concerning. The aura timing here for the Darkseer not going to be as fast. Again, you've got this launching point for Karstens, which is like you talked about, right? Like Ifrit taking control of this game, his lane certainly setting up for that sort of tempo here from the safe.
Imagining that we're going to be seeing the Aghanims build up for him here, both in terms of enabling you to fight early, purging off things like the Surge, the Ion Shells, the Flame Guard from the Ember. All good stuff for him to enable himself with.
It is. Certainly, again, not much pressure coming out from JG and PMA. Mid lane, you are starting to see Mamang Daya pull ahead with the levels up. 0-2-3 build. So it has all the trading potential in the world. And again, you're still seeing Krish sort of free farm. Like, he's not finding kills like you are up top, but your Terrorblade's still not really threatened. You do see the volley out with the punches coming in from Leon Baby. Wipes out Raji, so that is one way to play.
And Raji does need to stand there and take those hits as well, because you can't afford the Terrorblade. Especially not with the double points into the reflection. Like, this indicates that Krish is feeling decently positive about this lane. You could definitely have already been putting another point into the Conjure image if you thought you were going to be forced out early. But this does mean that you need to make good on it. Because going into the jungle at level 5 or even 6 is going to be pretty hard for you.
And it is up top. 9 shots starting to drop low. Might be able to find it, but Ifrit will be able to clean up PMA in the back. And now JG couldn't get the gap closing. Gets rooted up.
There we go.
Freebie for Ifrit again. Double for the Troll.
There we go.
Karstens. And they're finding their game 1-5. They've got that start.
Yeah, double range lane with good slows and disables versus double melee. And this is one of the reasons why we see the double melee lane usually avoided. And teams are more aware of it than in the past. You usually don't see awkward double melee lanes anymore. It's usually with either a Beastmaster or a Darkseer who can make up for the fact that they're melee either with axes or with things like extra Ion Shell damage and the Surge. But versus Crystal Maiden Troll, yeah, that's that's a tall order.
And it is. Do manage to block Leon Baby down bot from picking up the Lotus. Commit the Metamorphosis on Krish. Ali, not the safest in this position. Does have some good stick charges to play with. Gets the root off onto Raji. Krish will take the freebie. Leon Baby still not safe. Spirit comes back. A couple of right clicks. Not quite enough. As JG drops again up top. They do manage to get the toss off. Tree toss as well. 9-shot does fall. Ifrit gonna be fine to walk out, but a little bit of punishment coming out here from TK. TP. Looking for the slight. Not quite enough from Mamgaya, but the remnant forward. Battle trance instant from Ifrit. Will drag him all the way back, though. In a spot that he doesn't want to be in, and they will find him.
Yeah, no, he was having a fine time, but definitely the dive under tower at this point in the game where you know that the mid laners are ready to start moving, that's a little much of a good thing.
It's a bit much. We'll find themselves that Wisdom Rune. JG will top it up with a bottle because he didn't get the tower top up for Mamangaya. Not too big of a loss. Rotation down bot for Fufu Fie. You get the Crystal Nova. Frost Blast out as well. Roll out. Krish, not the healthiest here. Dodges the one time. Not going to be able to dodge the rest. Right clicks from Leon Baby. Get the job done as Fufu Fie will clean up Raji. 4 to 8 start Karstens. Building off this early start quite nicely again. They lose top. You get some activity out for Fufu Fie. You slow down Krish.
Yep.
You're finding some good spikes here.
Exactly. So you've got yourself a game here, and that is always the thing that I say about teams that are working versus an opponent that's most likely stronger than them. Is you got to get yourself a game first, and then you can think about winning it. And that previous draft would not have given themselves a game, but now you have leverage, you have power. It's in your own hands.
And it is trying to get aggressive up top. Teammate gets clipped by the blast. Is going to be taken down by Ifrit once more. Not going to be able to go for GG as he did pull back early enough. It's movement out from Ali as well. They did give up rune control, so Mamangaya gets himself the shield rune. Doesn't manage to really fully threaten onto Fufu Fie. Forced to just smoke back into lane. Bounty rune picked up as well from Mamangaya. Everything you could possibly ask for.
Exactly, and this is the man that needs to make things happen for Team TK right now, right? Because the TB isn't going to do it. This is actually one of those games where you add a lot of risk if you metamorph early, and you try to contribute to those pushes. The fact that there's an Elder Titan really hurts.
Caught in the middle. We do manage to get the freezing field off. Battle trance off as well from Ifrit just to try to dodge out, maybe clean up onto Raji, but Vac does buy a little bit of time. Raji will live through as they clean both. 9-shot in Ifrit, taken down up top. Raji denies himself to neutral as well. Gets that reset. And the response out from Carson, it's not quick enough. 6 to 9 still. But they are buying some free space down bot. And Krish is not threatened solo. And they still have a very slight net root lead here for TK, despite all the kills Ifrit's found for himself.
Surprisingly enough, but the Pango's laning stage has really hurt him, and Leon Baby has spent a lot of time slapping around his lane opponents and not a lot of time hitting creeps.
Oh. Volley doesn't manage to quite connect. A little bit of a threat up top. Yeah, it's been a little bit slower going here for Elder Titan. Does have level 6 ready. So can just get that point in if you can see the connections. See if that's something you want to invest in. Rotations onto mid. They've got the control onto Mamdaya. Does manage to go for the arcane. Can they find a follow-up for Daya? Does manage to get the remnant out. Still the jump. The slight dodge. Perfect for Mamdaya with a remnant out as well. He's going to be able to sail out of there as they get a solo kill for Krish onto Leon Baby. All this attention onto mid. Disruption out again. Avalanche toss out. Fufu Fie doesn't have the role to play with here. Ali in the middle of nowhere. We'll find Raji. Can he play tag with anyone else, though? Slight damage from Mamangaya, not quite enough. Mana is a little bit low. The Stone Gaze to escape. He finds something for their trouble, but Leon Baby falling solo to Krish does not set a good tone.
No, that hurts. That hurts a lot. That is Krish who, has just been putting all of the points into the reflection and really getting the time to leverage that against Leon Baby when all of the attention is put elsewhere. And Mamangaya definitely... This is the Mamangaya I've been missing. There he is. He's been gone for a while. He has returned. Very glad to see it.
He's certainly been popping off. Getting those good rotations up top. Getting all of this attention down mid and still not dying. Still applying that pressure with a siege creep as well, keeping it alive as long as possible. The next creep wave coming in. Jumping a little bit deep up top, but Ifrit does still have that battle trance. The tower is not as safe though. Well, TP and Fufufie does have the roll. The Avalanche will hold back for a bit. Roll is committed. Can they find these connections? PMA will cop it to 2 times. Raji can't really do much to save. Has disruption, but a little bit far out. We'll take the sacrifice. It does save their tier 1 tower for now as well. They're buying time, but they lose their mid. Again, Daya kept that siege creep alive. He'll still find something from all of that movement. Raji, smoking to escape, is actually going to make it out as well with his really nice sneaky ward.
Alright. Lots of just efficiency from TK here that really allows them to come out ahead after a laning stage where Carstens looked, well, I don't want to say the best that they've ever looked on laning stage, but it's been on par. Not sneaky enough though.
Not quite sneaky enough. Freezing Field will slow down Mamangdaya, and this commitment might even kill him off. The Avalanche again to save. Remnant out is a little bit slower. Remnant's quicker. Oh, the dodge. Mamangdaya doesn't get clipped by the swash. Fufufie misses. Oh, goodness.
I'm just sweaty looking at that.
Oh, man. That was on the edge from Daya, for sure. Yeah, he gets away with it. 3K lead, 8-12. Team TK still working this map well, like you call their Kips. They are very efficient. Free farm for the TB, getting all of this attention mid, not really losing too much. PMA,
Daya living through the attention of 3 heroes twice is absolutely huge. And sure, you're not getting that much scaling out of it yourself, but that's okay if you look at how much Carstens is losing in the meantime.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, Leon Baby's below PMA's farm on our Tiny. That's your offlane ET being matched by a Tiny supporter running around the map like a maniac. They're certainly lacking some timing here on side of Carstens. They will smoke up. Look for this rotation down bot. Try to jump Krish. Krish still using the illusions to split farm just a little bit. Not spotted out yet. No wards to protect when that smoke does break. They don't run in the right direction either just yet. We'll plant the deep ward to set up later on.
Fufufie is already mid. I'd like to go for PMA here. Just keeping good distance.
Trying to save that smoke, but instead, TK goes in with the chains. Trying to get the movement out onto 9-shot. The roll is good onto Daya. Freezing Field's nice as well. Disruption to try to save. Can they dodge? Daya still in the middle of nowhere. Will manage to get a rim. Way to roll. Will connect. Daya will finally fall. Clean up Raji as well. The hits coming in from Leon Baby. Massive. And we'll get the chase down onto JG. He managed to serve his way to safety. Teammate does pick up the double damage, the amp damage rune as well. But that's some redemption for Carstens. Some important kills to find with Mamangdaya dead.
Yeah, and listen, he couldn't keep on getting away with that. He didn't have a safety remnant for the last 2 times that he did this. Here, I was like, surely he's got a safety remnant this time. No, he does not. Only gassing it when you're slowed up like that. You're not going to finesse your way out of it for a 3rd time.
Certainly not. Do manage to can reel this lead back just a tad bit. Gets Leon Baby ahead of her Tiny. Evens out Fufufie and Mamangdaya. It's coming together somewhat. Ags rush for Leon Baby.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, that is the item that you need to get to play this game. But on the other hand, that does mean that Fufufie needs to carry the early mid game here. And we're already at 15 minutes, and you're not going to show up in full force until a couple of minutes more because you didn't buy any transitional items whatsoever. There's no urn here. No ways for you to contribute earlier on. It's just waiting until you have that Ags, and you're not a particularly great like you don't have a farm steroid or anything either. It's just you, hopefully some stacks, and the attack damage that it gives you as a mid.
Oh, and they catch the supports out. Toss back onto 9-shot onto Ali. Ali gone as well. 2 for free for the side of TK. Buy one, take one on the supports right now. Are watching mid. They've got a good remnant chase down onto Fufufie. PMA. His blank was just coming in. They will snipe Ali's courier. Holding back on this Atos timing Arduce is trying to work into. 5k lead up for TK. I mean, they've gotten a lot of space out from Carstens for Ifrit, right? He's got the Ags up in this roll. So he's getting ready for some play. Oh,
Yeah, and
Leon?
in fact,
Chained up by Daya. Chased down a little bit. They're diving fairly far now. They'll go for Ifrit instead. Earth Splitter looks good. We'll clip PMA. Root up as well. Might be enough now. The surge
he'll
is
live
still
so
on.
long.
Couldn't quite commit with a roll as well. You gotta love that about Tiny with that Craggy. Can be a little bit slower to try to burst him down.
Oh, you hit him 4 times, 12% damage reduction? That's a lot.
It's massive. Daya
and-
just dancing around with the remnants a bit.
And we see the price for that Medusa pick after landing stage being paid now, because she really just doesn't have any lockdown until she gets to the Atos. And that means that the only one you have that can guarantee kills on targets that are going to get surged, targets that are going to remnant away, is the Frostbite. That's it. You gotta get a Frostbite in, and you gotta kill them during the Frostbite duration, or they're out of your hands.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure in 9-shot to try to survive through as that Crystal Maiden. TK have been very disciplined in kind of finding that back line almost every single time. They've got the blink up from PMA now. Toss back onto the Dusa. Not going to last long here, Ali. Does get the Stone Gaze off to try to stall for time. We'll be able to do so, but Remnant forward, Daya still wants this kill. The toss will connect. Might be able to find Fufu Fie as well. Still has the roll. Chains up with a disruption as well. Trying to jump around here. Daya trapped in the middle. Remnant gets chain stunned as well. Sleight of fist into the Remnant dodge is nice, but Fufu Fie roll, swash, jump. No, waiting on the swash. We'll find it. Get some punishment out for that deep dive again.
This time 9-shot in position, and this is why Crystal Maiden is such a good pickup versus the Ember Spirit. Yes, he wants to go for you. No, he cannot.
No. Feels like they have to get that backup from PMA. Again, they used everything they had to kill off Ali. It just takes a long time if you manage to get that Stone Gaze off. Are starting to clump down bot. Krish has already walked his way out. Terrorblade looking pretty farmed up. 10k net worth already. 1k ahead of Ifrit. Going for the Dragon Lance into a full butterfly. It's going to be hard to try to pierce through him. Like, even with the theoretical where Leon, say, with Ags can just stand right next to the TB, that mischance is still going to be very annoying for them all to play into.
Yep, swishing that briefcase through the air, hitting nothing, that's going to be a problem. And that's also the reason for the Dragonlance, right? He wants to be able to keep his distance. He's going to be out of range, just about of the troll mischance as well once he picks that up. And he is metamorphed, of course. Gotta specify that Terrorblade is not going to fight without the metamorph.
Oh, yeah. Got the opening for Roshan here on TK. Not going to take them too long. The side of Karstens doesn't look too aware of the Roche happening just yet. Are still making inways down bot. Finding this tier 1 for free. Take that trade any time of the day here for TK. 5k lead again, still maintaining. Karstens, what spikes are we looking for? BKB for Ifrit after this full Maelstrom coming in. You've got the Manta coming in for Fufu Fie into the Harpoon, to what seems to be a Basher. We've already got that Athos up for Ali. Tower falls as the Aegis is taken.
Yeah.
I mean, it's starting to come together. 2 parts still for Leon Baby Zags, though.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what we're all waiting for. Bated breath, crossed fingers. Leon Baby needs to get this Ags. 1200 gold
He
off.
does.
And then
9-shot gets caught out by the smoke. Is taken out. Not the biggest one, but a very important kill. They trap Daya in. Back wall is there. Stone Gaze. Daya still playing tag on the edge of that gaze.
he's free now.
Has managed to dodge most of it. Ali, not safe here, is gone. The angle coming in from the Rolling Thunder. Trying to pin them down. Will buy the spacing necessary for Ifrit. So that's just the 2 supports going down. No further losses here for Karstens. But a good movement through the gate here for the side of TK.
Yeah, and you can see how emboldened TK is as soon as that CM is down, right? Everybody's storming forward. Even the DB is like, you know what? No metamorphosis, no problem. Don't need it anymore. There's not enough lockdown to bother my team now.
Nah. Are going to come in just a little bit for this defense. Metamorphosis still ready on Krish if need be. Just ripping away at the tier 2, no problem here on the sides, poking and playing tag. Blink forward, does manage to get the toss back onto Fufu Fie. He's not going to be lasting long there. Krish just gets to town with that Demon Zeal. Are rooting up PMA, but the follow-through isn't quite there for Ali to play off of, or anyone to play off of Ali. 15-15, Killboard equalized 8k lead for TK. Only 2 outer towers left for the side of Karstens. I mean, this timing. You're 400 gold away for Leon, baby.
Yep.
Fingers crossed that's going to be it, right?
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, the real deal is that even in the worst case scenario, you only need to have it before the enemy goes high ground. Because the high ground is exactly the location where your AoE disables, and especially the splitter can make such a big difference. So you need to be online at that point.
Big avalanche out from PMA. Catchers out Ali. Stone Gaze is up. They are starting to drop Krish relatively low here. Doesn't have the best Sunder targets to go for just yet, but is perfectly fine.
Nah.
Stomp not going to connect onto anyone either. Still 2.5 minutes left on that Aegis for Krish. Jump for it again. Beautiful avalanche into the toss back to isolate Ifrit. Did they have the damage? No. Does manage to get that battle trance off. The roll is good from Fufufier. Raji dodging out some damage. Ifrit now fading out of the battle trance. Will kill off Raji and Mamang Dai staying a little bit too far forward. Now PMA is gone. The axe from Leon baby kicks in. Just a bit too much for them to handle.
Honestly, a little surprised that Krish as well actually sundering just before he goes down in the middle there. I was so sure that he was just holding that until after Aegis. That's normally what you do, but no. And without the sunder then, and with Leon baby finally coming in with that Aghanim Scepter, he decides to bail instead of spending that Metamorph and encouraging his team to fight. That was a costly loss. That was an Aegis fight for you.
It's an Aegis fight. That's a 2.5k gold swing for Karstens. That's more time for them to stall out on any high ground play or even additional tier 2s. Side of Team TK. Going back, building up. Got the Shivas coming in for JG. Has the gold for it into the Ags. So the normal punch can start to be an additional factor to have to consider here as well. Krish spots out Ali. Straight TP here for the Dusa. Not going to be able to pin him down just yet. Other items we're looking for. Ato is coming out for Mamang Daya. Has that Mage Slayer. Avalanche again. The Vac into the toss to Fufufier. Do they have the damage for this one? Does have the roll back up. Chains. Manta off. Fufufier will TP out with the roll.
Escapes for now. And it's these spread kind of actions that TK now needs to make more use of, because you do not want to get committed fully into a fight against Leon baby. You're trying to first get back in the saddle as far as your gold differential is concerned. Make sure that Karstens cannot go out on the map as much as possible. Threaten them, come out of the woodwork in unexpected places, while taking the last couple of outer towers yourself. Because that high ground, man, I don't think you want to do that without an Aegis. Not versus the Ag Scepter, not versus the Shard that comes in now as well. That means the Elder Titan can, in fact, place his Spirit Stomp and then replace himself with it and be right in the middle of everybody with the BKB on. Or, well, I should say BKB with the Aghanim Scepter effect on.
This one gets a little bit scarier here. For the side of TK. Do have some tools ready on Karstens. They have been executing very well in this timing. And you were talking about this earlier from Fufufier. Does feel like he has managed to buy that space out. Take Tormentor, free shard out for Ollie as well. So a little bit, some utility coming in with, I suppose, the Mystic Snake flying around. At the very least. I mean, hey, you know, the Sport Goose is doing something. The volleys have been annoying. The Stone Gaze has been a pretty good teamfight tool to just force them back. Almost like a very bad stampede, you know? Almost like that.
Yeah. I mean, it is a teamfight reset, in a sense. It's not, you know, your Naga song. It's not quite the Winter Wyvern ult, say. But it's a teamfight reset. You pop it, and there is a couple of moments where the enemy has to back off, and you can reconsider if you want to stay or if you want to go.
Yeah. I've been making good use of that again. The re-engage angles being found by Fufufier has been really important in trying to maximize that kind of play coming out here from Ali. You've got the full butterfly up and running now for Krisho. So the Terrorblade damage output is starting to skyrocket, and the miss chance is going to be pretty annoying to play into. Instant smoke out from tree here for TK. Trying to look for something to pick off. Lines are drawn straight into Ifrit. Instead, smoke gets popped out by Ali. Not the target you want at this point. Does get rooted up multiple times. Might be able to buy time to come back in. PMA already left in the middle. Will be able to clean up. Ooh. Nine Blast just falls to Krish and his illusions.
Now Ifrit's very
We'll
far
look for
forward.
the re-engage out. Very far forward he is. Roll is starting to fade as well to get the toss up onto 2 PMA. Starting to stall out where the Yule's vacuum is there. Good Earth Splitter out. Save onto PMA from Raji. Not going to be enough to really stall out for this Tiny. Buyback force out on 9 shot. So he will clean up Raji as well with the Stapler Man. Still coming in. The chains from Mamang Daya. Not fully committing onto Ifrit. We'll call for the reset. Basically a 2 for 2 counting the buyback at the very least. Yeah, you do get something there.
Yeah,
2 for 1.
Buyback is always an opening. Getting a buyback when you've got ability to start hitting base towers is fantastic. So, 9 shot now. I mean, been talking about how pivotal his ability is in these team fights. He has been putting himself at risk. He needs to put himself at risk if his team wants to have good fights. And that could be devastatingly punished right now.
It can be. Again, he just got taken away in the side.
Yeah.
Just finding that angle with just the illusions and the Demon Zeal. I mean,
And-
he was, he's microing really well. Playing
Yep.
around the Dark Unity radius quite nicely.
And did you see as well how in the previous team fight he almost mirrored the position of the Elder Titan? Like, he is not with his team. Normally you like to see the Terrorblade stand tall in the middle of his team, 4 illusions by his side, throwing all of the Scotty shots left and right. Krish knows that bundling up with everybody right now, bad idea. So his team took the brunt of the damage from the ET there, but Krish himself got a couple of really good angles on that fight. So I like what he's bringing so far. And it's very important that he does, because versus the ET, again, this is, outside of the Drow, the best possible counter matchup for a TB.
Yeah. He is working it well. Again, we'll see if he keeps finding these kinds of positions for himself. Roshan, a minute 20 until it's back up. So some time here for Carstens again. Probably try to fix our lanes, get some forward wards if possible. Have a good ward down mid to play for that forward aggression that Team TK has been lining up for multiple times in mid lane. Nothing to watch for Roche Pit though.
Nope.
Very little time for them to try to clear it out on nighttime, so majority probably just going to have to take it daytime here for the side of TK, which is still to their advantage anyhow. What are we waiting for here? Lotus Orb coming out for Ali. Gleipnir coming out for Ifrit. And you've got the Harpoon already up on Fufufier, so chain lockdown with a roll. Not going to be as hard to achieve, of course, with pullbacks. And be fairly, really easy to actually look for this backline if you have seen. That control onto Raji can be devastating to lose here for TK. Without that save, he's trying to rush into the Ags. Has that Philo Stone for himself, and he will smoke. Looking for the long plant, Carlsons. Can he find it? Roche should be coming up. Scan
Radiant smoke
already
as well,
dropped by the
though.
Radiant side. It's gonna pop. Really good scan, but a good scan as well from the side of Carson's.
Archie,
Wards
step
dropped
back.
left, right, and center. Fufufier doesn't manage to get the roll up. You can get the toss back onto Ali. Stone Gaze is out. Now in the
They're
middle
all
of
in the
nowhere.
middle.
Krish starting to build from
No,
damage.
no.
Can he sunder? No, he can't. Got stunned up. Kill off the big issue. Kill off JG as well. Carstens bouncing back in that fight. Might be able to find PMA. No, does manage to
Mama
run
Daya.
across the gate, but Roche is going to be open. Daya still playing tag in the middle of nowhere, trying to drop these supports down, but the damage is overwhelming. It's still Remnant's away. Doesn't find Leon Baby. Buyback. Remnant in. Finds Leon. Finds 9 shot. Ollie's next to go. Mamang Daya. Ensuring the Roche is not going to go for
This is last
free.
remnant.
Gets the punch, but now has no way out. The avalanche out from PMA. Stalls out Fufufier. BKB usage from Ifrit. Not ideal. And all of a sudden, what looked like a free Roche opportunity for Carsons turns around with a buyback from Mamang Daya. Still gonna try though.
Still gonna try, and Daya is still... He's gonna have to keep the pressure up. Troll can take this so fast.
And he can. The scan does spot them. They will back off on Carsons. Not want to take that risk. Could look to take it now on the side of Team TK. Krish not too far off from his respawn. Still no forward vision setup here as well. They all expended it on that cliff. Double sentries even in that chaos coming out from Team TK. They've got easy rush access. They can cover for that buyback, the secondary life. And it should not take too long.
Not so much for Carstens. That nearly cost him the game. Clumping up versus the ET like that. Very awkward position to get caught in.
Yeah, I mean, Krish not having anything defensive outside of just the Manta as well. I mean, he's going back for the BKB now, but
yeah,
it certainly did hurt to not have that debuff immunity there.
Again, it does.
It's felt like it's been all about that position, like you said. Like last time, he's just sniping around with illusions, the reflections. This time, it's just caught in a very nasty trap. It looked good with the scans, but they were also scanned out. Good read from both sides. Amangdaya salvages it with a buyback. Also going for a BKB now as well. See if they can get anything out of this. No outer towers left again for Carstens. Smoke out from the side of Carstens here. PMA is the one up front. Instead, no. They'll catch out Raji.
That's a good find.
Oh. Yeah, sniping him through.
Perhaps the best apart from killing Amangdaya.
Oh. Mamangdaya, Aegis is going to be expended instantly. That is Battle Trance BKB out. Already used. Get the chain sense going though, and died back. Very early on. Harpoon out onto JG. The bounces are good. The stomps out, and JG, no, does manage to vac, but only stalls for time. 3 down for the side of TK as Carstens out with a vengeance. It's all down to Raji being so far away. Picked off solo and opens up.
And he's the best possible find there. Can you imagine what happens if Raji is on the cliff instead above Mamangdaya? He doesn't die. And you might not even lose that Aegis and the fight looks completely different.
Yeah. Get a little bit overconfident on the side of TK, trying to work that map.
And that's what's been happening. This
is...
Don't want to say
like
the prophecy as foretold, but...
oh, they got Krish. Curse. And he got Krish. He will force staff up. He's still staring into Stone Gaze. Krish didn't turn around. Stuck in the middle of nowhere. Might be able to kill off Ali, but doesn't want to take that fight up against Ifrit as well. Good flank out from 9shot. Good freezing field. Sunder out. Stalling for time. Another battle trance out though. Krish is just gone. Great Stone Gaze out from Ali. Krish just force staff instant TP without redirecting. Cost him.
These small misplays that have really big consequences. At the very least, this kill takes place on the top side of the map. He was out there split pushing to already make sure that Carstens was not going to run up his own high ground immediately. And you do buy time for Mamangdaya to go back, I guess, but you don't want to be paying with the life of your carry for that. Anything but that.
Yeah. The game's equalized now fully. Carstens equalizing in net worth. You've got good farm and Ifrit. Fufufier has managed to catch up. Leon Baby's lagging behind, but doesn't feel like he needs too much outside of the Ags anyhow. Is going for the MKB. Just have a little bit more to pierce through as well. Take care of Krish.
Yeah,
Does present himself.
He knows who his guy is. But they gotta not underestimate. Carstens is in a really good position right now, but the BKB from the Terrorblade and from the Ember Spirit as well is going to present them with an awkward situation where the thing that has been giving them, has been making the difference for them, which is the Elder Titan, is suddenly going to hit a lot less hard. TK is not out of this. The BKBs are going to give them a good shot.
And with some really good timing on the Tormentor take, Raji gets it along with his Ags timing. So instantly has that demonic cleanse with 2 charges up. But again, more saves on hand. There's that 1 BKB up for Mamangdaya. He's going to be feeling great with that. I love how insane Ember is. With that innate burn, with a shard, and with Flame Guard. Like, he just burns your screen. It's painful to watch him.
No, and you know what? I wanted to say this for a while already, but I actually think that the Sleight of Fist, the double impact facet, is not the be-all to end-all. I think the real deal, the real Ember Spirits, you go Chain Gang. I think that is
I
ultimate
don't
game
disagree. I actually think that it's just tricky because you already get 3 from Searing Chains. I think that's why. But 4 And
4.
having the long-range usage from Remnants, I think, is massive.
Yeah, it is.
I
No,
do
the
agree.
things that I've seen Mobai do, he's the first one who really leaned into the chain gang. Late game, once he has Ag's shard, is absolutely nuts. Here, Carson's a split.
Oh. Yeah. Ali held back. Stone Gaze already popped. Trying to map an escape route. Not going to be able to find it. BKB out for Krish if this fight does get forced out. Yule's out onto Ifrit. Already popping that Battle Trance, trying to get the chain lockdown. Vac wall is good. Ollie's already gone. Battle Trance again set to fade. Krish with a BKB just holding his ground. Gets the Sunder off. Will manage to force staff away from the stomp. They will lose 3. They will lose 4. And they'll lose 1 more as the full wipe comes in for Team TK. Carlston just a bit scattered apart. Slow on the uptake. And TK bounced back in strong form, taking the lead in this game once more.
2 BKBs in the hands of those cores. Carson's not fully giving them the respect, at least not positioning-wise, that they really should have deserved. TK strikes back big time.
And this is, again, it's down to those BKB reveals. Just having this option for Krish, having that option for Mamangdaya, relying solely on the troll to pierce through is just not going to be enough here for the side of Carson's. Mid being shoved by Daya, top being shoved by Krish. Looking to maximize this moment without the buybacks on hand for Carson's. Do you still have the fortifies to stall? Not going to stop Krish. Already set to find at least 1 set of racks. We'll be able to do so. Mid tower set to fall now as well. They do have the secondary fort. Response, I mean, it's 20 seconds for their big chorus, but it feels so long. Another BKB up now as well for JG. Just like that, 2 racks.
He might just lose it all right here. Yeah, you gotta pop the second glyph. Now this is where TK could have still misplayed. Overextending into the ET being back up.
But they do not this time. Today, they are disciplined.
Not today.
Pull back, reset.
Yep.
They've got an Ags coming in for Mamangdaya, as he will buy out. He's set to just remnant around like a maniac. JG does cop Ifrit's presence already. Blatant out, trying to hold him back. Demonic Cleanse already on hand to break that off. Got the break on our troll. Instant Battle Trance on the edge. We'll be able to bail out. Clean up Krish before he can pop his BKB. And now Mamangdaya as well. Alright, maybe we spoke too soon. They've definitely done something here on the side of TK. And Carson's equalized just a tad bit. There's still 2 racks behind. There's still 8k behind, but they found some big kills on their side.
I don't know how the TB didn't get his BKB off there. I don't think he was disabled or anything.
He had a lot of windows, for sure. He had a lot.
And Leon Baby barreling down on him.
It's kind of nutty. And Leon Baby's switching as well into a full Daedalus. No MKB. Just wants the big slaps. That's where the fun kicks in here for the ET. On to the mid they go. And with a troll, the siege does not take too long and your respawns. 40 seconds away from Mamangdaya. 37 instant BKB. JG just has to bail. That is not a good feeling. Do have the vac wall to try to stall. I don't know if they can. Yeah, just trying to get the illusion spam off. Sends him home for now.
Carson's so many times in the past couple of days, I've seen him get these really good turnarounds. Get the game into a position late game where they can actually step onto the high ground, but I've never seen him break high ground successfully yet.
No. Could have been a good moment. Again, JBG just living through, getting at least some troll illusions out. The demonic purge on hand, the charges here for Raji is giving that stall time. Still 30 seconds till Roshan. Does feel like both teams can set their eyes for that one. Daytime Rosh down bot once more. TK in advantage, in control of that area. Carson's instant smoke out. They know Rosh is going to be the play. They have to contest it. Amp damage rune not going to be long enough on Leon Baby, unfortunately. But I believe he has bought out the Daedalus. No, he went back for the MKB. Alright, nothing spicy. MKB's still nice. Can still slap Krish if he doesn't pop that BKB and just stands there. Scan is good. Can they get the collapse angle? This is where we saw TK fall apart last time.
Getting caught.
Need to get that
RG
shrink
falling
control.
first. Oh, that
Good
vision.
wards. They get the tiny first.
TK
Not
though.
necessarily the big kill you'd want. TK looking for the wraparound from behind as well. Daya already coming forward. Get all of this control out to kill off the tiny, and they'll find him. But that's the Earth Splitter down as well. Krish pops the BKB. Buyback instantly on PMA. Can they turn this fight? Metamorphosis is still ready. Not being popped yet. A big back wall coming up from JG. Catching everyone. Avalanche toss out. They've got the damage. They clear out. That CM Krish is already dead in the back though. Leon Baby again with the slaps with that MKB. Doing work. The punch onto the high ground. Isolates Leon Baby away. Buyback back on Fufufier as now Ifrit does get the Abyssal usage out in Mamundai. The chain stunts are there. The chain bashes as well. Daya's gone. Does have buyback, will commit. Wants to find Ifrit. Wants to end this game now. Do they have enough? Mass buybacks out from Karstens. Doesn't feel like they've got enough in the tank here as Mamundai held back. Buyback not going to find anything in exchange. Karstens finding themselves on top. Krish again. Popping the BKB, not popping Metamorphosis. Just not being able to fight.
Leon Baby has his number. Incredible how all the eyes of everybody, both ours and all the players, are focused on that fact. And Leon Baby only sees an opportunity. Everybody is there. Everybody's looking there. I'm stepping across onto my spirit and murdering your backline.
He just falls apart. No plus armor for Krish. Again, he went butterfly. Obviously, you don't necessarily go for any armor item, so
he had the
ET just melts you.
Yeah, he had the Divine Shell earlier, which that made a lot of sense. But now switched out into just the pure damage of the Ancient Guardian.
Radiant are scanning.
It's not doing him that many favors. Smoke out. TK can't afford to give out this Roche. Aegis cheese and a refresh shard. Along with a banner. Doesn't take too long for Ifrit to get that done. No Krish for this fight. But then again, they haven't had him for the last 2 fights, it feels like. Moving forward, really? Isolate Ali, but
5 seconds
this is just
or so, guys.
A little bit of a teaser. Gaze will be back up. Good roll out from Fufufier. Does get the control out onto Mamundaya. Roche does go the way of Ifrit. Trying to pick everything up. Does find most of it. Earth Splitter gonna connect onto PMA. That's your tiny gone. Die back already. And now it's Team TK with their backs against the wall. Unfortunately, I mean, they still have to repair mid and top. Super Creeps are forcing a bit of a response back. They might be able to find Stragglers. Leon Baby to chains. Good. Out from Mamundaya. To punch out as well, and they kill off that pesky ET.
Die back.
Die back for him now as well. They left the banner?
Is massive.
They left the banner?
Huh.
I mean, to be fair, it was Ifrit. Ifrit picked everything up, so no one came back for the banner. That's not an Ifrit.
Unfortunate. And the loss of Leon Baby here actually means that we won't see the tiny kill being capitalized on. This is brutal. Leon Baby was how you held your racks the previous time.
Oh, certainly so. Did you manage to get the chainstone again onto Daya? Can they follow this one through? The back wall trying to break this up in the back. JG though, isolated away from the rest of his team. Trying to surge away, does get this spelled off. They will find a tier 3 slow siege coming out from Krish. He's holding its ground all the way at the back. We'll just play it safe. Not overextending. Still a minute on to respawn. Slow siege away. Ifrit trying to look for an angle in. They'll play their cards close to the chest as they play it safe, and TK back right off. That will give time for that reset, but they will also buy time for PMA to come back in. I mean, Karstens have been taking some really damn good fights, but the game state's still not in their favor. Again, they only have that 1 racks left between them and Mega Creeps.
At the very least, I think they're going to keep that until Leon Baby comes back. Ace in the hole. Where do you go from here?
Hold.
Yeah, like the next push needs to be for the win, right? Karstens, you don't get to do anything else.
No. I mean, if they take these fights again, if they isolate Krish away, this Terrorblade has felt very manageable. If Leon Baby can just focus in, lock into that target. Even has the drums now just to get that done a little bit faster, going into that harpoon for a little bit more instant raw output.
Yeah, exactly.
So if Rich just walks into the high ground, a little bit crazy to start a fight like this. Walks in, gets the bashes off, gets the Abyssal Blade off into Mamangdai as well. Do they have enough? The disruption save again from Raji. Can he BKB dodge out? Looks like he can. Doesn't even have to BKB. Stone Gaze already
Baby was already in the backside.
Already trying to rip apart Raji. Set to fall. Daya BKBs now. It's out. Does get pinned down from the splitter. No buyback available on that Ember.
Krish, he saw the writing on the wall. He started to split push, but he wasn't in time with that decision either. So they get the worst of both worlds. They lose Mamangdaya. Dieback there, I believe, once again. The Aegis is still up on the troll. They haven't broken the base. Well, they have broken the base. They haven't broken the last racks yet.
What are the issues here for TK? Again, it's been really back and forth. Carstens have been playing well, but how do you rectify this on Team TK right now?
There are no easy solutions. What you need is for Leon Baby to be dead. That's it. But if you focus fire him, if you actually go for him, any slip up is going to be massive. And the teamfight control that Carstens have is not to be underestimated. So you're between a rock and a hard place. And the way that they've been like winning direct fights has been if you get Leon Baby down somehow. Any fight that Leon Baby's had good positioning in, TK has lost.
It's a lot of pressure to look for that back line somehow.
And he's
Stop
so
just
far
to
back.
stall out in defense. Playing very safe. Tier 3 already falls. Rack's not too long for this world. Wards to cover this as well. Are just going to be able to take it.
Base falling.
Need to watch their tier 4s. Leon Baby's gone. Already set to rectify that himself. But Ifrit's still going. Wants more of these Raxes. Wants at least 2 for his trouble. Toss back though. PMA not able to toss back far enough. They get the chain control onto PMA as well. The damage onto Ifrit's good. Still has the battle trance though. And the Aegis. Here. 1 life used up. Buyback. Oh, Krish melts in the middle. Couldn't BKB. Has buyback. Yeah, just gone. Has buyback again, but can they do anything? Are trying to look for a way. Fufufier stalling out inside to toss up. They want Leon Baby gone first. Do they have the damage? Mamangdai trying to get that damage going. The bash out though. No, he's gone. Leon Baby without buyback once more. Buyback out from Krish. Still trying to roll forward, trying to get this damage off with Ifrit. An explosive last fight as Krish getting the right click damage off. Does not have Metamorphosis. Is getting chain stunned with a gaze. Good position out from Ali. But is able to run off. Still has the Sunder. Ping pong around. Mamangdai is trying to find some chain stun again. In the back. The bashes. Fufufier will fall for that exchange. Ifrit now needs to try to disengage. Toss back though from PMA is good. She's eaten up by Ifrit. Battle Trance still half a minute off. Avalanche to toss out. They're trying to root. They've got the damage. He's gone. Has buyback. So looking for more. Ali gonna be the one they have to ping out as 9-shot does manage to leave. Ali gone for the world. Buyback instantly forced out, and Ifrit has to rectify onto the Ancient. Man, what a game. Game 1 ended in 12 minutes. This one, it's been bouncing around.
It has been, but that was the key to the game. Positioning from Leon Baby, just not quite good enough. Tiny fishing him out, separating him from the squad, and Mamangdai being able to focus him down. And then Krish can bring his full force to bear. Then he can make the Terror Blade that we know.
Oh, trying to poke and prod at Ifrit just a little bit. Normal punch to be annoying. Rax is slowly falling to these illusions.
Buybacks just came back up, but there's Megas.
And they've got the buybacks again. There's the Megas, but they fully commit in buybacks. TK have to bounce out of here. And committed that buyback on Krish. Don't want another dieback on your case. They've got the Megas. Team TK finally taking out that last piece of the puzzle. 15 minutes in. 10k lead up for themselves. The network graph has... it looks like the stock market. It's all over the place. What is this?
Ooh, yeah. Well, I think The reason why retiring to go day trading is not a great idea.
Oh man, that reminds me. I've got to check if Envy's tweeted at all. I'm pretty sure he
Hope
was
he's doing
half
okay.
sarcastic in some of them. I hope
Yeah.
he's doing fine.
It's
I love
hard,
Envy.
hard to read them, man. Hard to
Oh
read.
yeah, I mean, he posts that and he comes on Reddit. It's like I'm just memeing, bro, and then he keeps going. It's like, all right, Envy, yeah, if you say so, buddy.
Oh man, but here as well, if you ask me to read this stock market right now, I have no idea. It all comes down to the Abyssal Blades. Are they going to be able to lock down Mamangdaya again? Is Leon Baby going to be put into a bad position by the tiny tossback? You do have the forced repositioning there. Alternatively, will he put himself in that awkward spot?
Yeah.
Where's
it feels like
the
that's
Shadow
it.
Demon? What's the quality of the saves? Are we going to be able to take off? Well, I don't want to say the Abyssals because you can only bubble for that, but the BKBs are low.
Radiant
They are.
scanning.
It's ticked down to 6 seconds at this point. Refresh out from Krish just to try to get maybe a secondary BKB. Metamorphosis true as well. In a prolonged fight.
It's better than buyback for
40
sure.
seconds till Roche. And it is. See if they can finally secure a clean Roche for themselves here in TK.
Tonight, 4
Carstens have been
bounty
so on
runes.
point.
Just to make a point.
Yeah, getting that illusion micro going for Krish. Are starting to isolate a little bit, just poking and prodding. They do scout out Fufufier. Not really able to get anything done here. They catch out Ali in the mid. And he's just gone. Freebie for Raji. It's a
Man.
dieback.
That's a dieback, and he was so far forward all by his lonesome.
Yeah. Maybe just trying to cut, but cut way deep without any vision to really protect.
Hey, you're
It's going to be a 4v5 now as they jump forward. 9 shot as well. Gone. Does have buyback at the least.
a last dire buyback in that CM's pocket.
That's it. We'll commit the toss back. Ifrit was just standing in front of the Ancient with that TP in.
Leon Baby!
Will still be fine for now. Leon Babe could not stay on Krish. Krisho gets the refresh off. Has that secondary BKB. Can get a Sunder off as well if he finds the opportunity looking. Will find Illusion. They hold him in front. Battle Trance already committed out. The chain control is good. And Ifrit trying to life steal back into this fight, but not going to last for long. Gone without buyback. Fufu Fie against the world. As 9 shot gets delivered back. And 4 stabs down, trying to freezing field away. And that's going to be it. Full team wipe to
Finally.
close out. GG called from Carstens. And Team TK do find that 2-0 victory they need to have a secure spot going into the playoffs. But man, Carstens, they make the
No.
second game look so damn close.
I know, this is exactly what I thought beforehand, right? Carstens, every single series so far, they have had one comeback fight where they get the opportunity to tip the game. And well, this time it was certainly more than just one fight. But leaning on that Elder Titan, having that counter in their pocket and utilizing it so well, this is why I was worried that TK was not gonna make it out of this series clean. And it was this close.
It is very close. Again, game 1, maybe not so much, but that was a 4v5. Leon Baby wasn't even playing. Game 2 was a little bit horrific. I think that was a bit messy for Team TK.
Yes.
What do you want to see improved upon for Team TK going in? You know, now that they've got playoffs fairly secured, what do they have to change up to look better in those playoffs?
I think a lot of it is down to not anticipating the mistakes that I've seen them make. And I think they were better at that in this series. Like, I legitimately think they're disadvantaged in this draft as soon as the Elder Titan gets axed, right? This is just a hard game, and I did anticipate decently well on this, but most of the mistakes that I did see them make were like not accounting for enemy timings coming in, enemy ganks coming out, Mamang Daya. Fantastic performance from him in this game, but can you imagine how much better it would have been if he just would have had a safety remnant every once in a while? It would have been pretty nice to see, right? So they have a bit more, just make sure you keep the honor to yourself. You play clean because you want to, not because, your enemy forces it of you. That's what I need to see from Team TK.
Yeah, we'll see if they clean up their act going into those playoffs, but at least for Team TK, they are going to be making it through. Unfortunately for Carstens, again, in this series, doesn't matter, they're bottom and they don't manage to find a win. Unfortunate, but they put up a really good fight in game 2. That is it for our first series here on Carstens up against TK. We've got Manta up against the Immortal next. And it's going to be Kips joined by Bowie, so make sure you tune in for that after a bit of a short break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's go.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hello, we are back with the RES number 4 SCA. I'm Bowie. I have the lovely Kips here with me. And yeah, I mean, how are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I just got to hang out with our lovely stand-in, John X Fire, for the previous series, which is great because we haven't ever casted together yet. So that was a fun time. We had a lot of good things to talk about, a lot of facets to gripe about, heroes to shit on, that sort of thing. So fantastic time was had.
I love John. I met him a couple of times. Great vibes. I actually worked with him in a tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, great guy. Great vibes. I unfortunately didn't get to cast with him, but maybe in the future could happen. But you know, just talking about the match right now, Kips, we have Manta playing here against the Immortal, possibly fighting for third place, depending on how the results of the next series are going to unfold. Do you have any favorites?
That's really hard to say, man. So the previous series, I was sure that one could be close if Karsten stepped up, and that last map that we got certainly was the example. This one, I think these two teams are very equally matched up from what I've seen. Lost to the same kinds of teams, won versus the same kind of matchups, and now either one of these needs a 2-0. I'm just gonna, yeah, as you can see by the standings here as well, both of them on 3 points right now. So if they want to tie this up with IHC and get themselves into the running for a tiebreaker, either of these two teams need a 2-0. So this one is for all the marbles. If you get a 1-1, not good enough, IHC automatically makes it in. And of course, your fate is still not in your own hands because IHC could still grab a game off of the up until now unbeaten Blindell Esports. Maybe 2, who knows? But whatever is real is that you certainly need to get those 2 points to have a chance at all.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a hard climb here, depending on a 2-0 result and on a pretty solid team here to also lose 2-0. Although, as you kind of alluded to, Blindell Esports, they are definitely a team that's been looking very good. But talking about the teams that we're going to be casting right now, we have Gohan, Kui, V, Lucify, and Ares for Manta.
And Gohan has been fantastic. You see that light, like the anime style glasses that he's got going on right there? That's the mode that he's been playing in for the past couple of days. Absolute beast. Huge performances on several heroes. But the fun part about this matchup is that his opposing carry, Franz, has also been going beast mode on heroes like Morphling. CK has been an absolute raid boss. And next to Momo making some amazing plays. And I cannot forget here, and it feels like I'm favoring the Immortal a little now that I'm talking about them like this, because Ren is, as far as I'm concerned, the most standout boss 4 that we've had in this tournament so far. This man, the way he plays Rubik is something else, man.
Okay, well, so hope we get to see Rubik here. Weaver did seem to be a bit discontinued, right? It felt like in the past couple of, before this patch, we were going to see Rubik with either Jakiro or Weaver going through. Curious to see if either one of those two is going to go through. I think Jakiro still seems very, very popular. What's your take on the current Weaver? Is it still like as good of a support as it used to be, or is it more of a carry nowadays?
The success that I've seen here has mostly been coming from carry weavers, but it's still a good flex pick. As far as like your choices for flexing between support and core positions are pretty limited. So Weaver, one of them could still go position 3 as well. The Sven is one that I still very much stand behind. But then after that, it already gets, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So
I've seen a couple of
even-
Wind Ranger supports, I think,
Yeah.
but you know, they
Muerta?
nerfed the innate, and I think that was they nerfed the facet, and I think that was actually kind of good for support Wind Ranger as well. Well, regardless, looking at the bans here, we see Jakiro and Weaver being taken out. So if you do want to play that Rubik, you might be having to accept some shittier steals. We'll see if
Yeah, and
Immortal...
Sand King done as well. There's really none of the classics are left in here, huh?
Definitely not. I was surprised with the Sand King, after all the changes, still being first phase ban. The hero still looks pretty solid, but overall here in the SEA RES4, I have not seen Sand King go through whatsoever.
Manta has first phased it on occasion.
Okay.
Into instant Rubik picks from the enemy team, by the way.
And what do you think about this Muerta here? Now, that is not a hero I've seen in a while.
Yeah, so she's been shown up a fair amount as, this was almost that somebody was going to take this Ember Spirit when it didn't get banned in the first phase. Wonder if we're going to see Shaker counter to it. We had that in the previous series, but unfortunately that was not a full match. We had a disconnect, but Ember Spirit got his world rocked. And I like it when that happens. Anyway, this Muerta, we've seen it as a pick sometimes for players that look like they would have wanted to play Hoodwink, but she was unavailable. That might be the case here for the Immortal. Even though they're the ones who banned it out themselves right now.
Are they all Ofrenda Muertas then? Because the only change I've seen is how the Ofrenda works with like attack speed and whatever.
No, it's been the calling.
Okay,
It's been the calling.
all right. What changed then? Like people just realized again that Muerta is decent?
I think maybe the up and down has to do with the fact that your POS 4 needs to be a Muerta player. You can't just say, oh, well, I haven't really practiced her, but I'm just gonna take Muerta right now, because you stand and you fall with the correct and subtle placement of the calling and your decisions surrounding the dead shot, especially that one. If you're good at the dead shot, you can always pick a Muerta. If you're not good with the dead shot, you can't.
Okay. So maybe they just have a good Muerta player, which could be Ren, right? More of a 4 than a 5. But as you were saying, we were kind of liking supports that flex your core. Maybe there's a chance this is also carry, depending on how the picks go.
Could be, yeah. And we had a Mirana carry draft recently as well, where the support Muerta did absolute metric tons of work. Yeah, that was the Immortal.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was absolutely nuts.
Lots of flex here. I do like this Morphling ban. I've seen a lot of flow Morphling, even as a core, to counter Ember Spirit, and it is absolutely nutty. Just, you pretty much have infinite chains once you get Ocarina Core, so I do like that ban.
Correct. Ebb has been creeping in as well.
Okay. So, in this position here, probably going to pick a support. Snapfire seems to be the one. Phoenix still available, so I guess that's not an option for Immortal anymore.
No, it's not. I think you secure offlane here, probably. I could think about grabbing yourself. Momo has been really good with Brewmaster, absolute raid boss.
Brew sounds
Seems
good.
very nice to keep an Ember Spirit out of the fight with for a bit.
What else is available besides Brew out of the top meta offlaners? I guess Enigma is available, right? But that one is very player specific.
Mm-hmm. Very. Do you like the Enigma so far? I mean, you'd rather pick him up late just to make sure that...
We gotta wait supports.
The thing is that you're up first as Silencer team. Normally it wouldn't matter, but you're up first as a Silencer team. The only one.
Yeah. I mean, even Rubik's still available. You probably... I mean, I guess you can Enigma 18 here if they pick both supports in the next couple picks. And they're gonna go for...
There's Death Prophet.
Okay. Very...
I've been waiting for her.
So could be mid, could be off, as far as we know.
Mm-hmm. Maybe could still even be support. I do think that her new facet is also good for support, just because you become an absolute trading monster. It's nuts.
Yeah.
And you were already a trading monster.
Yeah, she was very good. And she kind of works like a melee hero, right? Even though she's ranged, she just gets on top of people and thanks for the Muerta, so they can trade well.
You've got the AoE control with that Treant over the top, so you could go a lot of ways with this draft. You could flex this a lot of ways as well. And that means that Manta really just has to look at what do they want to do as opposed to countering what the enemy is going to go for. Although a purge would come in nice no matter what.
Yeah. So you pretty much... Well, I mean, these lanes are really hard to read for Immortal. Like, it's hard to draft any side lanes right now, and you already drafted your Ember, so you have to draft your side lanes.
Yes.
It's a pretty tough place to be, honestly. I really like what Immortal has. Okay. So, is this support Zeus then?
Yes, could be. Aris played that yesterday.
All right.
He was a punching bag for most of the game. To be completely fair.
It's good for the Treant Protector in the mid game, but still, okay. Very interesting choice.
Primal Beast. There is your teamfight disruptor / aura carrier.
Burst damage, right? If this DP is going to be a support, even if the facet, it might be too much magical damage. I guess for core, kind of depends on how tanky she is. In the past, that usually was the counter to Death Prophet, but it feels like this new facet kind of wants to change how that plays out.
Let's see if they actually go for it.
Do you know if you use Scepter of the new facet, if you like dodge the damage you will take?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay, yeah, then that makes sense.
No, this is one of the first things that got tested under this roof as soon as that facet came out.
Okay. So now you have knowledge of mid and the offlane. But they pick Brew, because it would be definitely banned third phase.
Absolutely. No, very hard for Manta Esports to bring down in time, right? You're pretty much always going to get that ult off right now. Burst damage. You know, maybe if you would have had a Zeus mid, would have been there, but like this, going to be very hard to get the chain locked down, stop Momo from getting that ult off. Purge I mean, you've got a lot of utility here from keeping the Primal Beast from romp and stomping through your entire team fight, purging off the Flame Guard of the Ember. Lots of fantastic things to do.
Yeah, like they have a lot of damage, but as I said, the lockdown's lacking here for the Brew. You're gonna need something to maybe help, but at the end of the day, they have Gillespie carry, which is not known for the early fights and also not known for reliable lockdown. So Bruce, unless you counter it in the lane, which the gyro ban is already here to kind of offset, it's gonna have a good game for sure.
Yeah. Well, Goans has played some heroes with stuns, Sven most notably. Fantastic performance yesterday.
Yeah. So they will take away Troll, making still kind of banking on this Muerta Treant being the support duo. Is there any chance this Muerta is going to be carried? Just like looking at the matchups at the moment.
I haven't seen it yet, and I find Muerta very hard to engage. She's such a delicate instrument, I want to say, and especially with a support Zeus on the enemy side already, that feels unsafe to go into a Pierce to fail between that and the Primal.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when you have 23. Maybe if they had 24, there's like a better chance for them to really read the game. But as I said already, a lot of burst damage. you what is the option here then? No Morph, no Troll, no Sven, no Weaver.
CK?
CK sounds good. A lot of units if they go the CK route.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I think.
Wait, what? Is this carry Murta?
I mean, there must be more to carry then, right? First of all.
What? Okay. All right. I like the line against Primal,
Slippery
right?
devils.
That is a hard counter in the lane. You just slow him down with your mana drain. He really needs mana to do anything. Counter to the Ember.
He's a surprisingly thirsty boy.
Yeah, and okay.
So they do believe in the Muerta. They believe they have enough control for it, and of course, a lion does add definitely 2 heroes worth of control.
Oh wow.
Medusa on the other side.
So they feel like they don't have enough damage. I mean, I kind of like this, right? At the end of the day, yes, you can lift the Dusa, but you don't really have burst damage. I guess the Muerte is going to be your only burst damage in the fights. So
yeah, one finger and I'm done. I think that's the rest is all going to be steady.
Okay. Well, very interesting drafts. A lot of heroes that I haven't seen, so that's very exciting. Looking at the drafts and the teams. Any favorites after we are done with the draft?
So I've been hoping to see this Death Prophet, and it gives me like some innate will for it to do well, because I think that this pick should have honestly started appearing immediately after the patch dropped. The fact that it's taken this long has been a little insane to me, so let's see what he does with that. I do think overall though, if you look at the ease of execution, Manta Esports, listen, Gohans can just stand in the middle, have things going on all around him, doesn't have a care in the world as long as he's farmed enough. I think Manta Esports have the easier game, but the Immortal just intrigues me more, and I think they have more options as far as gameplay is concerned. So
yeah,
my heart's with the Immortal, my mind's with Manta. How about that? Can I sit on the fence like that?
Well, if you want to be one of those people, you can. I'm new here to the caster role, so I'm not gonna be shaming you for your indecisiveness. Looking
How about
at
you
it,
then?
I do like Manta a little bit more. As I said, it seems more straightforward. This Dusa can siege. The heroes on Manta are overall very tanky. This Lion's a little bit of a curveball. Feels like they were aware that Dusa was the option they were going to go. So kind of curious how this Lion can possibly offset the Dusa. In the past, it felt like Lion was that absolute counter to Dusa when the Shard got the current version. It got nerfed significantly. So I do want to see how it fares now. But yeah, if they actually have a good laning stage, I can see Gohan's popping off. As you said, he has been looking really, really dominant. We just have a little bit of a packet loss pause, guys, but don't you worry. It will be there in no time.
I think especially if you look at the players here as well, I think Insane on the Death Prophet is a good choice, because Insane has looked like he struggled the most on that lineup, perhaps has been the weak spot a little bit, but if his calls are good, usually on the Death Prophet, it's fine to overextend a little. You want to overextend a little. You want to push the limit on how much damage you're going to tank for your team. And then over on the other side, I think the weak spot for me so far has been Lucify, because this guy is either on fire or in the dumpster, and sometimes the dumpster is on fire and you get amazing, dangerous things that don't always work out. He's been very hot and cold is what I'm trying to say here. So if he has an off game, I haven't seen Ren have an off game yet, so there's a bit of a diff on mid, I want to say. A bit of mid diff and a bit of a support diff, but they go different ways.
Yeah, and it's an interesting matchup because this one I haven't seen in a really long time, but I have seen this QR code every single day.
Yeah.
And if you are interested, just make sure you download the app. It is very, very cool. You can get tons of different stats and things from it. So yeah, make sure you use that QR code, as there's kind of a early smoke rotation here from The Radiant are gonna see any first bloods. Doesn't seem likely so far. What's your take on this, level 1 plays? It feels like there are games where teams like literally go S5 and try to go for some sort of incursion. There are games where nothing happens. Is there any like rule to this, or it's like mostly team by team?
Mostly team by team, I think. It really has to do with style, because one of the things is that you can't really guarantee you're going to get anything. All you can guarantee is that if something is that you don't get vision. Do you mind trading that for possible vision or take up defensive positioning? That is the question. But as far as First Blood is concerned, yeah, you'll go look for it more aggressively if you have a Clockwork, if you have a Tusk, but you can never guarantee that you're ever going to get it because the map's very big and you're just 5 guys holding hands, hoping to run into the other ones.
And it's interesting because when I saw that ward from the Radiant, that by the way is getting rewarded right now, I expected this ward to be there because Zeus is going to be a 4, so he's very good at stacking. Getting vision there allows you to kind of see what he's going to do. But they're playing this Treant as a 4 despite having a Dusa. Do you understand why he would do that?
Might have been just player preference. Like, this is what I've seen them do previously as well. But I agree, this feels quite weird because Zeus, best as a pressuring support. When you have a lane that can do the tanking, you can hide behind them and shoot, sneaky lightning bolts from behind. And
yeah, I guess there's some synergy, right, with the Snapfire, but on bottom side. But it is, I mean just looking at him in the first wave, he literally got to 2% HP and didn't even get to cast the spell.
Oh, and your Dusa really needs the most help on the first couple of levels. You love having a brawler like a Clockwork with her, where he can guarantee her level 3, the level 2 of that Mystic Snake very easily, and then the lane becomes so much easier already. But instead you have a Zeus, and you're just going to have to suck it up. Yeah. And that means the bot lane, as you said, there's a lot of synergy there. They have a lot of kill potential, especially on this fragile Muerta.
Yeah, just need a couple
but
of
they need
levels
to make good
here.
on that promise.
So far, the Treant being very good at zoning down Lucify from experience range. And they even get a full pull here from the Radiant. Not really any way for them to stop this.
Beautiful. A little bit of calling.
Oh, Blood Grenade off the mark, but... Is this a kill? Oh my god, so many misspells. This is gonna be okay. Oh, is he? Oh. Alright.
And some crepes missed by France for that.
Yeah, that was supposed to be first blood. They definitely dropped the ball.
Which is remarkable, because this is like a brawling lane. This is supposed to be first blood coming out from Fiend and Lucify, ideally onto France, right? Well, they're going to get that opportunity right now.
So many slows though. Even this calling makes it really hard for the Primal, but they get the kill. It's Lucify that picks it up, and they trade that for a dead Primal. Would you say this is worth it?
Seconds. Yeah.
Oh, top lane. They also get the Lion. Zeus getting some damage going here. That's a live wire support, Zeus. That has to be one of the greediest things I've ever seen.
So you think that getting it on the ult is better?
No, I just meant that, the Snapfire is low HP and, oh, wait, you mean the Zeus facet?
Yeah, the Zeus facet, yeah.
I guess so, right? Because sure, in the lane, you probably got a lot of value out of it, but later on, you're not going to be close to most targets. So I guess I imagine the other one would be stronger. But, I haven't seen support Zeus in general, so I'm just kind of talking out of my butt here.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I'm talking out of Eris's butt, I guess, because that is he is the player that I've seen do this before, and he did take the live wire then as well.
It's kind of odd to me because when I saw live wire, even when we still had lighting hands in this new facet, to me I was like, okay, this is good for core Zeus, but the other one's still good. And even when we see core Zeus these days, I probably cast like 12 Zeus, mid Zeus with Livewire and 1 with the other facet. Is it really that bad? Like, I know it's not great, but I feel like it has to be underrated at some point.
Maybe at some point, but right now there is between a 2 and 5% win rate for picking live wire over Divine Rampage on support and hard support. So the stats disagree with you and agree with Aris.
Yeah, I guess you just gotta buff the other one a little bit. But that one has the other one has potential to be extremely broken, I think, depending on how you mess with the numbers. If you just give it a little bit more damage when you pick that facet, and suddenly it could look very strong, as Ares does go for a stacked pull here. Probably gotta stop that or kill the Dusa.
I've been keeping a little side eye on mid here, where some creep wave shenanigans are currently going on.
Yeah,
this is definitely used to be a Death Prophet favorite lane, and we do have the morning ritual up as well. So that is what I was wondering about. And I think for Ember Spirit, yeah, melee versus that Spirit Siphon, no good ways to break it, and then she's going to just delay a bunch of that damage. That doesn't make for good trading for you at all.
Yeah, 20% from the get-go. That is very crazy. Oh, top lane here, they're going for Ren. They get a really good slow with Ares. This should be a kill. Maybe the Dusa picks it up. No, it's the support Zeus. He will benefit from the kill. All right, Manta. Lots of kills here. Do you think they have a little bit of an edge in this laning stage? As you said, the Ember, despite the fact he should be in a disadvantageous laning stage, has more CS, and there are more kills for the Dire.
Yeah, they've been making up for it with shenanigans. And his bot lane as well, I think Manta have a good chance of making more kills happen there as well. Top is the one that I thought would go better for the Immortal, but I think Ren might have overstepped himself a little bit and allowed those earlier kills to happen, and now he's quite far behind. That's hard to recover from if you're a Lion, who also has stacking duties, as he's fulfilling right here.
Yeah,
not even level 3 just yet.
Okay, Rune's gonna be bottom, and Insane does pick it up. So that's huge, right? If you're the DP and you get Arcane Rune, Mina 6 Rune, that is the dream for you.
Yeah, your catapult is even still alive.
So what is the plan here? Do you think he forces Exo in the mid lane itself, or does he want to rotate somewhere else? Well, as I say that, rotation to the top lane.
He makes that, yeah.
Oh. Okay, that's kind of a good debate from the Ember, right? Because now, unless you do something here, this is kind of, I guess, not wasted because you have Arcane Rune, but it feels pretty bad.
That feels really bad. The catapult and top wave already dead. It means that this exorcism, she's just wandering around with it.
Oh my god, that was beautiful from Kui. And not only that, the Zeus might be trying to steal the Wisdom Rune. Very hard for Ren to fight with no HP. Can he get the stun and the deny? He actually picks it up. Might pay with his life. Blood Grenade still available. Yeah. Ares gets the kill. Could TP out, and he will.
Okay. This supports Zeus so far. I mean, absolutely outdoing expectations. And Ares, I might have said it the last time he was a punching bag. Nuh-uh. And Ren, and maybe I've caster cursed him.
Yeah, he is 0-3 at the moment, level 3 as well. But hopefully, he does have potential to counter the Deuce specifically. Also, an Ember counter. You just need more levels and potentially that Blink Dagger later down the line. So, yeah, speaking of the Blink Dagger on the Lion, like, in a way, if you want to counter the Deuce, you probably want the Shard and like a different type of build. If you want to counter the Ember, you want to go for Blink. Do you think there's a particularly correct choice, or it really depends on how the game kind of feels?
I mean, definitely depends on game feel, but the standard answer would be you counter the hero that comes online first, and you counter the second one second. So you get that blink, you delay your shard.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you probably get the shard for free at some point, right? Unless you're giga far behind it.
Don't like supports that count on that. Oh, Ren. I mean, is he going to get anything this game?
Good question, because he might get killed, and Kui not only picks that one up, they want to potentially force a split here. 3 versus 1. Oh, they missed the spell, so yeah, Momo's gonna be fine.
By the way, this is not flame. I like that you just call it the spell. I think Gorgon's Grasp is a ridiculous name for that spell. They just did something. And I'm sure we're gonna see it changed.
I'm getting used to it. Gorgon's Grasp. It's a good name. I like how
it doesn't even grasp anything, dude. It's not.
I mean, we are not grasping it, but we at some point will, hopefully. How much damage? So it's 150 damage per second. All right, it's cool.
It's pretty decent.
So I was watching the highlights from like the highlights that show up in the pause for
our lovely reels, yeah.
And there was a Deuce support. Did you cast that one?
Yes, yeah, that was the previous one, and it's great in the lane, right? Because the thing that I would be calling the Gorgon's Grasp, the facet, the Envenomed Strike or something like that. So the more that goes down, that was only a matter of time, I'm afraid.
Yeah, a lot of damage there. I think the Treant did had level 6, but he got stunned by the Pulverize, and he was already very low on the Muerta, so kind of.
But you gotta think about it as as sort of a Terrorblade support. You have really good harass in the laning stage. You're an annoying ass right clicker. You've got 2 damage spells, so a lot of nuke potential to follow up on the little bit of slow that you bring in, and then after laning stage you are a slow hero without utility, and you are the hero with utility. Ren,
they will actually. I mean, it's a haste rune, so even with the overgrowth, it's kind of a risky play. 20 HP. Ren, still fighting for his life. He is
not even close.
Definitely trying here. He actually picked a Wisdom Rune up, and he's still level 4.5. Very, very hard lane stage for him.
Yeah, with Uglier being already level 6 without having done anything particularly special.
It happens sometimes as they find him. Muerta Friends gets the OT off, though. A lot of damage. This should be a dead Primal Beast, and Rent now level 5. Very happy.
Yeah. No, and this is one of the things that a Lion is the best at, right? You are a fantastic counter initiator, especially if people go solo. You have between 2 and 5 seconds of disable just in your pocket, ready to be dished out.
Definitely a hero.
That's enough for a TP. That's enough to be a screen away.
So looking at the state of the game right now, that first EXO wasn't very effective. It looks like they actually used a second EXO on Insane.
They did, yep, on top.
To take the top tower. Do you think, they're creating enough momentum here on the Radiant side, or you're still a little bit scared of how this Deuce is going to look like in a couple of minutes?
Deuce is an interesting question. I do favor her matchup over the Muerta initially, just because as long as you can keep a hold of the Stone Gaze until the point that the Pierce to Veil gets popped, you're very, very happy.
Very low here. Will die to the kisses and amplify damage. Ooh, this is not bad for Manta, especially if they can get a bit more. Chains actually do hit on Uglier. That's very lucky. And with the damage, good overgrowth onto 4. The Cookie misses as the Treant Protector survives from the armor. Finger of Death is enough. So the overextension will be punished, but they also get the Treant in the end. I wonder, was he holding on to the OT? I think he was. Maybe it was a cooldown.
I think he was holding on, yeah. This might have been the first usage even.
Yeah. Oh, that's a little sad for... You're right. Yeah, I don't think I remember seeing the OT because...
Screen does sort of light up.
Yep. Well, let's see if they can get this mid tower now, because the Ember is dead, and lots of cooldowns here for Manta. I don't think they actually have what it takes to defend this.
Absolutely not. No, the fact that Momo gets to contribute to that fight in mid significantly and hold on to the Primal Split is huge. This Brewmaster can win a fight just by pressing R, and if he shows up anywhere, Manta are just gonna have to back off.
Yeah, they can also steal all these stacks. Arius, he started to stack when they were taking the tower. That is very bold of his. Can they fight and protect it? They're trying. Chains finds Momo.
Fran's not here.
Oh no, he gets the split off. This Primal Beast just watching sadly as, I mean, they are disengaging, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get any kills. Great
What a stomp.
use. Okay, Ember. Sleight of Fist gets silenced again. This is a really hard Ember game when you think about it. He will die for a second time as the split has actually worn off and they're looking for anything, and it's gonna be the Mortar. They get pulverized, that's the first kill, and that's a pretty juicy one if they can get Insane as well with a cookie. Manta already up on the Dusa. Kiss is flying out. They find the
She's tanky.
Snapfire and actually canceling the cookies. They're out of damage. They only have the Onslaught looking for that profit, but she's actually in a really good spot despite all of that damage reduction. Will be taken out. Who did even won that fight, honestly?
Manta. This is 2 cores traded for only a single core on your side, and I think they took most of the stacks. And incredibly enough, that was a strong enough fight for them, with 3 of their heroes getting stunned in the middle of it by a paid actor centaur. What a stomp that was.
Yeah, I mean, they got a 4-man overgrowth, really good split, and they just didn't have the damage you felt on the side of the Radiant.
No, Franz was making his way over for most of that fight, which is really what bites him in the butt there. Because, yeah, Momo can control anybody, but you do need to throw damage over the top, and the exorcism was already running out.
Yeah, and you know, this kind of feels like the big problem they have. Death Prophet, as tanky as she is, she doesn't seem to be contributing with damage right now. So your damage dealer has to be the Morta, which, you know, she does have Maelstrom, but it's not online yet, right? At least it doesn't feel that way.
No, and her power spikes are weird. I talked with John about this earlier as well, which is that technically you're a pretty big damage dealer already as soon as you have your Maelstrom, but getting in the right position where you can actually dish out that damage is very hard, and you might want a couple of items more instead.
Yeah, like there's so much lockdown on Manta that you kind of need BKB to just right click, and the lockdown on the side of Radiant is kind of mediocre, right? Like when you look at it, what is there? Like they have Overgrowth and Earthspike, and it's about it.
Yeah, well, Ato's finished for Insane.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if we see another Exo pop before he has the level 2 Exo as well, and I do think that is going to solve a bunch of the damage problems. Like, it's still not burst damage. They really still only have the Lion for that. But at the very least, between the Death Prophet and the Brewmaster, you should be able to buy time for your Muerta to buy 2 more items.
Yeah, I think the real target, I mean, we're kind of talking about the Blink Dagger and the Lion. He is 20 gold away from it. You gotta kill this Ember in the fights, right? Because we're talking about lack of damage, and he just finished a Mage Layer. If he gets to reliably cast Mage Layer on 2, 3, 4 heroes, how are you actually getting any kills?
You are not, but you said it already. There is 2 very nice AoE silences on the side of the Immortal, plus that Lion as well. This is not the easiest Ember game, and Kui has been dying in some of these fights.
True, definitely. As they're smoking here as Manta, no vision so far, and it's a nighttime smoke, very unreliable. The Courier giving some vision. Do you want to dive on the tier 1 tower? Yes, they do. There's a shield rune on Death Prophet, so you gotta disengage as fast as you can. Good stun from Ren, looking for any openings here. This Primal Beast rooted up, taking a lot of damage. Pretty tanky though. The Pulverize will be cancelled by the split.
Does not carry
they
yet.
Just don't have the damage. They use everything.
Yeah.
All right.
Goes down. There appears to fail is left, but you can see by Fran's positioning, he'd rather not use it.
He gets chained up. He is actually, you know, mitigating a lot of the damage, but eventually he's gonna be kited up. And Manta with those low cooldown spells just re-engaging, and they might find more. The uglier Treant. Kind of feels weird to say that. You're not ugly, Treant. You're beautiful. But,
you're beautiful.
I guess beautiful is a strong word. As okay, Gohan cookied away, trying to reform the position here. Oh, Primal is still alive somehow. Gets the pipe off as well as the healing. Oh my, dude, that's so sad. Like they re-engaged twice on Manta, and they have not lost a single hero.
Incredible. No, that pipe doing so much work. Having the mech up on Lucify as well, having 2 aura carriers is so powerful. Being able to say, okay, fine, you can kill one of them, but the other one is still going to be supplying the team with tankiness, and the other way around. I love it.
Exactly. I mean, we kind of talked about the Ember, right? The way they smoked there with the Ember not being the first point of contact, I think was really important, because then the Primal gets jumped. You're applying Mage Layer on everyone. There's a pipe on the Primal on top of it. Like, you're
the battering ram.
Absolutely not killing anyone if they get to fight in that term, in those terms at least, for the next fights.
Yeah, I gotta commend Gohan's here as well, by the way. Like, a lot of Medusas are only very slowly warming up to the idea that you are a siege tank as well. But Gohan's has been involved in every single fight so far, and like actively at the front lines, with Franz always being later. And of course, he is less tanky. This is a lot harder of a game for him. But on the other hand, it would be a lot easier if Gohan's was also lagging behind and only showing up if there was something, something to anti-mage, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. They have that. He was very active the whole game, yet to die, despite all of the... I didn't really run the numbers to see how less tanky Dusa is at the moment, but so far, he is definitely not struggling.
Nope. And several pairs of mana boots on his team also really helps.
Oh, you're right. They have
3.
3. Wow, that's definitely a lot of mana.
Yeah.
They're also going to finish a Lotus Orb on the Primal. This is probably going to be very, very effective against the Silence of the Death Prophet.
It's a little annoying, of course, that you don't get to... you need to wait with your Lotus cast until the silences are... or the Death Prophet silence is on you in this game. No single target, just... no silence you.
True. Really good shard game here. I guess besides the Zeus, every support quite happy about the idea of having a shard. I mean, I guess even the support Zeus can get some extra farming, but it's not amazing.
No, it's not exactly amazing. And the percentage-based damage also doesn't really fulfill an extra...
doesn't change his game, right?
No.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, they're also tanky. Every little bit counts, especially when it's coming from a Zeus who doesn't do too much otherwise. No.
Yeah. He also pretty selfless build, I think, considering how good of a game Ares is having. Just gets himself a Solar Crest. Kind of like that he hasn't kind of went over his head with the item. It kind of happens when support has a pretty good game.
No, and he understands that he's got one of those traditional super carries that as long as you keep the Dusa happy, your game is happy. A happy wife, happy life sort of thing.
Medusa's a trad wife now?
Yeah, well, she will definitely take care of your home.
Yeah, I guess she's kind of high maintenance, so you better work for
Yeah, you better be a good provider. Buy her those shiny
Yep.
trinkets. There we go. I knew we could make this work.
Butterfly, by the way, done, so she's a very happy trad wife. Can probably start being a bit more active here. Do you think this is the time for them to either force Roshan or try to go for another smoke? What's
Time
your
for it to
goal
become
when
a
you're
boss
in this
babe
position?
instead.
I really don't want to. I don't want to imagine how that baby looks like.
Oh yeah, there's websites for that. We don't have to do it. Anyway.
Okay. That's why AI was created.
They're not a great Roche lineup, right? But I do think that
it's pretty bad.
once you've got that Aegis in your pocket, like they've already been so active with this Medusa, it's going to make Gohan's feel that much better.
Okay, so they are joining. Yeah, I mean, you kind of alluded to it. They are not a great Roche lineup. They only have 1 point of low shredder. I'm surprised they're even attempting this, but maybe this is a way to bait a bad fight here on the Roche pit.
Yeah, depending. I mean, they do also have a lot of information right now. Franz and Ren very visible on that dire ward up top. Means Manta knows that, yeah, they're gonna take their sweet time with this, but nobody's gonna interrupt them anyway.
Yeah, I guess Immortal does feel pretty behind this game, and they will let it go. They're trying to get some farm here. Muerta finished the Hurricane Pike. Has the Gleipnir queued up. I guess, if we're gonna try and find things to hope from Immortal, fighting their base looks pretty good, right? You're gonna have Muerta actually being able to stand up and right click. This brew, I guess, the pipe's pretty good. Do you like this new change with, like, it felt like everyone was rushing Radiance and brew, and now I don't remember the last time I've seen one.
Yeah, well, it's a switch that I kind of saw coming. I was thinking that the Radiance was overbought already. And I'm kind of happy to see that now we have Brew in his old form and in his Aura form. He contributes a lot more to the game as a whole.
He gets found with the Hex. They will use the
Once
calling
again.
there. So even with the Lotus Orb, that's going to be a dead Ember. Does have a buyback, and they're going to try and force that fight. Lifting up the Dusa, Pulverize onto the Death Prophet, but she's a very tanky lady. Holding on to the Overgrowth. They finally found it. 3 heroes with the Silence, but they are chasing Insane, trying their best with the Onslaught. This should suffice. Blinker Spike actually refused Lion's position and ran. Could be in big trouble. The TP, though, that was a bit late with the Grasp.
Now, France?
Oregon, uglier TP, and okay, I mean, you force a buyback, you only lose your DP. Is this good enough if you're Immortal here?
The fight's outside of your base, I suppose, but you're still going to lose towers now that your Primal Split is down. That is a bit of an issue.
They still have the Aegis. They're not even close to finishing it up. And yeah, as you said, with the split on cooldown, you're probably going to lose every tier 2 tower here.
I think one of the problems for the Death Prophet here is that actually with the Medusa on the field, there's very few targets that are a good target for your Spirit Siphon.
True. Yeah, when she has 600 HP, it kind of goes back to the damage issue.
Yeah.
She is tanky. She has no HP. Looking at the... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They have level 2 living armor. This is just not going to be enough to stop this Butterfly Dusa. They're trying to delay, and I guess that's the best you can do, right? You really don't want to actually force the engagement.
The Muerta, you have the Gleipnir and the Hurricane Pike right now, but that MKB needs to follow up after the BKB because you're otherwise just not going to get to play. The Primal Beast is going to have your number every single time. This Ember Spirit is going to have a BKB. This is a good catch, though.
Yeah. Probably waste a full minute of the Aegis.
Yeah, and most importantly, you're going to get to keep your offlane towers now, which if you want to have a shot at taking a Roshan in the future, you need those.
True. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have 50 seconds of Aegis time when this Primal respawns, which probably means you're not going to take another tower unless there's an overextension.
Insane, yeah,
What do you feel about this? They're going to actually fight with the Primal being dead.
Quite remarkable. I mean, yeah, he has been the tire iron, I want to say, that pops this game open, pops this fight open.
Yeah, but if you don't get anything out of this EXO...
Yeah, you don't have it defensively.
Oh, boy. So, as Manta here, you can probably, like, take a tier 1 tower. Do you force... like enough objectives and towers until EXO is back? Like, do you think Manta, even without the Aegis, feel confident to do that?
I mean, definitely, yeah. As long as because it's a damage problem, right? And every single time that you have the Primal Beast available, France needs to play so very carefully. France is the only other damage source they've got available to them, really.
Yeah, this game is funny because, I looked at that Lion and then I looked at the entire lineup of Manta and I was like, okay, this hero's going to counter everyone. But it feels like he's only one hero and he needs to counter a lot of things that Manta has. And he doesn't even get to stand his ground. As you said, he went for the blink and can't use that mana drain. And even when you do it, it was so much stronger in the past, right? The break distance was bigger. The magic resistance was bigger. It felt like he was just like a tower in the middle of the fight. And now he's just a hero.
Yeah, and you can see it in his itemization as well, because he's flying in a Shadow Amulet right now. That is also money that you could have spent on getting a shard if you thought it was really necessary.
Yeah.
Instead, you're just gonna hope for the Tormentor to please and thank you deliver it into your hands.
And it does feel like that Tormentor could be stolen here if Manta are able to get these 2 towers. We'll see how much they're gonna pressure here.
Oh, they're gonna run straight forward.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. They get vision. Oh, the chain's a little bit off the mark from Kui, so that OT so far is wasted. But even without the Zeus OT, it does feel like this tower is doomed.
Yeah, so the thing with the Immortals lineup here is that you had yourself a great siege lineup. If you get to walk forward and claim territory, you're very hard to engage into. But defensively, you can't jump any backlines. That's not what you do with a lineup like this.
Yeah.
So whenever Gohans shows up, and you don't pass her. You gotta go through. You have the damage to go through? Nay.
Not really. It's really on this Muerta. You're gonna have to buy so much time. You need that BKB, but you probably need a crit as well. There's so much magic resistance on the side of Manta.
Pipe, Mage Slayer. Got Glimmer Capes available now as well. A little Force Staff action from Lucify. Especially once that first Force Staff comes out, you're siege ready, right? That's when your Medusa can start looking at high ground.
Do you think like this Muerta is inherently a weaker hero in this meta where both Crimson Guard and Pipe are very popular? Because like she is actually one of the likely carries that get countered by both in a way, right? Because you're doing magic damage that actually is reduced by the Crimson and by the Pipe when you're ulted.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you, actually. I think that is a problem.
And
I didn't really think about it like that yet.
You drafted... Oh, Franz, so close from being catch here. The fact that you drafted first phase and then you actually turned it into a carry, we're kind of thrown a little bit off by the Lion. You know, it made sense at the moment, but can't help but feel like maybe they would have gotten more success with a different carry.
Yeah. Yeah, then you see a really great Lion game. Like, oh, we can make the Muerta work. And of course there is still a possibility that they do. Eventually you're going to be an absolute god of damage, but say eventually we're only at 30 minutes, you've lost all of your outer towers, you haven't been able to win a single team fight in the past 15 minutes.
Very true. I guess, you know, Muerta is a really good high ground defender in a way, right? You kind of have to go through the calling and you have to go through the nature's grasp. There's a lot of garbage in the ground for you to truly dive and kill.
This is a hard high ground for Manta. Absolutely.
Yeah, which is probably why, you know, they've been pretty slow, I guess. You know, considering how dominant they have been. They're taking their time. They're not really. I wouldn't say they are forcing too much. I think they're forcing just enough.
No, and they shouldn't either, because the cores that they have to split push or like to take waves separately with and get more out of the map are an Ember Spirit and a Primal Beast. Both of them are pretty hard to get. Whereas the Immortal, what do they have as pick off to take those heroes down with? Well, it's down to a Lion initiation. If the Lion doesn't get the jump,
dude,
nobody can stop him.
Speaking of the Lion, they get the Insane Shard instead of Ren. It's so sad.
0 for 2.
I feel bad for him.
Same.
Alright, so pretty long respawn timer. That probably is good for the Immortals here. They're at least gonna get some more time to farm that Muerta. And you really need every ounce of damage because, like, neither of the other heroes really scale with damage, I want to say.
No, not really. Like, of course, the Death Prophet has a fantastic Ags upgrade that is actually a really big damage spike. But apart from that, that's about it, and then it just is all about...
Smoke on smoke with a good ward on the high ground. The Primal Beast finds that Muerta, and they might just be able to go through her. They get the kill. The BKB means nothing. This Death Prophet is gonna be kited to hell. It looks like the TP out from Uglier. And yeah, you can mitigate as much damage as you want, but you still will die.
Not much left in the tank, not much left to give. That was your exorcism spent. I guess at least you didn't spend your primal split yet, so Momo can.
They didn't spend BKB on the Murta as well, so
Yeah.
there will be at least a fight.
You could have bought time with the split here, maybe if Momo was in position, but since he is not, that's going to be at least 1 Rax down.
Yeah, that was a great ward from Manta. You know, they smoke for just the right time. They find the jump with the Primal Beast. Instant BKB also. Like, he was very certain of what he had to do.
Only 10 seconds left from Huerta.
Yeah, they are taking their time here with this. Melee barracks will eventually fall, it looks like, as they find Uglier. He will die, does have a buyback, was probably baiting for that to try and initiate a fight. France gets his OT off, doing pretty decent damage here. The Cookie of the Mark kind of throwing the Primal Beast forward, but I guess that's what you want. They're going to get a dieback onto Uglier. That's a deadline as well. Franz now forced to disengage. He doesn't have a BKB, he doesn't have an OT. This is looking like a GG in my book, and if they don't call it, it's just going to be inevitable. This Death Prophet, yeah, just tanky, but you needed more damage, and you have none of it. Alright, so Manta looking pretty solid here in this game. Do you have any, I guess, pointers here? If you are Immortal going to game number 2, what didn't you like from their draft or the way they played?
I mean, we've harped on the damage issues enough, I think, here, and I think we've already sort of correctly diagnosed that they tempted themselves into that last pick Lion who got, let's face it, clowned on in the lane, and then didn't do enough to make up for the fact that, yeah, you have a lack of damage in the rest of this game. And moving that Muerta to your carry position then puts you into just a bad carry-to-carry matchup in terms of who gets to contribute earlier. Zap Medusa, Gohans has been on this train with any hero that he's been playing. He's been active, he's been there, and this time again, Siege and Junjusa, unsurpassable. Nothing the Immortal can really do. They don't have plays to make with that lineup, so now it's really for the Immortal. If they want to do anything else, they gotta channel all of their spite and say, okay, fine, if we can't go to the playoffs, then you can't either, and make it a 1-1.
That's true. We gotta feel that hate, and we'll see if they're gonna be able to prevent either one of them to go through. Manta did look good, as you said, but we'll see if we have a different draft, if maybe that Rubik we talked about, there's a chance here for the Immortal to pop off a little bit harder. Well, guys, this was game 1. There's still a lot of Dota to come our way, so we're going to go on a little break, and Kips and myself will be back, so stay tuned.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet Betting Company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Showcase your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
We are back with the second game between Immortal and Manta, Kips. As you said, if this game ends up 1-1, if the Immortal can bounce back, neither one of them are going to, to the second stage or have a chance to go to the second stage. Do you think spite, do you think anger and hatred could be motivating Immortal right now?
Dark side. I mean, definitely, and once again, like, it doesn't have to be the dark side necessarily, right? It can just also be your own pride, and we play every single game like it matters.
Yeah.
We take our training seriously, we take our own time seriously. But I would be lying if I wasn't, like, completely sure that, yeah, a bit of spite is probably gonna be involved here, keeping him down.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of, because what is the other option, right? If you don't have to heal you, I guess there are teams that are very like positive.
Yeah.
But I don't know about you. I feel like the teams I've seen being like very, very positive are usually the ones that are winning. It feels really hard. I mean, I don't know. Like, what's your take being
It's a
a coach?
cause and effect.
Yeah, exactly.
So there is such a thing as toxic positivity as well, right? There's a bunch of players that just, we're so happy to play together, and they forgive each other for all of their mistakes instead of really diving into it. I definitely think that Dendy is the biggest example of this, where I think a bunch of his teams just didn't fix mistakes because we all like each other anyway, and we're all trying our best anyway, and that's not good enough as a competitor. I think the best teams have a healthy mix of cohesion and positivity, but also some spite. Like, and I think Gaming Gladiators is the easiest example, right? You just bring in a bunch of very chill, positive people, and you throw in Quinn. And that man, I think, is fueled by spite. He was born in it, molded by it.
Oh yeah, that's what
Didn't
North
eat
America
celery
brings
until
you,
he was
baby.
already a man.
Exactly. Is being playing the hardest pubs of any region.
Yes.
Well, we do have bans here. Glancing over them, I guess Jakir is the one that no, it is also banned. What did they exchange for this Ember ban?
10 seconds remaining.
Previously?
Yes. Yeah, it was.
That was a
definitely.
late
5
one.
seconds remaining.
So you can probably yoink it if you want. And that's what they'll do.
Okay. No, DK is still in, just changed places. And Grimstroke was in the bans previous time
You're
around.
right. They actually banned Grimstroke last. That was an oddball.
10 seconds remaining.
I think that Grimstroke is one of the best heroes as a support counter versus heroes, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of overloaded, but there's been some voids, a couple of Earth Spirits here and there as well.
Yeah,
here
I just
is
haven't.
that's Sven Flex pick.
Yeah, that's a popular one. I just haven't seen Grimstroke even when Ember was being being picked a lot, but maybe they knew, more than us. Maybe they scrimmed, knew that Grimstroke is something they're
Yeah,
comfortable
he's
drafting.
been creeping in the previous couple of days. He's been on the up and up.
Dune Ben. So like when you have this hoodwink here, you usually see those kill lane type heroes, right? So Mars, Centaur, Primal. I think that's probably what Immortals kind of eyeing here.
Yep. Funny that both of the things that got denied here as well are good combinations with the Grimstroke.
True.
So
maybe they
interesting
are
to see.
eyeing a spirit for themselves as well.
Yeah, but no, I would like to see a Centaur. I think Centaur has been underpicked. Everybody's all about the auras. Centaur is a fantastic aura carrier. He still contributes. If you just need to buy him a blink dagger, and then at some point he gets a shard, and he still does all the disabling, he still does all the damaging that he normally does, and he just gets tanky because of the auras instead of buying a blade mail and a heart or something like that. So, give me Centaur. Come on, it's been too long.
Yeah, I mean we're seeing Brew with auras, right? Why can't Centaur also do some stuff a little bit different here? As Zeus again for Manta, so they seem to be very very comfortable just drafting this already. I guess it's good for getting vision of the hoodwink.
Yeah, the king of dewarding.
10 seconds remaining.
And you did have yourself a very flexible start right now. This can still go anywhere. You can still put that Zeus into the mid lane. You can still put that Sven into the carry position. Presumably either of them is going to go core. This is a wonky support duo, to say the least.
It really is. It really is. I would rather see the Zeus as a core, to be honest, but I guess it depends on what Immortal is going to draft. I think Disruptor is usually the support I've seen counter Zeus the most, but this Invoker's not bad at dissuading Zeus from being a core.
No, but he's also very good at saying no to Warcry.
Yeah, AoE Dispel.
So support Sven also got a lot more unappealing right now.
Until the shard.
Yeah, until the shard, that is right. But we've seen with Ren previously how hard it can be to get a shard if you don't buy it for yourself.
Well, yeah, you can always buy it for yourself. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the Svens I've seen, especially now that they took away the move speed, the move speed aspect of the shard. I've seen like drums rush, and then you get boots, and then you actually get the shard. So you can definitely take a while to get that one. I would love to see a disruptor here, but they're gonna go for the Rubik you were talking about.
Yes.
So is this a 5 hoodwink then?
I do imagine so. I mean, Ren's fantastic on both, and we've seen Uglier do really well on whoever brings up the backup. And normally I would be like, okay, well, maybe this could still be a mid Rubik, because we have seen the mid Rubik stepping up in recent times. But with the Invoker also on the board, you're still in the same, like, okay, so you don't do +5 Invoker support either. The hoodwink always ends up in 5 now.
Let's hope for that, as we have another flex pick here. So Manta definitely flexing everything. What is more likely against Invoker mid, Tiny or Zeus, in your opinion?
I'd say the Tiny, because you need to keep the Invoker from denying as long as possible. And the Zeus, Zeus is the hero that you play if you don't really want to play the lane.
Yeah, you're right. That's definitely true.
The same as with the couple,
And
right?
you
Have you ever seen a Zeus with denies above, like, well, a Zeus is above 10, I guess. I said 5 for the Kotl. I was taunting T-Panda about this before.
And you have squishy support, so Tiny mid does look pretty good, even with all the nerfs and everything. Curious to see how it's gonna fare, because I have not seen a mid Tiny past the nerfs. It feels like in the first couple of days it was first phase banned, and then everyone kind of forgot the hero existed. They're like, nah, let's stop banning this hero, and also let's not pick it. But Manta kind of feeling like it could be decent this game, which I agree.
Same. I think Crash Landing is still absolute bullshit. I mean, it does take a little bit more for you. You need this is where I haven't done the math yet. Like, when can you one-shot waves again? Because that point has been pushed back quite a bit now. But the reality of the year and the amount of extra damage you get out of it, the extra reach, the scaling with the phylactery, it just
Dire team pick. Mirana.
It's very good. Did you say Manta played Carry Mirana?
Was it Manta or the Immortal? I'm gonna have to dive back in. I think it was the Immortal, actually.
Okay, so a snatch pick and potentially, I guess you can play Mirana 5 with, but that would be weird because, dude, this draft is crazy. I don't know what to expect here. They have 4 flex picks. What the hell?
This is starting to get kind of nutty. Yes.
Yeah, like, who is even the better core in this game? Tiny has to be one of them. For sure.
Yeah, I would definitely. Tiny versus Invoker is a matchup that I'm willing to just put my money on. That one should be set in stone. And then as a support duo, I mean, the real raw deal is that if you have a Zeus support, then the other support can't be a Mirana. You don't have any reliable stuns. It doesn't work.
Oh, so they pick Mars here. Not good for the carry Mirana, if that's what you want to do.
No, Immortal
You
heading that
also-
one off at the pass.
So what if this is, regardless of what the position Mirana plays, what if she picks the attack speed facet here, and then you have Tiny and Sven just going nutty with the extra attack speed? Is that a possibility? How much
Definitely
attack
is.
speed
I forget how much the attack speed is. I know that the maxed out damage is 80.
So it's 20x for 8 seconds. So it's 160 after when you're level 18. That's kind of crazy.
It is. Like, it is entirely possible with the Mirana lineup to just deal so much damage that it doesn't really matter how much control the enemy has.
Huh. Okay. I mean, I've been kind of hyping this up. I remember when Fast introduced, OG played one game of Mirana support with that facet against the Phoenix as like a counter to the egg. And after that game, I don't remember a single time where Mirana was picked or this facet was considered. I do feel like it's a bit underrated. So I hope that's what they choose. But yeah, I mean, kind of early in the draft still. They're so open-ended that I don't know what to expect. I would guess they need an offlaner out of like looking at their picks. To me, they need an offlaner to finish it off.
Yeah. Or a carrier, AoE control, and the Immortal thinking the same. They have hedged their bets here, making sure to take out both the TA as well as the Darkseer. I guess Centaur doesn't do too much with the buff from the Mirana.
And Mars too, right? So you don't get the benefit of the Stampede.
Yeah. Yeah, but then who is left?
So you want heroes that don't
remember.
care about arena, that maybe build pipe, a lot of magic damage on Immortal. Ooh, when they pick PA, so they hedge their their damage here.
Tied. No. I knew I had like 3 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I mean they're similar, I guess, in what they do. Gets more damage on the Timber Saw, and it's a Go Hunt Sven with a Quit Tiny. All right, Solar Flare, let's go. Okay, I'm hyped for this one.
All right.
I like the synergy. The PA
Solar
pick
Flare Sven
is cool. I've seen PAs look nutty, but you're picking PA into a Sven.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to deal with the armor. On the other hand, the Sven's going to have to deal with the evasion. Neither of them particularly happy about that. And
True.
that is a methodical PA. I was actually chatting with John about this as well. I'm curious about your take. Do you like methodical?
You mean as like if I like it, if it's good, or if I like it as a concept?
Now I'm like I don't know. I guess let's start off. Is it good?
I think it's decent. I think it's decent. It's, to me, the way I see it, like PAs that go methodical, you feel like you can actually show in the lane to farm. If you feel like there's too much ganking potential, there's like global spells, you kind of have to go for the other one, just so that you can like hit your timings and everything. So to me, if you're picking methodical, you're mostly fine with showing lane. That's how I see it.
Okay.
Whether I like it as a concept, I honestly don't. I understand that's a bit novelty, and now you kind of have to buy different items. But the whole like 4 hits and you now gotta buy attack speed, I don't like it, to be honest. Just
Yeah,
my
we
personal
are
opinion.
on the same page here then, because I think you give up what makes PA, which is you give up the ability to appear, hit a guy twice, and he's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Like I guess
Like you're guaranteed not going to get the second crit within the time of your blink strike.
If I can be devil's advocate, I understand what they are trying to do, because PA is such a hard hero to balance, in the sense that like, oh, look at this crit from PA. What's the meme again? I forgot the Phantom Assassin meme. Phantom Assassin meme.
Yeah, you take it down. But no, there's a reason why big crits usually don't show up in PvP games. It's because it feels unfair.
Yeah, like the hero is either awful or broken, and if you try to go for this route, at least you can play around the PA, let's say. So I guess it makes it more predictable for the enemy team. But at the same time, yeah, I kind of want to say I don't like it. Maybe I'm just a hater, but maybe I'm a boomer. Don't want to get on with the times.
Let us be haters together.
Let's go. Let's be haters. And let's also talk a little bit about our beautiful Kira code. Maybe if production is...
oh yeah, show us the code.
Yeah, please. We are dying for the code, and there we have it. You can use the QR code here on screen to get some stats. You can bet through the app. It is a beautiful, beautiful app here, in case you feel like you have some insight, some knowledge, better than us. Yeah, you can utilize that one. But yeah, Kips, hate more on methodical PA here. What do you think there's a way to fix this as a concept?
Concept?
Like
no, like make Dota a PvE game and you're critting on computer units, and it feels fantastic. Like that's the person doing the critting always feels really good, and the person getting crit always feels really bad. So the solution is for it not to be a person. That doesn't fly in Dota.
Yeah, well, maybe we can get AI bots to queue ranked in the future. That could be a way to make my South American pubs a bit better. As to go for a little fight through here, Mars seems to be pretty dead.
Ares?
Okay. Okay, Gohan's is a little bit out of position. He doesn't... I guess he has 6 stick charges. Should be fine.
France will be slowing again now. I'm not sure.
Did they throw an Iron Branch for the Bushwhack? Because I don't remember a tree being there. They cancel Friend's TP as well. Okay, that's crazy.
That hurts a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Does he
I think you want to die now.
Well, no, he gets...
Ooh. So, that's actually worse. I don't know what... You kind of have to buy a smoke and just pray for the best here. There you go.
Okay, well, starting evasion doing work at least.
Yeah, you could see there. That's true. Like, he was fighting like a boss. Yeah. He's gonna lose like 2 waves. I don't think it's worth it for him to get that double
but it's a fantastic arrow.
Yeah.
Huge. And it's, well, at least you're rocking the +5 Rubik. We were rather convinced that it was going to be the Hoodwink, but it is the Rubik instead.
Huh. Oh, another great arrow from Lucify. No blood grenade though.
And Franz has finally made his way here, but Fiend already level 2 without having been touched. As a dream start for Timbersaw.
It really is. This is already kind of a weird lane for the PA. Like you get CS just because of dagger, but if the Timber has a level advantage, you can definitely die level 6.
Yeah. So let's hate on that PA some more, shall we? And I think she's also slow.
Oh, I mean, she's definitely super slow.
Like, everybody has been trying to tell me, I'm broken record, said this on previous broadcasts as well when we had a 10-minute pause with John and we were just hating on heroes. But everybody's okay, but you can fight with BKB Battle Fury, right? And I'm like, those are 2 heroes, 2 items with slow build-ups already. And then actually, no, she doesn't. She doesn't have damage yet. You can tell me she does, but I'm not buying it. And you're not really convinced that you're selling it to me.
Yeah, you know, if I was recreating a new facet for this hero to take away methodical, I think what I would do is either one of these two. I would either create a support PA facet, because I think it's kind of fun, at least.
Yeah.
Or I would create a facet where you actually can fight early, but your scaling is worse. So like your crit isn't as strong, but you have something else that allows you to fight early. Because that was also something we used to see, like, the first item deaths of PA. That's like 100%
I love that one.
There's no way to go Battle Fury on, not go Battle Fury on PA.
Which sucks. Which one of the Greek boys was it that used to do that? Because he was basically the only one who held on to Deso PA. And I love that
Kilo
man
did
for
it too, right? Remember? Like super back in the day.
Yeah. I distinctly remember one of the
Yeah, QO.
Yeah, oh yeah, like QO, yes. Yeah, that is ye olden days.
Well, that's that's Zeus. Looking at the lanes here, pretty. I mean, this Timbersaw is so big. He has 26. It's 26 CS, man. That is, when you have a slow PA and the Timbersaw having this good of a game. Sure, they have a lot of magic damage on Dire, but they're also very squishy too.
Yeah, and it's not that bursty, is it? So, as Timbersaw, the fact that you get time to do your damage first into the squishy arrows, yeah, feels good. And he can stand in this lane alone already. I mean, Lucify has just sniped the courier, has been walking around the jungle. He's gonna start securing runes mid, and his condition for being able to do all of that has already been reached. Look at Franz.
And I guess one thing we didn't mention, like a lot of these universal heroes got nerfed with Bracer not giving as much damage anymore. But I think Timber is one of the heroes that actually get buffed, because now you're tanky and you're not having to spend money on tanky items in the big game. You're just like, that's how much? That's like 150, 300 free HP from your bracers.
Good stuff. Something else a little unexpected has happened in the mid lane, by the way. Yeah, the Invokers usually start to properly recover through the denies once they get close to like level 4, maybe on level 5. But Insane forced Key back already, and now he's gonna have to start blocking his wave all the way back just in order to get the wave in the middle again.
Oh, Momo survives bottom now? I wonder if it's worth it.
That's close.
Like when you
yell at me if that happens, by the way. Stop talking. Someone's dying. Have some respect.
Nah, it's all right. I was just watching it, and what's your take? Like when you're this low and there's already first blood happen, wouldn't you rather die than survive and like have to waste your TP and all that?
In a case like this, I mean,
have no boots, right? It's pretty.
No boots. It's
pretty
slow,
costly.
but dying is also very slow. I think I would die if I still had mana and I empty out all of my mana first.
Okay.
That's the decision maker for me here. Because if you walk back with full mana, that's a resource that you wasted.
True.
If you get to blow all of that mana, keel over, refill all of it, you might get back into a lane that's in a position where they took more damage. You can spend your new mana on perhaps equalizing.
Yeah, like if you burn your mana, it means they probably burn theirs, right? And you get some benefit from that.
Franz.
Oh.
This lane has been over since you tanked that arrow.
Oh boy. Where's the Timber Chain? Ooh. Uglier actually trying to give away the kill. Franz? I guess, I mean, is it even worth it to live now? Because you're low HP.
Same question.
Yeah.
The answer is no. No, this is all time literally wasted. Evade.
What a hero.
He's like 2 creeps short of a chakram, yeah.
All right, this
Well,
game.
he bought time for Insane, who has an urn, would love to fill it.
Blood grenade as well, but he's so tanky, bro. 1400 HP, minute 7. Oh, he was trying to draw Russian
Gonna
aggro
die?
to deny himself, and he gets it. Oh my god. Even the
No
Ultra?
urn for you. You know what I'm thinking? And I was thinking this all the way back when I saw Franz get stuck on the bottom lane. I'm like, okay, I guess you lane swap.
Maybe.
Like, I think as soon as he tanked that arrow, his lane was swapped. And he just didn't want to conform to it.
You know what's funny about all of this? I'm going to ignore that Eris died. Volker actually got his urn filled despite the deny. That's, you know, that's at least something.
Yeah. No, okay, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I've been joking around with Harry about these poor invokers at some point. You know when you want to die? When you're an invoker with an urn and your team doesn't have damage. That's when you want to die.
Yeah.
Because your urn is empty and you're not gonna get more charges until you get that first charge. I have seen invokers waste 10 minutes with Vessel in their pockets, no charges all that time, no activity, can't do shit. And I'm like, you should have, at some point, you should have just risked it for the biscuit. Maybe you get the charge, maybe you die,
Dude.
you get the charge.
What are they doing?
yeah.
Like, how are you ever killing this Timber Saw? Like, I like the fact that he's trying to be active. I just don't think that's the lane or the hero.
No.
Like, as you said,
me neither.
you either need damage or you need to go for heroes that you can kill. And I don't think this 1600 HP Timber is the hero.
No, this is another, this is a mistake that you see teams make quite a lot in like the mid tier, and this is a lesson that I learned in Vegas Squadron. When you have a losing lane and a winning lane on your side lanes, right? Where do you instinctively go? And what you do is you instinctively try to shore up the lane that lost. And what you do is you put your leverage into the point where the enemy is strongest, and you might just get further behind. You need to be very sure when you do that. Rather, what you should do is build out your own momentum and support the lane that was already winning.
Yeah.
That's the rule of thumb.
That's very true. Like, you either rotate people to bottom or to mid here, and I guess when you look at it, every single core on Manta is tanky, right? Like, how do you kind of fix that? Because Gohan's has 1300, Tiny has 1800, and you have this Invoker that right now doesn't have the damage of the supports really assist him.
No, it's a problem, but the one that is going to perhaps bring enough damage to put you over the top is named Momo and not Franz.
True.
That is, and I know it's not always right, and that's the comments that I've gotten back. It's like, yeah, you can't just say it like that, but you need rules of thumb in this game. You're going to make a lot of instinctive decisions, and your instinctive decision should be to capitalize on your own advantage rather than throw yourself in the teeth of a level 8 Timber Saw with 2 braces and a cloak.
You know, usually in Dota games, I haven't at least seen a lot of games where I really felt like a first blood play really had implications that kind of lasted more than 10 minutes. This one, that one PA play, I think kind of changed this game completely. I don't think that's... Like, if you play this game 10 times out of... even 50 times, I don't think this happens very often.
No. No, and it's not even the first blood, it's that arrow. It's a bloody arrow.
Yeah. Well, bloody arrow, ugly Rubik. That is a lot of messes here. They have to fix it. I mean, look at this TP from Insane. Can you kill this guy? Oh, they're close.
Yeah.
Okay.
This time.
All right. I'll be honest. I thought they didn't have the damage, but they... This Invoker now. Very happy. That's a big streak he was able to acquire.
Yeah. No, very nice. And like at this point, when he obviously overextends, right? That is the point where you can go for it. But he's only going to overextend once he's already out of control. Yada yada.
Yeah, but that's good. Now
I can talk about concepts like this forever, by the way. So if they just chill and don't kill anybody,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny how, like, this game can be as complicated as you want, right? In a way, it's like, oh yeah, kill the ancient, but then when you add all of the layers,
it's
so much,
yeah.
so much stuff.
Dota 2
And
is that fucking bell curve meme, man. It's simple. You just gotta kill the ancient, and I'm like, no, there's 120 years now. They're different things. And then you get back to pro level, and you're like, it's simple. We kill the ancient.
Just kill the ancient. It really is, which is why I think we love this game so much.
They're the guy on the right. Something else that I want to preach about, by the way, is everybody brings their carries in early right now, and I've been saying for years, you might remember me saying this, like years ago already, all you gotta do is bring one more guy. And we've been evolving on that, everybody's slowly bringing more guys, and now everybody is just at all points ready to bring the maximum number of dudes. Send dudes, and you send 5, and we're finally there. It's been so long.
So what iSprog has to do is add a 6th player in Dota. Oh, now it's gonna be harder. Do you think that's possible?
ESL did that, and then
like what are the is it 0, or is there a chance that they're like, okay, Dota 2 Pet 8.0, it's 6 players per game now?
I mean, you made the map bigger.
Yeah, right.
You have resources to spread out.
People kind of are tired of dual lanes. If you add a 6th hero, do you think he's going mid, or is he going to side lane first?
I think he's going jungle, man.
Oh boy.
2 is enough to reliably combo break. That's the difference between like a solo lane or a dual lane, right? A tri lane, with 2 heroes, you still can't stop them from combo breaking 3 versus 2. I think you go into jungle.
That would be kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, I miss the tri lanes. I miss break. Yes.
Yeah,
9 stacks of reactive.
Sure. Oh my lord! How did he? Well, he dies, but this is still great for Manta, especially if
his Gohans. Oh, but he's stuck outside.
He's fine. He's fine. Oof, that's clutch.
The jump?
They found him.
No.
I think that was his battlefield. Yeah, at least he finished the battlefield before dying, but
that was
can't help but
close.
Look at the 7k goal lead on Manta and feel a bit worried here.
So PA is already slow, and yeah, she's in theory got a decent matchup versus the Sven because he doesn't buy MKB ever.
Yeah.
I wonder if you wouldn't rather go Bloodthorn anyway.
I wouldn't be.
You're so much better at items than I am. Tell me, what's your solution here?
I definitely like Bloodthorn more. I've seen more and more MKB on Svendel, especially after their nerfs. You know, I feel like players are just gonna be dissuaded from that item naturally. But I do like it. I think Sven likes the Mana region from Orchid as well. I'm a big Orchid fan.
Nice. It's okay. My instinct's still on point then. And Manta have been punished a bit for the reinforcements there, cutting off Key, but he's quite happy. He's got really good pace towards his phylactery already. Had that blink dagger. Came in big time. This is full Midas though. Recovery mode is now activated. The worst hurdle I think has been taken. Insane has Midas plus the Spirit Vessel. We did exactly finish off the Battle Fury, and we do have the blink on the Mars at ready. I think the worst is past for the Immortal.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of this game kind of balances out on this Invoker. He's the one hero that hasn't died, the one hero that has potential to kind of offset the hard game PA is having.
But Gohan's is... This man does not stop. BKB, what's that?
Okay, they find one as well. Momo, I think he has to blink out.
Yeah.
Okay. Still at that tower. I mean, I like what Manta's doing. They are being very, very fast. He can probably Roche. Nah, I think that's too greedy. You just get back to farming.
Yeah, a little too yet, but the fact that your Timber is so huge now, Lucifer, are you even gonna get him? Oh,
Oh wow. I'm surprised.
They got
Uglier
Franz.
had
They got Franz.
stolen. He blinks out and he will die.
gets him with the cleave.
Okay, Momo does have spear in arena, but that's such a tanky boy. That's a tanky boy right there with a pipe.
He waited so long to pop that pipe. Waiting.
Good spear.
Wait, uglier?
Oh.
Yeah, with the stolen chakram.
That's that uglier as well. I mean, this game is looking really hard because this Invoker is not dying. I think he's like trying his best to fish for plays, but I feel like Momo hasn't involved himself enough. I was kind of expecting him to go for a smoke and maybe hunt the supports at least, get a couple of kills. Do you think they've been passive with their movements?
Yeah, I mean, passive with their movements, or they just simply haven't had the time. Manta has been, anytime they've had an opportunity, they've been running forward, slapping them over the ears, and it is hard to set your own tempo when the enemy is already presenting a new problem to you. It's very good play out of Manta, is what I'm trying to say. It looks like they're just mindlessly running at them, but again, this is that bell curve play. We were talking about MVP Phoenix, right? Yeah, they were absolute savages, but they worked out how savage they wanted to be, how they could be as savage as possible in order to keep the enemy off their feet for as long as possible. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And you just keep punching.
Yeah, they're gonna try and punch this Timbersaw here, but they're missing a couple of spells. Does have that pipe. The break, they should get the kill.
He's delaying. Long enough for the jump.
Oh my god. Gohans, and he gets the toss back as well. Oh, mischance is actually not enough. He will fall.
Franz gets phylacteried.
They might find Ugly as well. Sheesh. Yeah, looks like the hate is not gonna cut it here so far. Hasn't really. I mean, Volker yet to die again, but every time they get something, it feels like they have to pay such a big price for it.
Yeah, they do have timings left to play for, at least. Like, you will have Alacrity on your PA when she has 2 items. I've been complaining about her being a 3-item timing hero, really. But the Alacrity, and especially extra attack speed with the Methodical, it is possible to put you in double crit territory.
It is actually if you're playing Invoker PA, Methodical might be like just by far the best option, right?
I'm gonna go so far as to say that maybe I don't like PA without any external heroes that give her attack speed steroids now, so let's say, well, that leaves Ogre in?
Yeah, that's true. Ogre's good. So how much attack speed? 70 attack speed from the Invoker. That is nutty.
He just found a PA and she got arrowed.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's the thing. Tiny doesn't really need the evasion to kill PA. The phylactery alone is so much burst damage. Even with the Armed Corrosion he bought. Well, that's also going to be... That's Pearl.
Hey, have you seen Lucify miss an arrow yet?
I was very impressed with his Murano. Like...
He's been fantastic.
We didn't even talk about the Solar Flare. I think that fight where Sven just like exploded 2 heroes, they just used Solar Flare. It's just a lot of attack speed.
There's the miss. He's not inhuman.
Okay. But still probably gonna find Momo here as they're chasing Good Tornado.
The pressure is so high. All 3 waves hitting your tier 2 towers right now. You haven't taken a single tower on the enemy side either.
Arrow lands.
Yeah.
I guess it should have landed, but Quill is so good that he gets the kill too fast.
Spoil sport. I mean, I did tell you that Lucify was either extremely hot or extremely cold, and this is one of those sexy, sexy games.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I only cast 1 game from them, I think, because I mostly cast Group A. But the one I did cast, he was looking hot. He was. I think he played Snapfire, and he was insane.
Yeah, he's been loving it, Snap.
So tier 3 tower, 15k gold lead. You're kind of banking on this PA. The BKB is kind of far away. There's nothing else you can buy, right? You can really use this ogre. Like, do you buy an Echo Saber here and you try to force a fight? I don't think so.
No, you would have bought that Echo Saber in place of the Battle Fury.
Yeah,
That's what you would have done. And then go for the BKB after and rely on, once again, the Alacrity.
tough one. Is there any timing here? Hoodwink only has Atos. The Mars going for a pipe, which is okay. But at this stage, I feel like a lot of their damage is physical and pure coming from the Timber.
If they read this one, and they do, you should have really finished off mid tower.
Yeah. Now Air's showing up, you can't even do that. Maybe you can Q him since he's away from everyone.
Franz is basically dead already. That 80 rune. My goodness.
Sheesh.
And now others are gonna come through the gate.
Oh! It's there. And they fight Ren as well. If he gets the toss... Oh my god! Amplify
Squirrel
damage.
Paste.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that thing about the Tiny, I think that's just... And I've seen it happen with heroes before. They get nerfed and people are like... Okay, we went and tried a lot of other heroes and this guy got nerfed, so surely he's not that good anymore. They forget about 3 weeks. The other heroes that got buffed aren't actually that good. They tried the Tiny again, or it was Mirana back then, or Nature's Prophet, like, oh, this is still nuts, okay.
Yep. Still pretty nerfed.
Yeah. That looks neutered to me.
Okay, so mid barracks falling here. They have... I guess they have tier 2s on the side lanes. They're not really gonna end the game right now.
I mean, it's the beginning of the end though, isn't it? We're nearing the 1k per minute gold lead, which is... I like to not talk about the gold lead. I want to talk about item leads, you know, talent leads, that sort of thing. But once it gets to this point...
Alright, so they're going Tormentor, and they're gonna smoke. This could be it. They're gonna be lower HP than normal. Sunstrike gets vision.
Huh? Once popped that BKB.
Ren actually
ages,
gets the Tormentor,
but...
the shard.
Everybody's just melting.
Gohan's is very low. Should die, but they're gonna have to buy back this Rubik here as Lucify falls. Okay, this is honestly not terrible if the PA survives, which somehow looks like Friends will.
Sidestep that twist. Very nice. That's hard.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh boy. Okay. You know, kind of looked promising there. The Hoodwink stealing the Tormentor, getting the shard. But, you know, you're fighting into an Aegis. You're fighting into a 20k goal lead minute 23. Kind of hard.
Yeah, you're fighting into a Sven. Sure, he doesn't have the god strength, but he does have the cleave, and you're all standing in a line in that silly little side gate of your base.
Yeah.
That was never going to go anywhere. And I am a little disappointed in Manta. I think I've seen better performances out of them before. Or, excuse me, in the Immortal.
I was like, okay,
no,
I've seen them stomp harder than
excuse
this.
Me. Manta's been
sloppy.
Pardon my French.
No, it's okay. Yeah, Immortal, I kind of like their draft. I can't help but feel like that one arrow, right?
It's the one arrow, man.
That one arrow.
The butterfly flaps its wings.
Yeah, man. And then your PA that was super happy that she got first blood and buys corrosion minute 0 has to walk to the lane. And
it's
yeah,
sad.
that's kind of the end result. So Manta, they are now on the... They're trying to get to third place.
Of greatness. Yep.
Which means that we now go into series number 2. In case they're going to go through, we need blind out to 2-0 our boys from IHC. Is that possible?
That is absolutely possible. Blind Owl is on point to, I think, match. Was it Garuda that did it before? The only people in the group stage so far who have played a 10-0. We have never seen that throughout all of the tours that we've done. Only one team has. And now Blind Owl might be tying up with them. And that is the thing that would give us a tiebreaker between IHC and Manta, if I am correct. I'm just quickly looking to see. No, it's not a tiebreaker because Manta has actually beaten IHC 2-0 before.
So they go through.
So they would go through directly, yeah. IHC needs a point. A single point.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, IHC, they 2-0 Immortal and Karsten Z. They 1-1
Manta.
TK and lost 2-0 to Manta. So yeah, this is going to be a spicy one. Unfortunately, for everything that's actually great, there's always a little bit of a wait time. We're going to go to, a 35-minute break, possibly. And myself and the lovely Kips will be back to cast the last series of the day. So yeah, stay tuned. We're going to be right back.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
We're back with the last series of the day and the last series of Group B, and a lot is going to be held at stake here, Kips. Are you excited?
I am very excited, but I'm also a little bit nervous. You see, I've been big supporters of both of the Mongolian teams basically since I first saw them play in the RES regional, especially Team Tough, of course, but IHC always looked like they were about to keep pace with them, like they were just one step behind, and I'm scared that this is the moment where we're going to see that one of them has definitely fallen behind. I'm scared that IHC is not going to make it, that they're going to get too out here.
Yeah, I hope that they can go through, because as it stands, if I'm not mistaken, they are one of the teams that are fighting for RES points, right? If I'm not mistaken, they have 50... Oh, never mind here. I'm slow. Oh, yeah. So they have 45. They could go through execration if they take this. Team TK, they have 71. Blind Owl, they have 55. So, yeah, it's a huge competition here. Whoever gets first place can knock down execration. Unless Team Tough gets first place, which in turn makes things very awkward for everyone else in this tournament.
And Team Tough have been looking hot, but yeah, these are the standings as we have them right now. Manta Esports over IHC, because they do in fact have the head-to-head advantage. So IHC need a point. Blind Owl,
they basically need the 2-0 here against Blind Owl.
They haven't given any away.
Very rare to see a team with 0 losses. Very statistically hard for that to happen. So do you think Blind Owl is gonna drop the ball here? I actually have not cast a single game from them. I don't know what to expect.
Well, they have had roughly 2 kind of different lineups as far as their drafts are concerned. We see them with either a Superman draft, where we have one big carry and they buff it up, especially with the support Tinker, or we see the very brawly, much more standard in this patch kind of gameplay. And they do both very well.
So they play the T-Man. I have not cast a Tinker yet in the healing Tinker dispatch.
Yeah, it's been tough to beat. It's been Grims at the back of these team fights. Absolute devil to get to. The rest of this team standing in the way, and Karma getting to live through some situations where, you know, in any other situation, any other support behind you, except maybe an Oracle, would have died for sure.
And how early of a Tinker are we talking here? Do they like first phase this, or is this something that they wait for the second phase to yoink?
No, they will definitely first pick it.
Damn. Okay. All right. So we might see very different first phase bans, which I think in general we've already seen a couple of changes from the from how it used to work. But yeah, there we have the IHC lineup: Fortune Soul Rams, 11 Kishka, and Ace 12 Rams, the new mid laner, substituting Ikigai, and Ace 12 substituting Cell, though that change has been a while ago.
And I think...
Alrighty, so if you are IT here, you really need to 2-0 blind out. You just first phase ban the Tinker, like you just respect it.
Or maybe you say I can beat it. Like the teams that have faced up against it so far, even if they had a lineup where they could have realistically actually gone for the Tinker and killed him first, didn't do so. Probably not giving the pick enough respect, saying, okay, but we can go through this. Didn't work out for them so well. So if IHC actually watched those replays rather than just looking at the drafts on Dota Buff like people normally do, then they could have seen an opening there and said, all right, the Tinker is completely defenseless, sitting duck. This is a patch where we play Primal Beasts, where we play Sand Kings, where everybody has a mobility spell and a nuke. We can get this guy first. So maybe you try that. It is possible.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the Dota 2 Pro Tracker stats here for Tinker. The highest win rates against Tinker right now, the support Tinker, are Naga, Hop, Bounty Hunter, Meepo, Sven, Lion, Wyvern, Phoenix, Shaker.
Interesting.
No, a lot of those heroes not very popular, right? Shaker pretty much not playable.
Except versus Ember in the mid lane this morning.
Okay. Well, all this conversation doesn't matter because the Tinker gets first phase ban here by IHC. They will pay the respect he deserves.
It is definitely the lower risk strategy here, because IHC, when they're good, when they're feeling good, right, you've seen them as well, they play a very good tempo game, and that is where they're then going to have to meet Blind Owl strength to strength, as opposed to trying to counter one of their favorite strats.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like, if you can first phase Tinker 5 and like you don't get to beat it at all, I think, whatever it is you're gonna try and concoct to counter it, it's probably too out of your comfort zone anyways. Might as well play for your strengths and ban the enemy strengths as well. As looking at the bans here, I guess Darkseer early on is a bit of a surprise, right? After the nerfs, I think I haven't seen first phase DS ban as much.
Yeah, that's something that we should math out as well here, by the way. We should have been writing down a list too of the things that still need mathing. Because I would say that he loses, compared to the previous patch, the amount of bonus int, I think like 30% or so, 40? That you would normally get. Because the all stats on aura items are good, but...
Yeah, like a lot of the aura items, they don't give any stats, right? I think Greaves literally gives 0.
Greaves is nothing, it's just armor.
Yeah, like when you look at Pipe, it gives... Yeah, also... Yeah, I think all of the aura... It's kind of the way they try to balance the aura items. They give armor or HP regen, but they don't really give any actual base stats. So it's kind of a cool change. As the Ember... They actually, it's not even crazy that the Ember gets first phase more than Mirana is the choice Blind Owl picks.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that means that they have a strat with this in mind. If we're going to see some Muerta action, a Beastmaster maybe combined with the Mirana, the amount of physical damage output is absolutely nutso.
That is very interesting. We did saw Mirana in the last game looking pretty good with the tiny Sven, all of those right clickers. Would love to see that. Would love to see Core Mirana. Although, very early into the draft, probably not going to happen. Any bans here do you think are deemed worthy here for IHC when you see this Mirana? Maybe the Primal, the Beastmaster, as you said, is a good one.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd like the Beastmaster, and the follow-up from the Arrow, very nice as well. I like the synergy there. Otherwise, I would have said Primal Beast. Rupido has looked like an absolute monster from the Jurassic era on that Primal Beast. And his map movements as well was really a joy to watch. Kind of a shame that we don't get it in this game. If we get it in map 2, I'll give you like the tour. But in this case, the synergy with the Arrow as well. That hero is out already.
I love me some Primal. Very Very fun hero. I think he's in a good place as well. You know, some teams you ban it. Against other teams, sometimes it just goes through and you don't even get to watch it. But it's definitely a cool guy. They're taking their time here. They take away the the flow morphling to Ember. That's one you have to respect in SCA.
That means that we have Kishka's Hoodwink already online. This guy has been a menace. In general, I think the strongest part of IHC has been their support duo. And even though we did have a shift up there, I think with Ace to ground it all, I would not be surprised to see just another straight up Clockwork pick for him here if they have a good carry pick to combine with it, because his Clockwork has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, I guess that also allows this Brunner to make more sense for Blind Out, because if they know the Clock's going to be their go-to, having the support that doesn't care about cogs. I guess, wait, if you go for the armature, how does it work with Mirana? Because I have not actually seen this. Do you just boink if you try to leap through it? Do you have to actually kill the cogs before?
I don't think you do, especially because I think if you line it up correctly, you're not in range for the boink during the leap. Because it already worked before when the cogs are smaller, right? That's an interesting duo.
Because I know that, like, with 4-staff now, you have to kill the cog to... Because, like, it depends on the range that you walk through, you know? So whether you're boink inside or outside. That's... Well, we'll see. We'll see whether that's good or not.
That's exactly what I think about Mirana. Like, if you need to space it correctly in order to jump out.
Okay.
And it'll probably get pushed on the other side.
So we're assuming this TA is the mid matchup for Ember, right? Very good.
Most likely.
Sven flexing here as IHC.
Alright, Mirana, what IHC? What are you on right now?
Well, they're gonna be forcing the solar flare for sure. I think it's kind of a given. I don't think I like this Phoenix pick. It's good versus TA, don't get me wrong. But nowadays the TA has a lot of attack range with, you know, Dragon Lance and neutral items, and having this Mirana as well. It looks a bit... Are you gonna... I guess they have a really strong safe lane with Phoenix Troll. Maybe they feel like if you win the laning stage hard enough, it might not matter. But I think it kind of does.
It does as well. The egg is so important for these team fights, and having an entire team that can take it down. I mean, this is why you use... Right? It's like, okay, here's an attack speed steroid. Anybody can hit it. We don't have to pick a specific counter.
All right, so now you're in a weird spot here for Blind Owl, because you can play carry Mirana into Phoenix, which actually is very good, and pick a support 4 there. Or you can pick another carry that would be good versus Phoenix. Does that hero exist? Or would you rather play carry Mirana?
The carry that is good versus Phoenix.
Because Morphling is out.
Yeah.
I guess Ursa is in.
Ursa is, I think, the one. But Ursa versus the Troll...
Yeah.
Not
but then
necessarily.
either Mirana or Sven against the Troll is a bit wonky too, right? Neither is great.
10 seconds
Sven with the mischance, the Mirana getting rooted is a death sentence.
What about Time Zone Faceless Void? Right? Attack speed?
Okay, yeah, true.
Ember can't Remnant away.
You're not wrong.
I guess it's just the lane is weird, because then you would have Mirana 5 Void. I mean, it's not awful.
No, but also you don't have any AoE enablers for it. Like, I would like to see, and I'm saying AoE slow here, knowing full well that people just buy bongo boots and gallivant on out, but
true.
I'd like you to have big time roots, for example, like an Underlord or a Treant Protector, or something to really synergize up with the time zone.
Yeah, I got what you mean. You're gonna ban Weaver. Yeah, that's a good one. Not bad against Troll, decent against Phoenix. I think if you ban Mars, though, you might be considering the carry Mirana.
Yeah, because what else is there versus Troll? I mean, you could be thinking about... your support duo feels so wonky. I'm like, man, yeah, TB would be pretty decent in this game. But...
It's okay.
Again, I'm not sure if your draft has space for it.
The reason I like the carry Mirana here as well is that you get some action from your carry, because Doom's very slow and TA is very slow. So if you play Void, it's just so... You're just asking to be overpowered. You're asking to give IHC all the timings they want.
No, agreed. I would want a carry that moves faster here as well. I mean, I've been saying that throughout this patch, but definitely once you have those two heroes picked up here as well, you really gotta force TA and Doom to move early. It's not their natural state of being, so getting a carry for whom it is natural would be a big boon. I just think
and at least you get like a better support, right? Because Miranda Sven they're like fine supports by themselves, but together.
Yeah.
Oh. So it's carry TA mid tiny then.
Okay.
Or 4 tiny, Doom 3. I think
Sven
tiny
carry.
mid seems better in my opinion, because you get like tempo for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And the TA compared to a lot of other carries right now, I mean, she needs a little bit of time in the jungle where she's just like actually not coming in, but she hits her power spike at roughly the same time that anybody else would decide to stay in the fight as well.
Yeah, I like your point. So what is you need like is this an aura offlaner pick? Underlord type hero?
Yeah, potentially. Underlord would not be bad. It depends, of course, on how you read this draft. I think that if this is a core Mirana, you already have enough solutions. You have plenty of roots. So
You may now select your heroes.
we go damage. Yeah, tiny mid. Ken.
Alright, so it's gonna be an offlane Timber with this mid Ember. What's your read here, looking at this? Because for one, I'm not sure I like either draft that much. I look at Blind Owl. It looks very slow. I think it depends a lot on this tiny. And they don't really have a lot of Phoenix solutions. And they don't even have the facet. They went for Moonlight Shadow, at least for now. I think I like IHC a bit better, honestly.
Yeah, I think at the end here... And I've seen this more often, right? Every single time that you have the first 2 picks both be flexes and both of them end up on support, it doesn't look like much of a support duo. And we're running into that problem here as well. The physical damage barrier from the Sven also not that much to write home against in this game. Write home about in this game. It's the Ember and the Timber are going to do plenty of magical mixed damage in order to make up for that. So a lot in Blind All is riding on Ken here, I think. And IHC definitely looks like there's multiple players that can get out of control, and that's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, I like your point about the magical damage. I think this is... I'm not sure if Repeater is that type of player, but to me this is like a pipe rush game on Doom. Like, there's so much magical. I hope he doesn't like go Midas Blink or something of that sort, although he does have Devil's Bargain queued up.
He has a Devil's Bargain queued up, yeah. Devil's Bargain as well, loaded into the game with that, not just queued up. I've seen a lot of players just let it sit there, where I'm like, yeah, it's cool that you have the potential flexibility, but since you never used it, that's a waste of a facet.
I feel the same way. I've seen that as well with the gyro support one, where like you actually get before I talk about gyro support, we should talk about this beautiful QR code here from like 1xBet.
Gorgeous.
You can download the app, use it to take a look at stats, and just follow the game a bit better if that's your thing. But yeah, just going back to the facet, I think the gyro one with the disassemble, I thought it had so much potential, and just like the Doom, if it's not 33 or like this tier 1 player, I feel like a lot of times they don't even realize that you're not using it and you're increasing your buyback by 15%.
Yep. Well, and here's the thing for that, right? What you need in order to make the most use out of this is you need to anticipate. The best Doom plays that I've seen with this facet have been people who are, alright, I can buy my Midas in order to increase my farm, but now I read that the timing is coming up as 11 gets slapped around.
They go for the minus armor play here, but Akari is now in kind of a really tough spot. You see,
Dire Straits.
He can't TP out.
No.
Boomy gets first blood somewhere else, actually, but okay. Now, I guess you have to suicide. Yeah, you don't want to TP.
Mm-hmm. 1 for 1, but you weren't first blood. Hey.
Boomy, very happy.
Yep. Great start for Mirana support.
So this is a very weak lane, right? I guess that is one aspect we didn't talk about. When you look at Phoenix and Troll versus Mirana Doom, this is definitely not a lane you're gonna be feeling good about yourself. So the first blood definitely helps unless you feed another death with the blood grenade. No, good jukes.
And Boomy doesn't really have any options.
Okay, they do get the kill, but Phoenix dies in return, and there's even a pause. But looking at this position, you have a lot of Radiant creeps, and you have the lane exactly where you want. So you dived as IHC, but you're not going to lose anything. The equilibrium is still yours.
No, this is a fantastically strong lane on the Radiant side here, and this Doom definitely does run the risk of getting a run out of lane, and things are already starting off well for Fortune Soul here.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned the pipe, but now I look at what type of game this Doom's going to have, and maybe he will be forcing Midas. Maybe like there's no way out for him.
Yeah. Was I still on his rant as the first blood was about to happen? I was saying that it's about anticipation, right? And it means that you need to have your own game down so far that you can afford to think about what the enemy is going to do basically all the time. And they'll be like, all right, the next fight, I do the math. Can I have a Crimson Guard before the next fight? I can? Okay, good. We switch it out. We fight with the Crimson. I sell the Crimson. I go back into the Midas. The fight after that, do I have the money for the Crimson on top? Do I want something else? Am I selling the Midas again to get into, like, I don't know, a Blink BKB? A lot of it rides on doing a whole lot of math, not just about what you have in your pocket, but also what the enemy is going to bring to the next fight. And that is something that I truly only expect the top players to get the most out of.
Yeah, and also teams, right? Because you need to be on the same page with your team on what you were doing so that you can actually adapt. It's true. And that's why I think it's kind of a debate to have Devil's Bargain a lot of the times. We'll see Rapido. I'll keep tabs to see if he's doing something interesting. It's a cool facet because the ceiling is extremely high, but the floor a lot of the times is very low.
Ground floor, if you don't use it, it's an active detriment.
Yeah, it's like you're playing without. I mean, it's actually worse than having a facet because you're losing your buyback. As Rapido, very aggressive, but okay, just gets the lows for himself.
Meanwhile, I'm taking a look at these other lanes. Timbersaw gonna hit level 3 here. Having a pretty darn good time for himself. This one does, of course, get slightly better for the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, you know, we saw the other offlane Timbersaw with the double bracer. I feel like this Timbersaw might also be unkillable in this lane just out of having double bracer. You're so tanky. It's absurd.
But you know, his lane opponent actually has levels now. He isn't just a full level behind from getting arrowed out of his TP scroll on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you know, if they had a stronger 5, I could go down, but I guess maybe you have to rotate Mirana, and she's pretty good at this. So I think if you're going for this play, maybe, you know, during nighttime, Boomy can probably have some impact there.
No, I really like that idea. Definitely as the control of the lane here slips just a little bit from the Radiant side. It's possible that Rapido doesn't even have to put himself in harm's way.
Mid is pretty chill, as it should be. Ember nowadays seem to be able to lane against anything, even the Tonys.
Not Earthshaker still, not Huskar still. I haven't seen people have the guts to lane an Ursa into mid for a very long time, but I'm waiting for the day, man.
That was very fun when it happened. It's been a while.
And the Ember tears are so delicious.
Oh, good. Oh, he cut the tree there. Nicely done, preventing 11. Should get the Timber Chain. Kishka does survive. Very nice.
Well, So that's a lot of effort and mana spent on a support who's right back in. 11's loving life.
Yeah. You know, now I look at this Doom. He's actually having a better game than I anticipated. He's the lowest, yes, but the highest is 29. So I think in general, he's struggling less than maybe I thought he was going to.
Yeah, and he's making just good micro decisions here, right? Got the chainmail first, up versus that troll. The Phoenix having trouble getting into slapping distance, as he does rightfully respect the Morana.
Body blocks here from the Sven, and with the stun. Oh, deny? Oh, very close. But Kari picks it up.
Very nice for the TA. And we're
He also has the ice armor on the Doom, so definitely makes Troll's life a bit harder.
Yeah, there we go.
Do you remember when ice armor was like, I don't know, 10 armor or like something
12?
Absolutely crazy? Yeah, it was, I think it was maybe TI 2 or 3, and they nerfed it so many times, and it finally now looks fair.
So, Doom is such an, especially between that and the Devil's Bargain, you can really fit him into any kind of shape that you want almost.
He's a fun hero. Like he's way more versatile than I think.
Yeah, you can push him
right,
really
if you're a new
far.
player. Yeah. As Akari will be pushed back to the Tower of the Blood Grenade. Do they have the damage? Good Timber Chain? No, it's not gonna suffice. So,
And
flash off
dive.
the mark. That is awful for Ken. Yikes. Yeah, thank you, production. Move the screen away. We don't want to see the tears in that rock's eyes.
Oh, poor Tiny. I mean, no, listen, it's not Turtle Tiny. As long as it's not Turtle Tiny, he's not cute enough and we don't care.
Yeah, that one is so good. I love the Turtle Tiny.
That is the pet rock of my dreams.
I wish I had it. You know, the Christmas one is a solid top 3.
It is very good.
Speaking of him, he gets vision. Good ward. Finds the hoodwink. Nicely done.
Yep. I love these fake backs from rotations where a mid laner is like, okay, I didn't get out of it what I wanted. Everybody else would expect me to run back immediately to make up for lost time. But no, I will instead be lurking. Fake him out.
He even brought his own ward. He does get pinged out by the hoodwink, so it's probably going to be taken away, but already made its use for sure.
Yeah, but this is incredible though. Blind Owl ahead in gold currently in spite of 2 of their dives going wrong at the same time.
Yeah, well, they will pay with Rupido's life. It looks like his thinking
Eventually.
boy, that ice armor. Not enough.
And then
Fire beats ice. So Rune was picked up by the Tony. So Ken once again trying to go for a move here.
alright, surely this time they get him.
Oh, he missed the toss. Still decent damage with the slow of the trap. He's gonna have a Timber Chain out. Oh, he's so tanky. He has the Ring of Protection. Not enough.
I can't believe nobody came to help him there.
Yeah, right. Are they out of TPs? They
lower
actually do
mana.
have TPs. Ace could have definitely helped. He had...
Yeah.
Huh.
And an urn too.
Another
Well.
dive here going for Rupido. That's an important hero, and they're gonna get it again.
Well, you know, if we think about my advice from the previous game, shore
Yeah.
up the lane that's already winning. Like, I don't think it goes where they are 3-man diving your tier 2, and you could have just... Like, you're allowed to help the lane that is, finger quotes, losing, because this is an even lane for sure for this Timbersaw. But in this case, they're choosing for their own strength. They're choosing to shore up this troll, make sure to keep the Doom down as much as possible, delay that Midas, invade that triangle. And I really can't fault them for that decision at all.
Yeah, Doom is definitely a hero that if you can, you want to shut down. And he is going for that Midas we were talking about. As in the mid lane, they're going for Ken. But damage is lacking.
That 11 is here.
Oh, Brims taking some damage. Will be killed by 11. And, you know, that's with the runes approaching.
they're in
So
a
there's a lot of
sandwich.
incentive to be here. Ken gonna be burned to crisp. Just as this little kitty cat also falls. Fortune so with the double kill, and IHC finally popping off in the kill department.
Yeah, and this is IHC that, you know, I haven't seen this playstyle from them in a little bit. They've looked a little passive, I wouldn't even say it, in the last series that we casted, where they were looking for opportunities but not finding them. This is much more like it. And Blind Owl, the first team that's given them a real opposition here.
Yeah, I mean, they're smoking. They're not stopping, as I said. Not at all passive, as they might find Akari killing these creeps. The smoke breaks from the fog. Oh, hard to get the chains, but with the Remnant forward, there we go. It's probably hard for Akari to live through. He has a 1, but doesn't even bother.
Absolutely not. And that's gonna most likely, well, not directly cost you tower number 2, but is the beginning of the end of your top side, and that means that you gotta break through bot. Luckily, Troll has already bailed. That's gonna be a tower trade for Rupido, I do think.
Yeah, he has Fire Spirits. He's trying to maybe, nah, it's time to get out. And this should be a free tower here for Blind now. As in the top lane,
yeah,
they want to punish
too
Akari
much.
again.
Has to back off. It's not even a tower trade, just a straight up win for Blind Owl.
Okay, Kishka also falling there, not too shabby. So do you think, you know, the pressure is enough from IHC? Is this enabling the troll? Because he's not even going for the battlefield. He did go for Maelstrom so far.
Really leaning
I guess
into
against Sven.
to the speed here. Yeah. Making sure to bypass as much of that armor as possible. Get some lightning bounces off in those fights. I do think that Mjolnir has the best possible return on investment eventually once you get to the fervor stacks, the shard.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of
where you really
light
start
neutral
loving
as
life.
well. Wondering if he's gonna opt for either, because their lockdown on IHCs. It's a bit limited, right? Chains on Grims. They go forward. Is this
Are
enough
you happy
damage?
with that
It
haste?
will be a dead Sven, TA, and Murana. God damn, are you happy? I guess a lot of the Troll Warlord Maelstrom procs also did a lot of damage there. Free tower.
Yeah, bringing all 3 cores together to make up for the fact that they didn't get to push that tower down earlier. And their mid tower is still very healthy, so the Ember can easily shove away a wave there and guarantee that IHC is now firmly in control of the tower lead.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we're talking about IHC being active, but it also kind of goes back to having this Doom that had a terrible game, right? So you have a Midas, very hard for you to commit to one of these fights. It has to be a dive, it has to be a very specific scenario where Rupido feels comfortable.
No, and you need to get your hands on an Ember Spirit that's already overextended while your team still has gas in the tank, or fill in Ember Spirit with Timbersaw instead.
Speaking of that Ember, they may be looking for an incursion here on their own jungle, but they get spotted by the Sven and that ward that for now will remain undewarded.
Jay getting up there though, bringing in the first Mithril Hammer here, so leaving the door ajar for early BKB if it's really necessary. Of course, we almost never see that, but
yeah,
it's important to give yourself the shot.
For sure. As they try to go for 11, good toss, canceling Timber Chain, and it will be a dead Timbersaw for Ken. And we didn't even mention, but he has Blink Dagger and 900 gold, so solid performance overall.
Yeah, and he's ahead, and this is one of those things about Tiny currently, right? The amount of farm that you get just from killing waves, the amount of time you spend off map, you're very hard to find. Are you happy he had to run around the map in order to get to the GPM that he's at? This Tiny just had to exist.
It's crazy, right? In the past, you would never see Soul Ring on Tiny because it always felt like you needed the Echo Saber to farm. But now you just toss and press Soul Ring whenever you want.
This is why I love these double analyst casts sometimes, because sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy talking about and the Tiny, if you he has a good game now, But what if he can't afford an Echo Saber before his BKB? He's not gonna have a game and then...
Yeah, like you don't even need to go Echo because you just get a Phylactery for some reason.
Oh, it's so good.
It's a totally different hero.
good.
But they want to fight here. This Mirana, though, very hard to catch. No leaps left and no hope.
No. And this is where I'm hoping that IHC is going to be able to spread their forces a little better. That was 5 heroes for a Mirana kill in an area of the map where there's already no tier 1s to be gained anymore. You don't have any vision in your own jungle left anymore either. In fact, only watching the bottom lane and no aggressive vision. So I'm hoping that Kishka... Oh, he got spotted.
Oh.
I'll lose that immediately. That hurts.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if maybe they could Roche, but Fortune Soul never connected. He's going for a Sanjin Yasha build, which I really like against the Doom, but not really ready to fight, it looks like.
Status resist. Well, Kishka gets deny. Gets his sonar. There we go.
All right. He's getting close to his BKB at least. Only needs the blacking bar, but I don't know, right?
You
like
could
I've seen
sell
a lot
your
of
Midas for it.
I know, but I've seen a lot of Dooms where like you buy the Midas when you want to play with your team, you sell it, you buy the Blink, you get the Doom off, you sell the Blink. I'm not really getting that vibe from Blind now, and maybe they're right in playing passive, but you know this is considering their score, I didn't expect the game to look this way. Mina 16, to be honest.
No, me neither. But I definitely think that Blind Owl has gotten caught off guard a couple of times, and IHC has stepped it up a bit compared to where they were. But their floundering has mostly been in this stage between getting the tier 1 towers down and properly taking over the game.
Going for a smoke here. That's going to be a Dead Grims. Good angle for Cam. He gets a great avalanche toss with the Doom on top. Oh, the Phoenix she was pretty much dead. But can they get the Timber? They can. And Rupido, double kill. Started as a 0, and now he's a 2.
He's got good dodge. Would love to snipe Boomy here. He's going to go for it. Yeah.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, Desolator. You don't really get any charges for it so far, but Akari. I guess both sides have to be scared about the enemy Roche capabilities, right? Especially after you kill the first one, since TA can now know when it's up.
And Kishka becomes a squirrel sandwich.
So I actually have never seen a squirrel in my life.
Like an actual squirrel.
Yeah, we don't have those in Brazil. Like, are they big? Are they smaller than bunnies? Like, can you eat squirrel meat?
No, there's really not a lot of meat on a squirrel. Like, I think the North American ones are bigger, but especially like the red ones that you have over here. A rabbit is a little plump. A squirrel is athletic, and you know what like runners look like. As opposed to...
Yeah, not very tasty looking.
Not a lot on it.
Okay, well, so it's not the greatest sandwich, but still a
no. I forgot for a second that I started it like that. I was like, why is he asking about dirty squirrels?
I'm not I mean, I am a weirdo, but not that type of weirdo, don't worry.
But you are a culinary...
Yes, I am very interested in the food capabilities of every ingredient.
Ever had alligator? I think that's my favorite kind of weird meat that I actually really liked.
Dude, it is actually not unpopular here in Brazil, and I have a lot of friends that had it. For some reason, I never tasted it. Like, they usually sell it in those Brazilian barbecue places. But I haven't went to one in like 10 years for some reason. I guess, well, I don't even know why. Does it taste like chicken? Because that's what I heard.
Like chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorta, but because of the texture, as no, squirrel does not want to be a sandwich any longer.
Oh.
It has, but it's a little. There's a little bit more to it than a chicken. Chicken is definitely more plain in my experience, but
so it's more gamey.
Yeah, a little. If there is such a thing as gamey chicken, then yeah, but it is white meat.
I see. Yeah. Well, speaking of white meat, that white armor of the Timbersaw might look like meat for the Blind Owl players, and Ken finds another. So, I mean, despite all of the ages and everything you're able to acquire, IHC are now behind in gold. What do you think of that?
They are, yes, and this has been their downfall generally. Finally now with this Aegis, and they got this Aegis on top lane, so it's not too weird that Fortune Soul only arrived at the last tier 1 tower now. Had to make his way all the way across the map, but...
Oh, they still have Doom. They might be looking... Not for Fortune Soul, because he has the Aegis. If you take the first life... Oh, he gets the OT off. A lot of DPS with the egg. Right behind him. They will get the tiny kill. I'm not even sure they will. He actually runs away with the haste rune. So this is looking bad. They lose the Aegis. Doom finally up. Nothing left on the tank, and they're gonna outrun everyone. This Ember, even with the Remnant, might buy some time. Okay, Sunray barely tickles, and Blind Owl not looking too blind at the moment.
11?
This is terrible. I don't think this Ember is surviving. Well,
I don't think he is either, but...
Finally shows up. Stunned. Not dodge, but I guess you buy some time. No shard on the TA arrows off the mark. You'd lost the Timber anyways, and are you happy? This is your last Remnant. Are you gonna make it count?
2?
1,
no.
2, 3. That's a 6 for 1 if you count the Aegis.
Yep. Blind Owl hitting him hard now that they've got all their items up. And, well, demonstrating why they really didn't seem too pressed in the previous phase of the game.
I mean, you kind of talked about it, right? They decided to take that tower after the Timber is dead. So even though they have the Aegis advantage, Timber only gets to the fight after the Aegis is done, after the throw is dead. And it just doesn't matter that they had that advantage. At least not at that point.
Stay silent.
Oh, it does not. And now IHC gonna be on the back foot for a little while. You're looking for several more items to gain here. I'm thinking, most notably, I'm looking at the Gleipnir for Kishka. We need more damage output, and this Ember is going to be finishing off a BKB, so it's not going to come from him.
Yeah. I mean, are you happy? He was definitely doing a lot in that fight. The biggest problem was that I think both him and the Timber were a little bit late for the party. It was a really good egg. It was... I can't really ask for more from Ace, honestly. I think he played that fight really well.
Yeah. No, Ace was great. It's just you all need to be there. And it's... IHC have been holding hands a little too much in the earlier stages. Now they didn't do it enough. I feel like they are having trouble figuring out when they need to hold hands and when they shouldn't. Seems to be their biggest failing.
Now... Oh, fight in the mid lane. That's going to be that Murana. Not too shabby. 700 gold.
Ken and Grims?
They should be okay. Tiny is going to TP to the mid lane, and the Sven is a very fast boy.
Sprinting up, or that vision that they have left behind staying for now. Not the ordinary. Oh, Kishka.
Yep, squirrel sandwich again.
Yeah, I mean it's just because there's no second layer on top this time. It's just a squirrel. Is there an English word for a sandwich without like the bread on top? Because in Dutch that's just a boterham, just a bread. I feel like a sandwich implies double.
True, I guess. Well, there's the whole conversation of
is it
hot
a
dog
taco?
sandwich?
Is it
Yeah, so it could be a squirrel hot dog, maybe.
A squirrel hot dog.
You know, you can definitely make a wiener out of a squirrel.
Yeah. One.
Just mix it with some onions and stuff.
Here's Chef Bowie. There he is.
Everything with onions is good. Let's be honest.
You know what? I bet it tastes nutty. Smoke out.
Oh man, yeah. I'm such an onion fan, and sometimes I get sad because my girlfriend actually hates the texture of onions, and it's one of her.
That's her loss, really.
It really is, and sometimes I just feel sad for her because it's such a rare thing. Hating onions, it's there's so much more.
You still find him.
Hate.
Ken,
Good
On.
toss, but... Oh, Moonlight Shadow, they have dust. There's no way.
Still did an impressive amount of damage to Ace there.
Was definitely suffering a little bit here, as we do see a fight for... Is that a... I'm not even sure why Boomy's here, but he should be alright. That's such a wonky leap.
Twice in a row, too.
Yeah.
He's drifting that cat like nobody's business. That's
it's a funny shard.
a little bit of a distraction. I think that IHC is... Their map position is pretty good right now. If they do get a Roche spawn, like a fast one, they do have the vision and the map positioning currently to make that happen, but Roche does need to hurry up.
Yeah, and the problem is, it is blind now that knows exactly when it's gonna spawn. Wait, did she actually pick that fast? Oh, he didn't. Never. No, yeah, that's an innate. So yeah,
It is
Kano
innate,
even
yeah.
steal Roche from blind now when they had the TA.
I mean, they let it go the first time. To be fair, that's first Aegis. TA mostly cares about second.
Yeah, so you can't you know it's up. You don't know who's in the pit, but you know when it spawns. And now you don't get to see the vision in the pit, which is interesting. It's a nerf to Rubik when Rubik's against TA.
Let's see, 30 seconds. This is as good as it's gonna get for IHC. But they did bring their troll to the bot lane already. He has a TP scroll.
But you're gonna have to TP to a tier 2, right?
Yeah. And well, you may not have to read Roshan himself if you just read the TA.
Very true.
Clock strikes
that's,
Roche. Level
20
on her as
TA.
well.
With the dispel.
Especially the attack speed slow, I think. From the Phoenix.
I mean, even the chains, right? I mean, there's
Chains,
so
yeah,
many
chains.
good dispels. It's amazing.
Slows from the troll, mischance from the troll. They are
They're gonna
smoked
join
up.
the pit. As you said, IHC did read Blind Owl. They know that they know.
Sometimes that's as good as knowing yourself.
So, I guess I'll wait for this Roche fight to end, but I'll just leave the question here. I want you to answer me whether you like the concept of knowing if the Roche is alive or not, as they get the squirrel. That's so much damage. Egg gets dropped. They don't have the attack speed to kill it, but the Doom on the Ember makes sure they get that kill, unfortunately. So the BKB and OT doing a lot of damage, but isn't enough. Doesn't look like it. That is a hefty rock as he falls. Sven forced to run away. They really need that kill. Akari with a double. That's 2 for 1. Blind out. No buyback on that Tiny. Could hurt them. 11 is tanky, but I don't think he's gonna make it. Get silenced up. Oh, that was kind of close, actually. But just, I guess if this was an even game, they could have won that fight.
Perhaps, but Troll is not that great versus Tiny because you deal all of your damage in short instances, and that Tiny comes in with the Craggy, and they laid into him for so long. If you catch anybody else there, you're already done with him by the time that egg pops. Instead, it's a Tiny, and you wasted all of your time and the Troll ult to get a single hero. That's just not good enough.
Yeah, that's a Troll with Maelstrom, right? That's the as best as he gets in terms of DPS against the Tiny, and even that was not enough.
Lumi's gonna pay, though.
Yep. Looks like it does have a Lotus and a Wand, but it's not gonna matter, as Save Your Buddy Syndrome could be a problem here.
Yeah,
They will
kicked in.
get Grims as well.
Alright. Little space to breathe for IHC. And yeah, this is where you chase on. You just see if you can snowball this into kill after kill after kill. Rupido says no.
Yeah, they get a ward at least. They get some vision around Blind Owen. If you can just waste these Aegis out. So if let's say they waste these Aegis here, Blind Owl doesn't get that much. Who takes the late game? Because Timber, I think he used to be much better 25 than he is now, right? With
Yes.
the way he works.
Oh, so that is...
Ember forced to BKB here. Can they even force a fight? BKB on the Tiny as well.
Doke him in.
Missed stun. Rupido does have his own BKB. Lots of BKBs been forced here. The chains onto the TA.
I think you can commit.
They get a good bushwhack. Can they get the first life? Doom onto the troll. He's trying to fight for the TA and now he has to get the hell out. This doesn't seem like enough damage. He should survive as the TA gets found. Do they have any lockdown here? TA with her BKB stun on the troll. They find
They're chasing him
a lot
out.
of heroes in the back lines here. Tiny and the Doom already dead with Grims. Can they cancel this TP? They can. Dude, IHC, they're kind of turning this game.
They are. I mean, yeah, but they got given that opportunity, I think. Tiny popping his BKB without anything much happening, then Rapido doing exactly the same. And then neither of them feeling safe enough to go in to cover for their TA, who's now the only one with that protection left. That's very uncharacteristic from Blind Owl. This is... Everybody else has had sloppy fights like this, and Blind Owl just hasn't yet. And I guess it's finally their turn.
They doomed the Troll as well, which they couldn't kill. TA died before they could get the damage. The Doom was also very deep, right? The Troll, there's no other follow-up damage. Good Sanjin Yasha too. I think Fortune Soul probably dies if he doesn't have that item there.
Yeah, entirely possible. Love some status resist.
But yeah, late game. What's your take here?
Late game. Would have liked the Ember more if this was a chain gang Ember. As well, I think that one scales deeper. And of course, Troll. I find Troll very hard to gauge. The Templar Assassin is going to get one more opportunity to go absolutely nuts in this game when she hits level 25, of course.
That's another squirrel. Let's say hot dog this time. Let's say squirrel lasagna. Yeah, I mean, I look at the Troll build. I feel like this here can scale late game, but when I look at the items he has, scaling just doesn't really scream at me, right? Lincoln,
No.
Sanjin Yasha, Gleipnir. That's a dead Phoenix.
No, I think I'm gonna hand it to Blind Owl in the end. Just sometimes you just need to count. Okay, how many people on this lineup scale with right clicks? Because it is the most consistent type of damage. It scales the best with items. How many scale with right clicks? And the answer is that Blind Owl has 2 and IHC has only 1. That is once again a rule of thumb that I use.
Yeah.
This Tiny is the X factor.
The only right click on IHC also doesn't have a lot of right click items. He's forced into a really specific build, I think, to deal with all of the counters on Blind Owl.
Yeah. Which is one of the things that happens when you are the only source of right click damage is you are easier to shut down because you're the only one. And as soon as the burden is spread across too. But Timber and Ember a little similar in that regard.
Very true. Yeah, and this Timber is not really building to scale. He's going for all of the auras. That's a very unconventional Timber build, which I don't necessarily hate, but doesn't necessarily... Like, they need to be winning those fights, which they did win that last one, probably, in part due to all of those auras.
There's a Korean player that used to build this way. I don't remember their name right now. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I was gonna say Ice, but I don't think he's Korean.
No,
actually.
he's not Korean. And a Lotus Orb aficionado, but not the auras, I think.
He's from Singapore, right?
Yes.
Okay. I miss him, by the way. He was a very entertaining player.
What a loss to Dota 2.
Very
One of those
fun guy.
One of those players that on TNC we just needed different instructions. Like, yeah, sorry, I'm telling you right now, you don't get to chase Ice. Because the problem with Ice is that if he's in a position where you think you can get him, you're wrong. And he knows, but you don't. So you should be reading the fact that he's in a position where you think you can get him as the sign that you can't get him.
Just let him be.
Let him be. He's playing next assassin. He's popping out of the trees. Just let him go right back in. You'll never get him. Not in your
He's
life.
just playing another game. Make sure you're playing Dota, not IHC.
Exactly. Focus on your own things, because he tries to get under your skin. And he's very good at that. He is one of the, before OG did that as a team, IHC was just the solo force of getting into people's heads and playing with them. And that's a rare talent. Like the way that man reads body language in the game, and the way that he faked body language in the game as well, is just that's art right there. I miss that.
Yeah, it's definitely. Sometimes I wonder, if was the game that different that plays like that worked, or are we so much better that like it's harder to make those plays work? You know what I mean? Like,
it is definitely
did the
harder.
game change? Yeah, right. Individual plays in general.
Mm-hmm. The thing that has happened to Dota is it's almost imperceptible, but like the collective knowledge has increased.
Speaking of collective here, Blind Owl S5, get a Doom onto Timber. No Lotus Orb being used, or I guess too late of a Lotus Orb. Gonna get that
Ember's still in?
BKB from Ember, looking for an opening here. They drop some spells, but Blind Owl now actually disengaging. Feeling like they've got enough. Oh, some decent hits from the TA. Oh, 70 HP.
He can thank his lucky stars.
Oh, yeah. 8 deaths. But I know despite all of those deaths, Kishka still in a pretty good position. I guess Hoodwin can always get farm. Kind of what the hero is good at.
I mean, you're one of the...
Octarine. What do you think of this? I haven't seen this that much. What's up with that?
That is kind of weird. Not gonna lie.
Right? Is this...
you get less Acorn Shot bounces right now. Like, maybe he's done the math and he says that more damage doesn't actually do more than just getting to shoot more Acorn Shots, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Because there's also like a lot of gap close on Blind Owl, so it does feel like... I guess it makes you tanky. In that sense, you do get what, like 500 HP from Octarine. It's 500. Sure.
Yeah, 15 armor over the top. It's alright.
Not bad.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan, 20
it's all right.
seconds for the respawn timer here, so Blind Owl will not be blind to that as they try to get this tier 2. Probably will take it.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Level 25 has been achieved on Akari. It's got Swift Blink, Desolator. This is presumably why they went for the previous fight and where they're gonna group again now. You want to press disadvantage, you want to press your extra refraction instances.
1 minute of Roshan respawn timer here as the Dire scan will probably get a good idea of their position. Smoke breaks. Oh, that's a 2-man center stun from the Doom, but the Bushwhack is on point. Doom actually dies while casting a single spell, and that's the same for the Tiny. All of those auras here allowing IHC to withstand the initiation.
He doomed the Lincolns, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice.
He...
Oh boy, Akari. If he dies as well, this could be problematic. Does what the hell? He solo kills the Ember, but now he gotta disengage. The Hurricane Punch.
They're not letting you get away.
He will be found, but still
I'm
blinks out because of the talent. What? That hero. Yeah, my hero's nerfed, I heard.
That just felt, yeah. Nerfed real hard. I mean, her playstyle is really limited though. We've talked about how you can get the Doom to build in pretty much any way that you want. But that TA, there's only one way. And that just needs to do it.
Yeah. And that TA, by surviving, actually stops this high ground siege. But at the same time, it gives IHC a possible way. Just 20 seconds on the Tiny. Is there a chance Blind Owl contest this?
They're not moving like they believe in it themselves.
Yeah. Okay.
Puts them out of contention. Boomy split pushing bot. Can do a decent amount of damage to that tower, but the Aegis is going to be in the hands of Fortune Soul again. And versus a Doom, I mean, this is why people pick Wraith King into Doom, right? It's just you only get one of those unless you buy a refresher. And that one is, well, he's not even halfway.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Okay. So, once the troll gets his 25, he will be able to OT despite the Doom until he is 25.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one thing to pay attention.
Yep, but Rapido would need to actually win a fight first if he wants to get his levels.
Fire Remnant, they get the chains. Still looking for the TA, but yep, Ogre Seal Totem on top of it all.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Listen, I'm just happy that Ogre Seal Totem finally got bumped up a row. I thought getting that in 3 was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I still think that getting mobility for free is I don't want to say bad, but questionable. Like, you have to be sure that you want mobility creep in your game.
You know, I thought about this whole Ogre Seal Totem nerf. I'm going to use quotes here because here's my point.
All right.
In the past, only supports, or at least very rarely cores, would keep Ogre Seal Totem because you had a lot to gain with the tier 4s. Nowadays, you're probably going to keep Ogre Seal Totem as a core over some tier 3s at least. So I kind of feel like, sure, it takes longer to get it, but I feel like it's a buff in the sense that it becomes an influence longer during the game. Because, you know, until minute 60, you're still probably holding on to it as Boomy will TP out, it looks like.
Just about. No, I get where you're coming from. I think it definitely... The amount of stats that you're going to be getting from your items and from your levels is just bigger once you're up to this tier. As Fortune Soul, is he about to miss his Aegis?
Okay, gets his BKB off. Still fending the aggression here. They're gonna lose their bird, but if that's all they lose, that's fine. But maybe, just maybe, they want to utilize this Phoenix Death. You just gotta be careful with buybacks, and they will respect IHC.
Can't actually come up that high ground yet. Well, at the very least, at this point in the game, the Doom cooldown is pretty much the same as the respawn timer of that Phoenix, so not much of an advantage to be gained here from IHC.
True, they did get the Octarine on the Doom, so it's a pretty fast cooldown. I mean, his refresher is actually not... Is that a full... This is a full refresher on the Doom. Big timing for Blind Owl.
Huh. What'd he sell?
I think it was the Midas, right?
Yeah,
yeah, it was probably the Midas.
Yeah, being able to sell that Midas without... Does that make the Devil's Bargain worth it in total? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I guess the other facets, you know, the 2 charges on Devour are probably the more reliable.
Yeah, no, I did the maths on the other one. You get 3.5 more seconds of Doom at 40 minutes. And that's pretty late into the game already.
And they nerfed the DPS too with that facet. Yeah. So it's, you know, how much do you actually get out of it? It's more about the Doom itself than killing people.
I mean, perhaps for like support Doom.
Yeah, you're right.
Zayats has been known to partake, for example.
That is true.
Well, this is what your Aegis is for.
Like this Aegis is being totally denied by Blind Owl. They're just making IHC run around the map. They're not really sieging. They're just running around like fools, I want to say. Speaking of fools,
making a fool out of them.
Oh, good Lincolns. Rupido actually dooms himself, and now they find Cam by himself. There's no backup. They gotta run away. They're gonna lose the Tiny. I guess it does delay the Aegis a bit more.
A little bit more, but he doesn't have any buyback, and that means that this troll is going to take your last outer tower. I mean,
they still have one Doom. Blind Owl still willing to fight, apparently.
Yeah, well, they know how split the team is right now.
Oh, Side of Eyes with the Doom.
Fortune Soul wants to risk it. Oh, you...
Wait, he has a third Doom? Is that... What? How does... I don't know how he has a third Doom, but he's going for it, and they need to buy 7 seconds. The Uceptor is gonna be maybe enough as the BKB is here. Fortune Soul holding on to dear life as he falls exactly at the perfect timing. Blind Owl, god damn, that was pretty beautiful. But now TA versus 3 and she will BKB TP away. Honestly, pretty classy play. They're gonna lose this man, but it doesn't really matter.
They waited just long enough. I think that is the closest that I've seen. I mean, it doesn't really work out for them in the end. a little bit too much focus on the trees and not on the forest there, perhaps, but that is the closest I've seen a hero die to losing his Aegis on the wrong side.
Yeah, it was very close. They could have definitely maybe missed the mark. And the only reason they also got that kill was that the troll didn't have his OT, so he couldn't OT through the Doom there. As at least the troll is dead, so taking this tower takes way more time than he used to, with Timbersaw being universal in the past. Toss back, Avalanche. Alright. Good punish.
Gotta respect the tiny force displacement as strong as it's always been. Yep.
Happy BKB, the damage from the tree. Ooh. Close.
Way too close for comfort. I mean, at least that's a man with a buyback in his pocket, but you really don't want to spend that on, yeah, we sort of overstayed our welcome.
I'm surprised the win. Okay, so how much do you respect the win probability? Like, out of 10, how accurate would you say it is?
I give it like a 7.
Okay,
like, it's a solid decent indicator. Like most of the, because we get an endless number of numbers actually on our heads-up display, right? There's so much data on whatever's happening, and I think that they're all of them are decent indicators and decently relevant, but you can't actually let it distract you from what you know as a. I mean, then again, I count my own opinion as like 70% as well, so you know.
I was gonna say that it was actually a 70-30, but after everything that unfolded, it is literally a 50-50 here. Which, despite Blind Owl having the gold advantage, which is surprising to me, right? We kind of thought that they had the late game.
We did. But it hasn't happened so far. I meant, this troll, the fact that just having SNY plus Gleipnir is enough, plus the shard, to be a legit problem this far into the late game. Yeah, his build looks wonky, but he hasn't seemed to have paid for it in DPS yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe production can showcase the build, the wonky build you're talking about, because he has a vice on his troll. This build, if you show it to anyone, troll is probably like one of your last 15 guesses, because I would never guess troll when I look at this.
Absolutely not. Toss back.
Oh, speaking of him, and they have the Aegis Doom this time, chasing for the troll. That Lotus Orb will protect him, but they're gonna lose the Ember. Does have a buyback, monster kill for the TA. Finally, the OT on Fortune Soul just being kited, getting a lot of heal, by the way, but not enough to survive. It looks like he will fall. Has a buyback. That's the second one. Murana, but buyback, but her TP is so far away.
Kari?
TA tries to hold her ground, but that's a double kill for 11. 2 buybacks on the Radiant, 1 support buyback on Blind Owl. Do you think who this favors, actually?
I mean, it can favor Blind Owl if they get pickoffs here. If, Ken cuts a waiver and does not get caught.
Ooh, he's gonna be fine.
Only just
Alright, that's clutch.
And they're guarding the creep wave now. But they're guarding the next one, because Fortune Soul is now all by his lonesome up on the dire side. Great item switch there from the Doom, and this is the kind of creative thinking that we need to see with the Devil's Bargain, right? It's gone wrong for him, throwing the targeted Doom, the Lotus Orbs getting in the way, the Lincoln Sphere getting in the way. So now with the AoE, and you know what? The bonus for that is that the Ember Spirit also really suffers.
Yeah, he definitely is gonna struggle. Looking at tier 4s here. So that's actually pretty fun. Vindicator's axe on the Phoenix. You don't get to see it, but that extra armor against the TA trap is awesome.
That is pretty funny. That is once again also really creative thinking. I like what everybody's putting in here, but especially the Doom making those 2 Lycan spheres. I don't want to say dead weight. You can't sell him. If you sell him, he sells his eggs.
Yeah. Exactly.
He gets a lot more money back. Now, don't get Kender.
Blinks out. Good wards being placed, but instantly removed by Blind Owl. They hold the high ground. Tough fight for IHC to take.
Yeah, they have to back off immediately, especially Kishka being so far out of position. He's the gem carrier here.
Yeah. Definitely important, as he's going for a Bloodthorn on the Hoodwink.
Okay, that's going to be your DPS item.
Pretty good with the Troll. Wow, that is an interesting build. Who do you benefit having Orchid here? The Mirana has 2 dispels. I guess once the BKBs kind of start running low, you might just benefit from the Bloodthorn a little bit more.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it really... I mean, it feels hard to say that this is a good item for like the raw DPS.
Yeah. Maybe he changes his mind.
Let's see. So far, they're setting up camp around this bottom Roshan.
Yeah. And Roche spawns. It actually spawned on the Dire side, but will quickly travel to this one. And Blind Owl, obviously aware because of the TA pick.
Already on the move. This is it.
Smoke from IHC as well. Mirana is showing
here.
the mid lane.
That's it. Fortune Soul dies here. That's
Okay,
it.
they find the Tiny with the Side of Ice. This is huge, but the Doom actually preventing the damage from being done. They're going to toss this Troll, unable to do anything.
That's a dieback.
Will be munched back. That's a dieback on the Troll. Looking for the Ember. Are you happy? Also could die back if he doesn't. If he's not careful. Double kill for Akari. They find 11. Looks like the castle is crumbling here. IHC looked so good. But that's a 4 for 1. Oh, that arrow. They get vision. That's a dead Doom. Dead Ember.
No escape.
That's terrible.
Die back there as well.
Wipe.
It is a team wipe, and you can disregard Roshan. Acquire base.
Exactly. TA has 11,000 gold at the moment. Could buy this Moonshard and still have buyback if she wants to.
Just sitting on it. No
So
one here.
do you go Throne here, right? Because then you're not going to reset the glyph? Yeah.
Absolutely. That is exactly the math that you need to be doing here. Don't refresh the glyph. Go straight for the throne. You know you're looking at 2 diebacks. This is all they're going to get as far as stalling
Tiny
you out.
also has a swift blink, so it is, well, not only they can kill the squirrel, but they can... Oh, that's a tanky squirrel.
Trying desperately to distract their attention, but no such luck.
Yep. GG gets called, and it is going to be, unfortunately, a pretty sad game here for IHC, because even if they take the second game, as far as I'm aware, they're not going to be able to go through, right, Kips?
No, they only need 1 point. So they still have a shot.
Yeah.
They still have a shot, and the first one that came out of the gun was, I gotta say, this got closer than anything Blind Owl has played in this group stage so far.
All right, that's why I have Kips here, so she actually keeps me in check when I am talking out of my butt. But yeah, we had a pretty long game, so hopefully we are going to go to a break and get back with IHC. They have another shot at potentially going to the second stage, potentially qualifying to a LAN. This is huge for them. We're going to be right back.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only 1 victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet Betting Company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
We're finally back with the last day of Group B and the last game of this series, Kips. It's going to be here IHC fighting against the Giants of Blind House, trying to get there, find a way into this group. And if they can, they could potentially fight here for a LAN position. Being a coach, Kips, how does what would you say, to this guy so close, but also pretty far at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, if this is the point where you need to start working on them mentally, like you're already fighting a losing battle. Like it needs to have been one game at a time for this entire group stage already, because of course that pressure of maybe making it to LAN is hanging over you. You have already for over more than half a year now played all these tournaments, scraped together these points to get you into this position, and all you need to do is a little more scraping now. That's all this is. That's all it is.
Yeah, and
Step on the same road.
When you look at IHC, they are a team that actually I think they played a LAN this year. I'm trying to find out which tournament exactly was. They played...
I mean, IHC are last year's, and I need to get the...
I think it was...
to get the name right.
Asia Pacific Predator. They definitely played one league, because I actually saw, like, obviously, SCA is a very hard region, but the core of this team has been together for a while, so you can just kind of wonder how hard it is on them to kind of got a little taste of their efforts being recognized and being rewarded, and then you have pretty much the last LAN of the season, right? With TI along the way. If you don't qualify to this one, you're pretty much going to have to wait for next season of tournaments.
It is. I mean, we're so late in this season that our LAN is after this season ends.
Yeah, let's pretend it's in the same season, because you qualify before TI at least. Yeah.
And you're going to be playing it after.
Looking at the bands here, Tinker and Deuce. Dude, what patch are we in? This is crazy. I guess can't really ask if there's anything else out of the ordinary, because Tinker, Deuce is already like crazy enough.
Yeah, I think the thing that stands out here is that Blind Owl has been consistently banning the Tinker themselves, even though they are the only ones who have played it, and they're just like, no, we believe this pick is imba enough that nobody else is going to get their hands on it either. And well, gotta pick it up right there if you want to play Ebb Morphling versus Yammer Spirit. This is where you gotta take it, otherwise it's going to get banned.
That is cool. I've seen support Morphling, I've seen mid Morphling with Flow, I've seen carry Morphling with Flow. Very curious to see what the approach is going to be. Because, in the past, Morphling was already good against Ember in the lane just because you out-deny him. I wonder what the actual goal is here. If it's just going to be normal EBB Morphling, or if they're going to try and do something a little bit more funky.
Let's see. I've felt like the strength morph hasn't quite been. And I feel like Morphling is balanced around the fact that you can absorb a ton of damage, and you just have significantly less damage to be absorbed if you have less stats to shift around. And I felt like these Morphlings always end up being quite fragile, especially seeing as that you start on fairly low armor and you go down to nil, and you take a lot of damage from spells, and then afterwards usually the follow-up damage is right clicks and you've already lost a lot of HP. It's not as bad if you had a lot of stats to begin with, but when you don't...
I agree. Like, a lot of the core Morphlings I've seen playing Flow have been very... The power spikes are totally different. That's all I say. Like, especially if you're playing against Ember, having Flow means that if the game goes late enough, it is almost impossible to play. Like, Ember has to go Linken's. The game becomes very annoying. And kind of is this cat and mouse chase of the Morphling trying to become the Ember. But if you actually get it, it is absurd how strong it is. But in the laning stage, like, the CS is harder because even though you have a lot of damage, you don't have attack speed, you have 0 armor, so all that HP actually doesn't mean that much. I've seen a lot of Morphlings lose the first 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then you get a good fight and kind of turn it around. I wonder what the read for Blind Out is, if they would, consider Flow, or if they just feel like EBB is more reliable.
It says as well, calling it EBB. As we taught T-Panda about the fact that ebb is an old-fashioned word for the low tide yesterday. Were you in the know?
I was. So you say ab? What? Fish, I think, copy paste something about the. Is it about yin yang or something? Like.
No, it's just the tides, the flood.
Oh, really?
Flood tide and low tide.
Movement
ebb
of
and
the
flow.
tide out to sea. Why? What is even that word? Who invented this?
Ebb? Well, presumably somebody very old timey, because it's also the Dutch word.
Really?
Yes.
All right, I'm googling this. The receding movement of the tide is this Latin?
No, I'm very sure that this one specifically is Germanic.
Proto-West Germanic. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
That's what I figured.
Okay. So looking at the draft, Clock Hoodwink. So very.
He's on his clock. Kishka on his hoodwink. Everybody, are you happy? Everybody happy with the picks so far?
Yeah, definitely comfort for them. I'm gonna get some vision. A lot of areas for the Hoodwink to play, right? You have the cog so that the Bushwhack lands. You have the chain so that the Bushwhack lands. I feel like, in general, just pick Hoodwink because the hero is good. But I feel like she's kind of extra enabled in this game because of the other picks as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have two heroes that are going to go in forward already as well. I mean, Ember Spirit, of course, as the game goes on, you want to sit on the sides of the fight more, sliding away first, but definitely a couple of lightning rods, a couple of enablers, heroes that will give you vision and give you things to follow up on, which is where Hoodwink really shines.
Yeah. Now, Blind now has 2 picks. You know the mid lane. You're probably flexing this Morphling, so I'm not sure you want to necessarily showcase where the Morphling's going. Yeah, they're gonna have to pick off lane plus support, I'm assuming.
I mean, Snapfire's still technically a flex pick as well. We do see her on the mid lane or on the off lane from time to time, but you just fall into a hole when your spells are maxed and you don't climb out it again until level 20, and that's just unacceptable for most cores.
Yeah, and I think it was in a decent place. I kind of felt bad that they nerfed it. They nerfed like the little shredder in this patch, because I thought it was in a good spot. Because as you said, the 20 and 25 talents really kind of forced this hero to be ahead to feel good. But you know, it is what it is. They felt like it was too strong. I mean, Visage pick. That is, huh?
Dire team back.
Definitely unusual.
Are we gonna see the new facet? Maybe the whole you get extra gold from kills based on your charges, right, or something like that.
Yeah, the death toll.
Yeah, not sure if that's good though. I have not seen that one at all.
I don't know either. I felt like the sepulcher was a good boost to your utility in general. Your split pushing as well. It seems to have a lot of like different dimensions to it, and Death Toll is very one-dimensional.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's kind of bounty hunter-esque, but in general, like if it's not a pub, you're not gonna be like getting tons of kills all the time, and then like you fight and farm pretty slowly. So they will pick themselves an Ursa boy. Okay-ish matchup against the Beast. Not a terrible matchup against the Morphling.
Choose your hero.
Mid Morphling.
And that's what you get then, yeah. Mid-morph, Naga Siren. To be fair, this is a Naga Siren with somebody else to make the plays, somebody else to do the high ground sieging for her. All she has to do is enable these heroes by taking over the map. I think that this is a really great Naga pick.
Yeah, the high ground siege might be a problem because it is a flow Morphling, but it yeah,
I currently don't hear Bowie anymore.
Oh, you hear me now?
Is that me or is that him?
I think I'm here, but I did DC from the game. I'm not sure if my internet's having problems.
10 seconds remaining.
You hear me?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think I'm here, but I also see you. This is so weird. What's happening? Okay, let me.
All right.
Do you hear me?
All right.
Oh.
As we get connected here.
Hey.
Hello. There you are.
Oh yeah, my Discord.
That's police in the background. Discord police. Don't know what he did to cause that, but I'll just keep on looking at this draft here. Now that I'm sure that it's not me and y'all can actually hear me. So, Fortune Soul on the Ursa, Ember Spirit. I do really like frontliners with this Ember Spirit now, and just in general, a whole lot of frontline to put in front of this Hoodwink. That's going to be a great game for Ace, actually. Swapping things up here, so promoting Kishka on that Clockwork instead, which is unusual, but I guess that they're avoiding having a double melee lane here, which is something that I've been griping about.
Okay.
Welcome back, Bowie.
Do you hear me, Kips?
I once again do not hear you.
Well, that's.
I love winning.
Unfortunate. Let's see if the teams. I'll just continue talking here, and production can sort this one out. Well, these two teams move up into the topside river. Clockwork, Kishka, hungry for a level 1 catch. Does get Boomy just about, but immediately places himself under tower with that as well. That is not how you want to start. No, pick off for you.
30 seconds to battle.
Everybody else has kept it cool, calm and collected over on the side of Blind Owl. Having to skill up the cookie first, though, I mean, not the worst of things, but you would much rather have a Scatter Blast point here, especially seeing as that you are full bore. You want to start securing any range creeps that the Beastmaster axes might not reach.
The battle begins.
Annoying for Boomy. No rune snipe from Are You Happy? Puts us at a... Is that a 3 for 2? 3 for Blind Owl?
I love winning.
Let's see.
That was not yours.
Bowie, are you back with me?
That's enough out of you. Come on, Sprites.
Hello.
Ah, here he is. Hello.
All right. Yeah, I honestly don't know what happened. Like, I just cannot connect on the call on Discord, and all the messages are like,
Alright, well, it's all good. You're here with me now. Nothing really happened apart from Boomy being forced to take Cookie on level 1.
okay, that's not great, but they do get a kill. And what is the facet on the Visage? He did get Death Toll.
Yep, Death Toll. Yep.
600 gold, minute 1. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Huh.
Creep gold as well. Just a little
So
bit.
he's gonna max mana regen, right? So he can spam his spells as much as he can.
Definitely expected. And yeah, I have no idea if you followed, but we do have a switch up in heroes here with, of course, in order to avoid double melee or double range lanes, we do have Kishka picking up the clockwork and Ace going for the hoodwink instead.
Okay. Alright. It does happen.
From time to time.
Looking at the lanes here. Pretty standard stuff, right? I guess Clock Visage looks pretty strong. You can get a lot of damage eventually. Get your W. Probably, I mean, it's a pretty tough lane, but the Naga can jungle if she starts struggling too much.
I mean, it depends. On the other hand, of course, maybe with the help of the Enchantress, the fact that you're rather good at going through the Gravekeeper's cloak might just work out for you. The question is, of course, how much interference is Kishka going to run in your attempts at doing that?
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a lane where if a support rotates, you can struggle a little bit.
Then on top, Boomy dies, but it is costing Fortune Soul a lot of his HP really early on in the lane.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like Ursa in general used to be a pretty hard matchup against Beast because of the attack speed is low. It would get kited, but Rapido actually ignoring the boar so far. So I think if you don't get at least one level, you probably ignore it fully.
Yeah, and the Ursa is, well, I wanted to say nearly over the hill, but actually takes the overpower instead of second point in the Fury swipes to go for this attempted kill.
First assumption, can they get another one? They're stacking up the charges, no vision.
Was that an
Did he kill
assumption?
the Naga, right? I think he... Dude, he's so...
Yeah,
what is his
he
net
cast
worth
it
right
3
now?
times.
He is by far the highest net worth, 11.
Huh.
He
Yeah,
has
that must have been a sole
5
assumption
mana
to him.
regen, minute 3, because he has double Nutalis, Ring of Basi, and he's going Arcane Boots. It's just a
Yeah,
mana drain.
Turning mana into gold here.
Yeah. The Renew Alchemist. 11.
This is what you get, though. No Gravekeeper's Cloak for the Naga to go through at all yet, and if Kishka is not on point with those cogs, that's it for you.
Yeah, this real win is pretty annoying. I haven't seen any Naga ever since you have this channel thing going on. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't want to say that she gets 2 disables, but it's 2 disables, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty much his mid lane. Is
On
this a
Friday.
solo kill? Are you happy? So close. Should be fine.
Not close enough, I don't think.
Waveform in 5. Well, okay, they do
on the
lose
top
the
side.
snap and the hoodwink here. Fortune so fighting a Rapido. Can you slow
And now the
down?
core's up.
Yeah. Gotta be careful.
Radiant are scanning.
A lot of brawling on these lanes. In the top lane was kind of expected. Anytime a Snapfire is involved, you're gonna get kills. And with the Beastmaster naturally pushing those waves, the Hoodwink's going to get a bunch of counter opportunities, and now Grims is here.
Fortune so with the Cookie and the Centaur. Nicely done. No level 6 just yet. I mean, he's level 4 on the Ursa. So... Time for the runes here. Both sides really want the runes, but no bottle on this Morphling. So I guess, are you happy? Probably wants it even more. Nice deny from the Naga, bro.
Yeah, great micro there.
Yeah.
Sour note indeed, and Ember Spirit now, empty bottle, well, going to get the refill with the bounty here, but definitely lost the lane to that Morphling, who's off to a great start now. But as we discussed during the draft, he kind of does also need it. The flow Morphlings usually struggling in the mid game because of their, their tankiness problems. And the build not really, it doesn't really involve any HP either, or any sort of defensive capabilities.
Yeah, it's really weird because you have to initiate the fight on Agi.
Oh my goodness!
Wait. Kershka still alive. Right click is not enough to get the
on
kill. Oh, he gets the kill. Double kill for the Naga.
The Ember Spirit maybe hoping that they could get a kill there to start off the engagement, get him to level 6 and then follow up, but instead that's just the bot lane going down fully. And the Ember Spirit's still not at 6, his tower's taking damage.
Yeah, that is really bad. Catapult there. A quarter, maybe a third of the HP already done, as there's no way you're catching this Morphling.
No, and it feels like IHC have taken a trip on the struggle bus. Top lane, not their way. Couldn't brawl their way through that Beastmaster with the Ursa, so he's already on the back foot. Bot lane started off alright, definitely a lot of extra gold into the pockets of that Visage, but the amount of counter kills have made the Naga just as big.
Just explodes to ace here. Level 5 on the Hoodwink already, and now they're going for a Kari as well. Good. Cog's chain's actually off the mark, but might not matter. Good counter kills here by IHC. They definitely need those in the beginning. You know, my point about the flow Morphling is that you have to join low HP so you can get your Morphling, right? So I think the mid game is tough because suddenly you're walking 300 HP into a fight to try and like become an important hero. And I think that's why I've seen more and more Morphlings going for Aetherlands before the Octarine, because it definitely helps in that regard at least.
Yeah, I like that adaptation as well. That's something that seems quite necessary. As in the meantime, bottom tower falls to that Visage. That feels really good. Nagas aren't dying exactly at the time where that Visage is going to hit 6. The familiars are up. You naturally waltz on through.
Oh, Ace being chased down here in the top lane, and they even roar for that. Okay, that's Squirrel said, "Can he get the deny?" No, he doesn't. He never gets so just this sharpshooter plays into being bounced somewhere.
Oh, very, very clever. I like it. And it would have worked too if the Hawk hadn't aggroed onto Roshan for some darn reason earlier. That thing aggroes on everything, pulls aggro from everything. It's ridiculous.
11 here will be able to disengage from this Blind Out heroes. And what seemed like a pretty good start for Blind Out is now being kind of stopped by IHC.
Yeah, unusual. I didn't think that they necessarily had to let that lead go anymore, but with the Morphling just not rotating, the level 6 being hit on the side lane, doing more.
Yeah, like
for
when
IHC.
you look At Blind out there, very slow draft. You have this Morphling that even when he's flow is not a fast hero. You have Beastmaster just... They have gigantic stacks on the left side, by the way. I'm not sure if production showed, but you had like 4 on the left ancient. You had probably 4 on the triangle too, but so far they're worried about this Enchantress. That's gonna be another kill for
It's
IHC.
the third time I've seen Grims just keel over off screen. Overprotective Wisps not been taken this time. We've got the Spellbound. That might be why he feels a lot more fragile than he usually does.
Oh, mid lane. Oh, that's a tanky Morphling against Magical. He will be safe. But you're right. It doesn't even seem that good of a Spellbound game, right? Like, why are you actually right-clicking? Not the Ursa. I guess maybe the Ember in the fights.
Probably not. At some point, Ench can click anybody and it's fine. Like the impetus, the pure damage. But it feels greedy. Definitely in a game where, well, as we said, this is a lineup that is slow to get going. The Naga wants other people to make the plays.
Ace gets
Beastmaster wants his Axe first.
Okay. Chains will be forcing them out. They really want to utilize this Visage here to get the mid tower. But as you said, this Beastmaster just caring about the stacks on the left side. And if you delay this tower, but you allow the Beastmaster to get all of the stacks, you're probably happy, as they even use the kisses to zone IHC away.
Yep. Make him get a new creep wave at least.
Oh, waveform forward can. Very low, but gets the Slide of Fist off. Became that Ember he so much wanted. Waveform forward. Doesn't get the Slide of Fist, though. Kishka with the hook shot away. Should survive, or never mind. He gets the Slide Chains. Gets the kill, and we start to see why this Morphling is picked so often into an Ember. He might have overextended, though, as he tries to die all these illusions and birds. Ember, I mean, this cooldowns, it's still only level 10 and it's already so crazy. The song should set up for a little bit off the mark. Another remnant, and that's it.
As far as Blind Owl is concerned, though, they don't care too much that he got away. All that matters is that they kept their mid tower while the Beastmaster was farming all those stacks. That was the one window that you could have had to get something out of the absence of the Beastmaster, either contest his stacks to stop him off fully, or, you know, take the lesser option but take the middle tower away from him. Now you did neither, and his Aghanims is flying in.
Dude, he literally never moved. He stacked for himself twice as the fight was happening, and he's gonna farm all of the triangle again. Like, he is the happiest man alive.
No, this is what I love about the collective understanding of the game, right? It's much more a relay race now, where people understand that just because somebody is the position 1, it doesn't mean that they're the position 1 right now. Rupido, ostensibly position 3 in this game, definitely position 1 until he gets that Aghanim Scepter. And then he can start making and buying space for the position 1s after him.
I guess one thing we didn't mention is Fortune So has been that position 1 for IHC. He finished his Battle Fury, now is on the way to the Blink Dagger. But, you know, considering how greedy of a lineup Lineout has, the fact they're taking this tower now already speaks a lot, as Rupido gets found with that eggs. Oh, is he just dead out of this? He is.
Yeah. You will not be banging the drum and now the follow-up.
The kisses here, Boomy will jump out. One Visage little bump, and that's another. So Ace gets a double kill. Ace is 4, 3, and 5. What a... For a position 5 Hoodwink, he's having a really good game.
It's fantastic. I imagine most of those kills are Grims.
Yeah.
Imagine there. An immediate fast rotation to bot as well, trying to see if they can catch Akari while he's aiming for that bottom tower.
And the Dire Scan almost off the mark there. Yeah, very close. We'll only clip the illusions though.
IHC, some ups and downs, but made it out of a tricky part of the game successfully. Then again, Blind Owl, they were playing the slower lineup here. The Naga needs some time to get online. Ideally needs somebody to take down some towers for her so that she can really start working her magic with the creep waves. And that mid tower and top tower are now down. So the conditions for her to have a good game have already been achieved.
Yeah, that's pretty true. They're going to get another smoke going here for IHC. Gonna find a can in the mid lane. Smoke breaks. But nothing.
Really don't want Boomy. It's pointedly ignored.
Poor
He's
grandma.
shooting at them and everything. Ace is just like, no, don't want your cookies.
I want your cookies. We don't fight grandmas.
Not coming to church this Sunday. Stop bothering me about it. If you want any more Christmas cards.
Oh,
Waveform
poor
in.
grandma. All she wants is company and gets nothing. Okay, they're gonna get a go. All right, that's a dead Morphling. What about Boomy? Can the grandma survive? Now they want the cookies and they want the inheritance as well.
Yep. I mean, not claimed though. That was not a soul assumption kill.
True. I wish we had a stat. It could maybe like be a stack on the visage so you know how much gold you get. Because I don't know where to place this facet. I'm still not sure if I'm convinced. In the lane, it definitely gave him a lot of gold though. As the end.
And the fact that you get it so. Right, hold it.
Wait, is this song even worth it? Do you really want to fight? You don't have
here, but
a lot of heroes. Rupido with the roar, but that's an ult at Ursa. He's just gonna get out of there anyways. Boom, he's still alive as they get the chains going. And this Morphling from Can, he is ready to be the actual Ember Spirit as they get 3 kills. Great baits from Blind Owl, and that's gonna make it 4. Possibly 5 if they can get 11 and do these chains. They're not gonna stop. Waveform and chains and Sleight of Fist and Waveform. Flow Morphling is... It's a hero. That's all I say.
Yeah, and the hero that he is Ember Spirit.
60% cooldown reduction with no Octarine. That is... Oh.
Great hero without cooldowns, Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I heard his balance around having cooldowns that make sense, yes.
Hey, you know who would make a really good hero without any cooldowns whatsoever? Void Spirit.
Yeah, unfortunately you cannot steal the OT. That's the only
that's
thing
a real
keeping...
kicker. This is where you really want that cooldown reduction, but no.
What else? What else? Because, you know, I always see this Ember into Morphling thing. What other heroes maybe low-key very good for Morphling to play? It has to be something that doesn't have burst damage, but has low cooldown skills for the Morphling to benefit from.
I mean, I've seen
Maybe
on
Timber?
occasion something. Yeah, it was a Jakiro actually.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I mean, that is crazy good, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you actually
That
get
is some
Twisted
solid
Chakram
DPS.
if you were Morphling into Timber?
I don't know. I have
Because it's an
never
OT,
played
but
it,
it's not really his only OT. Willow is probably very good too, right?
Yeah. Classic. Very classic.
OD? OD with Infinite Astro? That would be cool.
That is pretty nice. How about Leshrac?
Oh, Edict. Double Edict.
Yeah.
With the Edict facet that apparently is about to become good. Misanthropy.
About to become good. What do you mean? Is it not good yet? Is it only good when it has been deemed to be good?
Yeah, I guess it is what it is, right? I can say whatever I want, but if Quinn is not owning with it, I am just a lunatic.
Oh, yeah.
I am just an analyst.
true.
Shouldn't be saying things. Thankfully, I'm not the analyst today, so I can say whatever I want. I can't sound dumb, and it's on you to make me sound less dumb.
Tough task you given me.
Well, that's why I like working with you. I know you're talented. You're gonna find a way.
I mean, I've said some like with mechanics. Sometimes I say some pretty 2K stuff sometimes, and then I just shut up and I try to see into the matrix, and I instead talk about what's going to happen 20 minutes from now, and that usually goes a lot better.
Like in the past, I was very, very scared of the whole mechanics. You know, I was always studying things and like learning every little thing, single detail. I feel like we now reached a point where collectively we kind of pretend it doesn't matter, because it's like they're making this game so hard, like you have so many things, like
That's true.
even though they try really hard to simplify the game gets complex in different ways at the same time. So I'm like,
They're
yeah,
making it
sure, I
wider
might get
instead
some
of deeper.
mechanics wrong. It's okay.
Yeah. No. The point where I'm at is that I think it's getting pretty hard for a lot of the talent to keep up, like by playing enough, watching enough, etc., etc. That I feel like a lot of people are starting to lean on what's in the UI too much, talking about the gold lead, explaining what happens after it happened instead of
Yeah.
predicting where the game is going to go, because there is just so much. It's easier to wait until one of the paths gets chosen rather than you having to explain the entire tree.
Yeah. And yeah, it's tough. Like I totally agree. At the same time, though, the game is so fast that it,
Yeah, you have to pick.
especially if it's a dual cast, right? Like you want both people to be talking. Like, how do you explain something well, fast enough, without kind of detracting from what's happening? Though it is a hard game to cast for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a little bit like I've compared it to taking math exams in the especially like the mental strain when you're not used to it yet. But it does have to be said that you're taking open book exams. And for the viewers out there, if you ever hear like your favorite, especially your favorite analysts, and this happens more often to the pro ones that come in as well, if you ever hear them just be behind on everything and it doesn't really look like they know what they're on about this time, you're wondering what has gotten into them. It might just be that they're casting off a feed and they're taking the open book
Yeah.
exam without the book. They can't click on everything to put the entire network of options together in their head. It's ridiculously hard without being able to actually interact with the game.
Yeah, that's true. I love that you said that, because there's so many games where I think like 99% of the viewers don't know how it works, right? That sometimes you have a feed, sometimes you're in the game, sometimes you're observing. I think nowadays, less and less, the casters are actually not observing. So that also does make things complicated, because sometimes like you have an observer that doesn't speak the caster's language, or he's observing for
Yeah.
two different languages at the same time. There's a lot that goes into it.
hmm And certainly you can adapt as a caster to that as well, like making sure that you talk about what's currently happening on the screen. But that I think that is harder for the play-by-plays when you're trying to shape a narrative, and it's like doing
Yeah.
the voiceovers for for a movie in a different language, and it's just like, and now they're gonna go into the kitchen, shot pans to outside. Oh,
And now they're going to eat. Wait, what is this? I don't know what this is. I'll say it's a chocolate cake, but it could be anything. Finally, the pause is over. Looks like our problems were solved here. We were at the Roshan part, and I guess
the
this is a free
Beastmaster
Roche.
Roshan part.
Yeah, the
This
classic.
is where SVG would have already been going yada yada yada. You do the stacks, then you do the Roshan. Blah, blah, blah. Can we change the channel?
Yeah, what a world we live in, right? Roshan, Beastmaster can solo. Like, he was low HP there. They needed 3 heroes, but you can literally solo kill Roche with Beast. I hope something changes in that regard.
Yeah.
That's all I say.
And I can't believe I'm saying that about my favorite guy, but they've changed him a lot. The fact that he's not a vision engine anymore definitely bothers me a bit. I like that strategic aspect of him, and now he's definitely overdoing it a bit.
Yeah, you know, I get it. You know, the old, especially at the highest level, that Beastmaster was very good. Maybe it alienated low MR players as well because you don't get that much benefit from the Hawk. But I definitely, I honestly, I don't even mind this new Hawk. I think it's fun. You know, it just bounces into people.
It's
It's
also
fun.
Yeah.
But the way that the eggs works with Roshan, I think that is a bit too much. I feel like that's the only thing that makes this hero viable almost.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, because otherwise you're investing a lot of money into an item that's not guaranteed going to pay off for you.
Yeah, especially in this game where it looks like IHC are slowly but surely being, let's say, pushed into their side of the map here. The Aegis not taken out. They didn't get to kill Akari. In fact, he already has an Orchid here on this Naga Siren.
This means that he is officially a kill threat now, and you can really start playing forward with Naga Siren once you have the Orchid. It's because any single hero that's coming to interfere with you can and will die, or you've got yourself one hero that you can silence and you TP out from under him, depending, and you don't even have to spend the Song of the Siren.
Oh, Kiss is here, looking for Kishka. They will... Oh, good pipe, actually, baiting them a little bit. The Morphling just dies, and that is exactly what we talked about in the draft. This hero, sometimes he goes in... Yeah, it's just a weird hero, bro. You go in with 500 HP, trying to become the Ember, and you die before you even cast Morph.
Yep. And that's definitely, now with the Greaves also up, but the pipe previously already, this Visage is going to make it real hard for Blind Owl to take anybody down in a normal amount of time. The fights are always going to go long, and that's where Visage thrives. To be fair, that's also where the Beastmaster thrives, but Beastmaster was sure not appearing in this fight.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Beastmaster kind of taking a different approach, going Dagon instead of the standard BKB that you usually see. I guess...
That is...
No
Isn't he flying the BKB in right now? Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
He's
That's
got
BKB
it, man.
plus.
He's thick.
Oh my god.
He's
yeah,
the whole bakery.
It is a
Full of
plus
dough.
size model for sure here. Because they're looking for Ace. He is orked up. I think he's actually dead. The soul burn damage is gonna hurt, but not enough.
And are you happy?
You are kind of forcing IHC to do whatever you want, and the Naga is getting farm at the same time into a matchup. How do you read this matchup? It's been a very long since I've seen Ursa versus Naga. It's supposed to be Naga favored, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be Naga favorite, but I think that has to do with the way the game is supposed to go. And right now, they have burnt a 3k gold lead on Blind Owl so far. They were ahead, and IHC has simply kept up in farm. I feel like this Beastmaster, by not playing active enough before his BKB, kind of got in the way of the Naga and played in the space where she wanted to be.
This definitely makes sense here, as they are trying to approach this fight, but now the Morphling with a little bit less cooldown reduction, just because he felt, dude, he has an Arcane Rune. This is the fight. This is the fight for Ken. If he can actually become the Ember with this Arcane Rune.
We're smoked. Decent pace on his BKB here, but
Smoke breaks.
not quite there yet. It's a risky fight for him.
To get some vision. Rupido gets the roar. Do they have the burst damage? Hookshot trying to buy time. The auras are all there, so Ken will live, looking for those chains, and he finds it. Song of the Siren, buying some time. They ping the Ember, they get the root, they get the Orchid. That is a dead Are You Happy? He has the buyback though with the Remnant. He's going to be instantly back into this fight. Rupido doesn't have the Aegis anymore, and he will not be able to survive the onslaught of IHC, but 1-for-1 as Ken gets jumped. He has a couple of spells. Can he? Nope. He will be killed before the root is over. And Blind Owl. Surprisingly, I guess the buyback on the Ember is costly. So they are now ahead
Costly,
in
but
gold.
worth
They
it.
also killed the clock.
Fortune Soul's in.
Soul. Oh, look at those.
Right, maybe into deep.
Addisons. Naga still alive,
Very
trying
isolated.
to hold her ground. The cookie is available here. This is a very low HP Ursa. Can they get that kill? No, they can't. And in fact, they lose Boomy. This Naga fighting two heroes and birds. I don't think she's gonna be able to survive. And somehow 11 gets a double kill. Maybe make it 3 if you want to dive. But they've had enough.
Visage in long fights, man. Visage in long fights. 6,000 damage dealt. 6.5 actually. The only one who dealt more was Ember, but he needed 2 lives to do that with. And the Visage,
Yeah.
these auras really empowering his team to just stand around him, group up, not be afraid of the constant slides coming in from that Morphling.
And now he got the 15 talent. So those assumptions are going to be doing way more damage. I was impressed. 11 when they were able to protect. I don't even remember who got initiated. I think it was the clock maybe. They got the pipe and the greaves, and it was really hard for Blind Owl to commit. And then the fight lasted, I don't know, 2 minutes.
Yeah, and most importantly, the Beastmaster dying first on the side of Blind Owl, so you don't have your long fight Andy spamming out his axes at the same time.
Very true. Morphling did some decent damage. Still feels like he's not exactly at the point he wants to be. And I'm also assuming this Lincoln's on the Ember is going to make it harder for him to get that form in the next fights. I guess if you're not becoming the Ember, what's your second option on IHC for the Morphling to become?
Do you go Visage
Hoodwink,
then?
maybe?
Hoodwink?
Yeah,
I mean, I would say Hoodwink if you were an Agi morph, right? And you had damage items. But since you have spell items, I don't think that the Acorn Shot does enough for you.
True.
I think you start spamming soul assumptions yourself.
I mean, it's pretty good. It's already a 4-second cooldown. It's probably going to be like 2 and maybe even less than 2 with the Octarine.
Oh yeah, and you've got 1,500 mana to empty out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Big load for the Morphling to unpack, as they will get the mid-tier 1 tower. Blind Owl finally getting the first tier 2 of the game, with Roshan pretty much spawning. So do you think they have the map control to just get into the Rosh pit if they want to, or IHC, are they in the point where they can contest this?
I mean, they haven't really touched the bottom side of the map yet at all. That is also where IHC has their vision placed currently, so taking the Rosh right now would be your best option. If you wait any longer and it goes towards the bot side, I think you're actually wasting an opportunity.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. The Bloodthorn is not up for Naga, so they kind of roll slowly on the side of Blind Owl. This is not an edgy Morphling. I wonder what the plan is here, as they are setting up for 11.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kind of baiting the Visage here.
The game plan for Blind Owl is fairly one-dimensional, right? Anytime they fight, what they want to do is get a roar on the Ember so that the Morphling can go in and nab his form without facing immediate retaliation. That's how they did the previous 2 fights.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal until the Lincoln Sphere gets finished, which is very far away right now for Are You Happy. And finally, they're going to go to the pit. They have this very strong Naga ready to roll. Missiles there. Do you smoke here? Like, is IHC afraid of giving this Rosh away?
Is it makeable here? I don't think there's any... the Morphling is actually a good Aegis carrier, never mind. But they are going to give it to Rupido.
Okay.
The last fight did not manage to make too much use of it. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm surprised because it's not even about Blind now having the Aegis. As you said, they have okay Aegis carries, but nothing that's amazing. It's more about I think it being denied from the Ursa, at least from like my
Yeah,
previous understanding of this
that
hero.
is.
You rely a lot on that item.
You do. No, you're going to go in hard versus a lineup that has a lot of sustain, a lot of ways to kite you. The Ursa would have loved to have the Aegis in his paws right now. And I think that the choice of giving the Aegis to Rupido here is because if this ends up in a siege scenario and not in a fight scenario, then the Beastmaster is the hero that you would want it on.
Yeah, he's farming a lot on that beast. He's going straight up Shivas, which I guess helps a little bit with the auras. The healing is going to be diminished. Amplifies
The
your
attack
damage
speed
as
slow
well.
for Ursa, it's a problem, and for 11, at some point he's going to be annoyed with that as well because he is transitioning into more of a DPS build here. Has the Gleipnir up right now. Going to get the Agony
way,
Shard.
Are my graphs awful, or is this Visage Familiar a weird faceless void kind of copy?
No, that's... Yeah, that's what that particular familiar looks like, yes.
I have never seen that one. That's pretty cool. As good TP here from the clock. We'll force Blind out to the bottom side.
That's a smoke deep in your own territory. Not really anything aggressive coming from it. But at the very least, the aggressive vision from IHC is going to time out right now. So yeah, they need to smoke while they still get information.
Yeah, they know that they're in this mid lane, but it's very hard. Maybe you wait for the daytime, but now your smoke has expired, so you don't even get to take a good fight. Oh, mid lane. That's a dead Snapfire. Naga gets the song. I guess you don't want to fight. There's no buyback on the Snapfire, but they're not going to let you away. Good hook shot. Can they get the cogs? It will lock down the Naga in the midst of it as the Roar locking her in place. Force step to try and disengage. Do they have anything to save him? Akari is going to be taken away. They ignore his agents completely. Now the Morphling gets engulfed in flames. They're going to leave the Beastmaster for the end. They lose the Ember, but the price is so hefty here. Rupido versus the world, and there's no way you're not the Beastmaster of this Ursa. I don't understand. This game is totally turned upside down now.
It has all of those cores sitting on top of each other, desperately trying to peel the Ursa off the Naga. Doesn't matter, he's got a Battle Fury, he's just gonna hit you all at the same time.
And yeah, I mean, the position there was definitely a bit uncomfortable for Blind now. Ursa, the cleave from the first kill pretty much killed the second hero.
Yep.
And alright, Kisses, they buy some time.
No
buybacks on anyone.
Like, Fortune Soul just destroying two heroes right off the bat there.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of a misclick apparently. And they get a free lane. I mean, imagine this. You're an Ursa draft. You're playing to Naga. They get the two Aegises. And somehow you get the first lane of barracks.
Yeah, you're going to get the
so
first
unlikely.
direct.
Oh, man.
It's pretty wild. But his support crew is doing everything to enable him as well. There have been... I mean, the Gleipnir from the Visage to start the fight off. Fantastic. The follow-up hook shot from the clock. So Kishka's like, yeah, I will put my body and soul on the line in order to keep that Naga from slithering out from under us. Fantastic.
Yeah,
and Blind is just scrambling.
One aspect that I think we didn't talk about in that fight, there is a Ghost Scepter on Boomy, but I think the bash from Fortune Soul actually killed him before he could even press that. He did stop for this Ghost Scepter, which is pretty good this game, but I think he actually got bashed.
No, very likely. I like how the map has pretty much reset immediately though, which is one of the reasons why this is such an unlikely outcome. There's two waves immediately back, shoved into IHC's face. Only the Clockwork split pushing on bot. So this is the Naga at the height of her power. butterfly, heart.
Yeah. Looking for a fight, but as you said, these two Aegises on Rapido. Maybe, you know, Rapido's mistake in his positioning, or maybe IHC just ignoring him. Both of them allowing IHC to not care at all about the Aegises they've gave away.
All right, Ken. Can't find him.
Oh. So he's going BKB, huh? Haven't seen a lot of flow Morphlings going BKB. Not an easy game for this Morphling, even though it looked really good in the beginning.
It did, yeah, and you'd still think that, but it's an on paper kind of thing almost, and he's constantly pressing buttons as well. It feels like he's doing a lot, but
Dire's bottom tower is under
ultimately, between BKBs being available, all of the auras,
Oh my.
Ishka.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, I think that is the aspect that's important. You want long fights when you're becoming December. You just want to be abusing the cooldown reduction as much as you can. But I see they're finding these openings where the fight is over as soon as they get the first target.
Yep. No, they have the one burst hero in this game, which is the Ursa, and that is the way that when you play the Agimorph, you usually works. Like, okay, I take somebody out first with the phylactery. We waveform. We take the manpower advantage, and then afterwards, you know, you get to fight the long fight where you absorb a bunch of damage, etc. And here, yeah, you can fight long fights into a Visage with all of the auras in the world. AC up now as well. But that's going to be even harder if, at the meantime, in their other hand, they have the threat of this Ursa just nuking somebody.
So is the goal here for HC to just control the map and get the third Roshan? Or do you want to force something before that even?
Definitely worthwhile to go and look for some pickoffs here, because taking over the map isn't going to necessarily be an option for you depending on how Akari plays this. The map is still his if he wants it to be. Now, you did just get yourself an absolutely fantastic boon by getting the overclocking online. Look at how much vision Kishka is giving. They are combing every square pixel of this top lane to make sure the Naga is gone.
Yeah, that is true. Definitely allows you to hunt the Naga, to try and get some semblance of control, which they will have. Roshan's gonna be on the Dire side. Let's just see how long it will take. That's a pretty long one. Do you think it favors Blind now? Does it buy time for them to regain control?
In one way, yes. Which is that the longer this takes, there's pretty much always going to be two waves in favor of Blind Owl, and that is going to make sure that you slowly chip away at that net worth lead that IHC has. But on the other hand, I'm not entirely sure where you're going to go with scaling. The Naga's going to get a little stronger yet, going to upgrade into the Disperser and then into the Bloodthorn after. That's item scaling, but Naga is not the fight carry. It's got
They
good
did a lot of
contribution,
damage
but
to the mid tower here. December is so afraid of actually dealing with the wave that like the mid tier 3 tower actually took 80% damage.
exactly. This is what those items are for. They're for the threat.
Yep.
They're for the threat of running into this Naga while you're by your lonesome or while you're with two. Fortune Soul sitting under his happy little tree in the pit.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna have to
Just,
sit here for another minute still. Let's see how patient he is. No, no. Angry
That's
roar.
bad for IHC. They definitely they dealt with all the catapults.
bad.
They were finally ready to take Roshan. Now Blind now. They have the chance to. There's no vision, no dire wards. I guess there's one on this close to the corridor. That's the only one.
Morphing just bought BKB. Blind Owl is as ready to fight as they're ever gonna be.
Oh, it is a timeless relic Morphling with Octarine, by the way. Just wanna
Oof.
leave it. I feel like I've been hyping up this Morphling. If it just dies in 3 hits, I'm gonna be severely disappointed. But like, if there's gonna be a good Morphling fight, it has to be this one.
I think he's definitely over the hill now in terms of like the mid game where you start dying, you keep dying. You got the BKB in your pocket, you got the Yules, you got a significant amount of HP built up with the stats from your Octarine as well. And yeah, look at this, the waves.
Everyone back.
Yeah. That long Roshan spawn, disastrous.
The 2 towers fall and now they get this Ember? Oh my god, they're finally back. They have buyback, but you gotta be very careful. Fortune Soul actually gets the Aegis as all of that's happening. So you gotta be careful. So who benefits from this? You get 2 towers in the QD Ember, enemy team gets Aegis.
Rough to say. The thing is that IHC needs to... They're not going to get many attempts to strike. So the one time they do, it needs to be on the money.
Look at this Morphling, just going absolutely... the visage just doesn't move. They finally pop the pipe and looks like enough is enough. 2 range barracks as well fell down because they... I guess even if you buy back this Ember, right? Can you even deal with the illusions? They are really annoying.
They are really annoying. I think you might be able to hold just because you have actual threat yourself now. You are able to force them into a proper fight. If you catch any of the supports, for example, but right now, IHC... If only they could have seen that Roshan respawn timer.
Yep.
Dealt with their waves earlier.
This game.
Nuh-uh.
Radiant are scanning.
And surprisingly, despite all of this, like Blind Out, they got 2 towers, 2 range barracks. How is IHC 11k gold ahead? I honestly am confused as can. Becomes the Ember here. Hookshot actually only hits a creep wave. Waveform out as it looks like... Wait, how? Okay, the Morphling is dead. Boomy is gonna die as well again. It's IHC fighting the fights despite the map control being for Blind Owl.
Naga went in for the buildings.
Yep, did get a little bit of... That's actually... Range
There's a
barracks.
hookshot in
Can
5.
he get the Mega Song? TPL?
Kishka can get an angle.
Huh.
Oh, is this when you saw him take space to make sure he's not in the AoE so he can hit the hookshot to cancel that TP, and then that one Radiant creep gets in the way. What a bummer.
Yeah. This is one of the weirdest games I've cast. Because, like, both sides are kind of able to get something. And I don't even know who's... Like, there's a 15k goal lead on IHC, and I can't help but feel like they're not ahead.
No, because they specialize in such... These two lineups specialize in such different things, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
This Naga, like, with her... I mean, her init is Eelskin, right? She is so slippery. And those lanes are constantly going to be shoved, and all you want is an opportunity to leverage all the blunt force of that Ursa at the enemy base. Right. And there, yeah, Fortune Soul knows. We're not going to get many shots.
Yeah, they want to go to the land. They really want to end this. Glyph is going to be forced. They don't have buyback on the Sapphire. That is
banner.
Okay. BKB on Torpedo looking for an engagement. 4 steps away from the Enchantress. The kisses are hurting despite the pipe, and they will get the first life. Good chains from Ken, locking 3 heroes in place here as he's just going ham on the backlines. He will be killed without a buyback though. This could be spelling the end for Blind Owl as IHC still has everyone alive. 77 seconds. Okay, song for Disengage. What do we even do here though? They break the Lincolns. They're just buying time. Legends moving forward. The Ursa wrecks the Snapfire. There's no buyback. This Naga is gonna be gone. The buyback means nothing. The song is gone. Beastmaster falls, and I feel like IHC might have done it. The Naga is just trying to cut the waves. Stop the Naga, no. Just hit the throne.
Hit that throne.
There we
End
go.
it
Beastmaster.
for yourself.
You're not gonna stop this. Okay. So yes, not only IHC wins this, they now secure a place in the second stage. Right now, they don't care. Besides the fact that they would be probably one of the first teams to ever get a 10-0 on the Relog league. Are you impressed by IHC? Do you think that's, let's say, taking this 1-1, is this more than you expected?
No, this is about where they should be. If they're in like a recovery arc from some of the indecisiveness that we've seen from some of the, especially the decision at the end here to go for the throne, because they know that in the clash they are stronger, because they know that they're not getting another opportunity if they don't push it right now. That is the IHC that I wanted to see all this time, and we've got them back. There were certainly some stumbles in this game. This was not an easy one. Blind Owl was not about to hand it to them either. That was some pretty darn impressive map play as well. So, yeah, deserved spot in the playoff for IHC in the end.
Yeah, I at the beginning of this RES4, I look at how the standings were, and some of them were not updated because a lot of the teams kind of broke down into newer teams, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be kind of boring because no one's really fighting for anything. But now you actually look at who qualified, and there are a lot of storylines here. Anyone that gets first place besides Yangon Galacticos, they're not going through. Besides Ascent, can actually potentially qualify. So this is going to be a very fun, interesting battle. Team TK, Blind Owl, IHC, Outcast, all in contention here. This is going to be a hell of a second stage for this tournament, Kips.
Fantastic playoffs. Yeah, like all of the teams that were still in contention for the LAN making it in here, with Team TK and IHC squeezing in right at the end.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for Manta because they gave us some amazing performances at the end of the group stage here. They did really well, and they did everything they could to keep themselves in contention, but ultimately IHC squeezes past.
I mean, it was a hard squeeze. They had the toughest opponents they could have, and they're going to have to probably face them again if they want to go through, because if anyone actually gets first place besides IHC, or whoever gets first place is going through, Team Tough, obviously, if they get first place, they're going to deny everyone else out of a chance. I guess Team TK could get second place. Just looking here, they have 71 points, so if they get 50, they are probably the only team that can afford to get second place. Everyone else needs to pretty much take the whole tournament.
But they'll still
it's going to be awesome.
Shot.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have the games, happening very soon, guys. So make sure you follow the channel. Make sure you stay tuned because it is going to be a bloodbath, and that's only the first fourth iteration of the league. We still have Europe and SA to go, so stay tuned. Kips, thank you so much for having me here. Production as well. We are gonna say farewell, but we'll be back very, very soon.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert. Fuck. Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.